The Republic, Book 1, Persons of the Dialogue. Socrates, who is the narrator. Glaucon, Arimantus, Polemarchus, Cephalus, Thrasymachus, Cleophon, and others who are mute auditors. The scene is laid in the house of Sisyphus at the Piraeus, and the whole dialogue is narrated by Socrates the day after it actually took place in Timaeus. Hermocrates, Critias, and the nameless person, who are introduced in the Timaeus. I went down yesterday to the Piraeus with Glaucon, the son of Ariston, that I might offer up my prayers to the goddess, and also because I wanted to see what manner they would celebrate the festival, which was a new thing. I was delighted with the procession of the inhabitants, but that of the Thracites was equally, if not more, beautiful. When we had finished our prayers and viewed the spectacle, we turned in the direction of the city, and at that instant Polemarchus, the son of Cephalus, chanced to catch the sight from a distance. As we were starting our way home, and took his servant to run and bid us await for him, the servant took hold of me by my cloak behind and said, "Polemarchus desires you to wait." I turned around and asked him where his master was. "There," he said the youth, "coming after you, if you only wait." "Certainly we will," said Glaucon. And in a few minutes Polemarchus appeared, and with them Arimantus, Glaucon's brother, Necrates, the son of Nicias, and several others who would be in the procession. Polemarchus said to me, "I perceive, Socrates, that you and your companion are already on your way to the city." "You are not far wrong," I said. "But do you see," he rejoined, "how many are we, of course? And are you stronger than all these? For if not, you will remain where you are." "May there not be an alternative," I said, "that we may persuade you to let us go?" "But you can persuade us if we refuse to listen to you," he said. "Certainly not," replied Glaucon. "Then we are not going to listen. Of that you may be assured." Adimantus added, "Has no one told you of our torch race on horseback in honor of the goddess which will take place in this evening?" "With horses," I replied. "That is a novelty. Will horsemen carry torches and pass them one to another during the race?" "Yes," said Polemarchus, "and not only so, but a festival that will celebrate it at night, which you certainly ought to see. Let us rise soon after supper and see this festival. There will be a gathering of young men, and we will have a good talk. Stay then, and do not be perverse." Glaucon said, "I suppose, since you insist, that we must." "Very good," I replied. Accordingly, we went Polemarchus to his house, and we found his brother Lysias and Euthydemus, and we then with them Thrasymachus and the Celadonian, Charmantius the Paeanian, and Cleophon the son of Artemis. There too will be Sisyphus, the father of Polemarchus, who I have not seen in a long time, and thought he is much aged. He is seated on the cushioned chair and a garland in his hands, for he had been sacrificing in the court, and there were some other chairs in the room arranged in a semicircle, upon which we sat bound by him. He saluted me eagerly, and then he said, "You don't come to see me, Socrates, as often as you ought. If I were still able to go and see you, I would not ask you to come to me. But at my age I can hardly get to the city, and therefore you should come oftener to the Piraeus. For let me tell you that the more the pleasures of the body fade away, the greater to me is the pleasure and charm of the conversation. Do not then deny my request, but make our house your resort and keep company with these young men. We are old friends, and you will be quite at home with us." I replied, "There is nothing for which my part I liked better, Sisyphus, than conversing with aged men, for I regained them in travellers who have gone journey for which I may have to go, and for whom I wish to inquire, whether the way is smooth or easy, or rugged and difficult. And this is a question which I should like to ask of you who have arrived at this time which the poets call the threshold of old age. Is life harder towards the end, or what report do you give of it?" "I will tell you, Socrates," he said, "what my own feelings is. Men of my age flock together. We are birds of a feather, as an old proverb says, and our meeting the tale of acquaintance commonly is, I cannot eat, I cannot drink, the pleasures of youth and love are fled away. There's good time once, but now that is gone, and life is no longer life. Some complain of the slights in which are put upon them by relations, and they will tell you how many evils their old age has caused. But to me, Socrates, these complainers seem to blame which that is not really in fault. For if old age were the cause, I too, being old, and every other man, would have felt as they do. But this is not my own experience, nor that of the others whom I have known. How well I remember the aged poet Sophocles, when in answer to the question, "How does love suit with age?" Sophocles, "Are you the man you once were?" "Peace," he replied. "Most gladly have I escaped the things for which you speak. I feel as if I have escaped from a mad and furious master." His words have often occurred to my mind since, and they seemed good to me as time when he uttered them. For certainly old age has a sense of calm and freedom. When the passions relax their hold, then Sophocles says, we are freed from the grasp not of only master only, but of many. The truth is, Socrates, that these regrets are also complaints about relations, are to be attributed to the same cause, which is not old age, but men's character and tempers. For he who is not calm and happy nature will hardly feel the pleasures of age, but to him who is of the opposite disposition, youth and age are equally a burden. I listened in admiration and wanting to draw him out, that he might go on. "Yes, Celephus," I said, "but rather I suspect that people in general are not convinced by you when you speak thus. They think that old age sits lightly upon you, not because your happy disposition, but rather you are rich, and wealth is well known to be a great comforter." "You are right," he replied. "They are not convinced, and there is something I'd like to say to them. However, so it is not so much as they imagine. I might answer them as Semistocles answered the Seriphian, who was abusing him and saying that he was famous, not for their own merits, but because he was Athenian. If you had a native of my country or I of yours, neither of us would have become famous. And to those who are not rich and impotent of old age, the same reply may be made. For a good poor old man, old age cannot be a light burden, nor can a bad rich man ever have peace within himself. May I ask, Syphilis, whether your fortune was the most part inherited or acquired by you?" "Acquired? Socrates! Do you wish to know how much I have acquired? In the art of making money I have been midway between the father and grandfather, for my grandfather, whose name I bear, doubled and tripled the value of his patrimony. That is inherited, being much of what I possess now. My father, Licinius, reduced the property below what it is at present, and I shall be satisfied if I leave to these my son not less but a little more than what I received." "That is why I asked you the question," I replied, "because I see that you're indifferent about money, which is a characteristic rather of those who have inherited their fortunes rather than those who have acquired them. The makers of fortunes have a second love of money as a creation of their own, resembling the affection of authors for their own poems, or of parents for their own children, besides the natural love of it for the sake of use and profit which is common to them and all men. And hence they are very bad company, for they can talk about nothing but the praises of wealth." "That is true," he said. "Yes, that is very true, but may I ask you another question? What do you consider to be the greatest blessing for which you've reaped from your wealth?" "One," he said, "of which I could not expect easily to convince others. For let me tell you, Socrates, that when a man thinks of himself to be near death, fears and cares enter into his mind which he never had before. The tales of a world below and punishment which is exact thereof deeds done here was once a laughing matter to him, but he is now tormented by the thought of that it may be true, either of the weakness of age or because he is now drawing near to other place. He has a clear view of these things, suspicious and alarms crowd thickly upon them. And he begins to reflect and consider what wrongs he has done to others. And when he finds the sum of his transgressions is great, he will many times, like a child, start up in his sleep for fear. He is filled with dark forebodings. But to him who is conscious of no sin, sweet hope, as Pindar charmingly says, he is a kind nurse of his age. Hope, he says, cherishes the soul of him who lives in justice and holiness, and the nurse of his age and companion of his journey, hope which is mightiest to sway the relentless soul of man. How admirable are his words, and the great blessing of the riches, I do not say to every man, but to a good man, is that he has no occasion to deceive or be defrauded others, either intentionally or unintentionally, And when he departs the world below, he is not in apprehension about offerings due to the gods or doubts which he owes to men. Now to this peace of the mind that the possession of wealth greatly contributes. And therefore I say that, setting one thing against another, of many advantages in which wealth has to give, to a man of sense that his opinion is the greatest. Well said, Sophus, I replied. But concerning justice, what is it? To speak the truth and pay your debts, no more than this? And even when there are no exceptions? Suppose that a friend was in his right mind, has disposited arms with me, and asked for when he is not in the right mind, ought I give them back to him? No one would say that I ought, or that I should be doing the right thing, in doing so, any more than they would say that I ought to speak the truth to one who is in his condition. You're quite right, he replied. But then, I said, speaking of the truth and paying your debts is not the correct definition of justice. Quite correct, Socrates. If Simonides is to be believed, said Polemarchus, interposing. I fear, said Sisyphus, that I must now go, for I have a look after the sacrifice, and I hand over the argumentation to Polemarchus in the company. Is not Polemarchus your heir? I asked. To be sure, he answered, and went away laughing to the sacrifice. Tell me then, art thou heir of arguments? What did Simonides say? And according to the truly said about justice, he said the repayment of debt is just, and in saying so he appears to be right. I should sorry to doubt the word of such a wise and inspired man, but his meaning, though probably clear to you, is reverse clear to me. For he certainly does not mean, as which we are now saying, that I ought to return a deposit of arms or anything else to which one asks for when he is not in his right senses, and yet a deposit cannot be denied to be a debt. True. Then when the person who asks is not in his right mind, am I by no means to make the return? Certainly not. When Simonides said that the repayment of a debt was justice, he did not mean to include that case. Certainly not, for he thinks the friend ought to always do good into a friend and never evil. You mean the return of a deposit of gold in which the inquiry of a receiver, if the two parties are friends, if is not repayment of the debt, that is what you would imagine him to say. Yes. And our enemies also to receive what we owe to them. To be sure, he said, that they are to receive what we owe them, and as an enemy, as I take it, owes to an enemy that which is due or proper to him, that is to say, evil. Simonides, then, after a manner of poets, would seem to have spoke darkly of the nature of justice, for what he really meant was that justice is given to each man what is proper to him, and then is termed a debt. That must have been his meaning, he said. By heavens, I replied. And if we asked him what due or proper thing is to given by medicine, and to whom, what answer do you think he would make us? He would surely reply that medicine gives drugs and meat and drink to the human bodies. And what due or proper things is given by cookery, and to what? Seasoned to food. And what is which justice gives, and to whom? If, Socrates, we are to be guided at all by an analogy of the preceding instances, then justice is the art in which gives good to friends and evils to enemies. Then his meaning is, I think so. And who is best able to do good to his friends and evil to his enemies in time of sickness? The physician. Or when they are on the voyage, amid the perils of the sea? The pilot. And what sort of actions, or with a view to which results in just the man most able to do harm to his enemies and good to his friend? In going to war against the one and making alliances with the other? But when a man is well, my dear Polemarchus, there is no need of a physician? No. And when he is not on a voyage, there is no need of a pilot? No. Then in time of peace, justice will be of no use. I am very far from thinking so. You think that justice may, of course, be of use in, well, as in war? Yes. Like husbandry for the acquisition of corn? Yes. Or like shoemaking for the acquisition of shoes? Is that what you mean? Yes. And what similar use or power of acquisition has the justice in the time of peace? In contrast, Socrates, justice is of use. And by contracts do you mean partnerships? Exactly. By is the just man or skillful player a more useful or better partner at the game of draughts? A skillful player. And in laying bricks and stones, is the just man a more useful or better partner than the builder? Quite the reverse. Then in what sort of partnership is the just man a better partner than the harp player? In the playing of the harp, the harp player is certainly a better partner than the just man. In a money partnership, yes, Polemarchus, but surely not in the use of money, for you do not want a just man to be your counselor in the purchase and sale of a horse. A man who nothing about horses would a man who knows more about horses would be better for that, would he not? Certainly. And when you buy a shipwright or a pilot would be better. True. Then what is the joint use of silver and gold in which the man is to be preferred? When you want a deposit to be kept safely. You mean when money is not wanted, but allowed to lie. Precisely. That is to say, justice is useful when money is useless. That is the inference. And when you want to keep a pruning hook safe, then the justice is useful to the individual and to the state. But when you want to use it, then the art of vine dresser. Clearly. And when you want to keep a shield or lyre, but not to use them, you would say that justice is useful. But when you want to use them, the art of the soldier or of the musician. Certainly. And so all to the other things. Justice is useful when they are useless, and useless when they are useful. That is the inference. Then justice is not good for much. But let us consider this further point. Is not he who can give best strike a blow in a boxing match or any kind of fighting best able to ward off a blow? Certainly. And he who is most skillful in preventing or escaping from the disease that is best able to create one? True. And is he the best guard of a camp who is best able to steal the march upon the enemy? Certainly. Then he who is a good keeper of anything is also a good thief. That, I suppose, is to be inferred. Then, if the just man is good at keeping money, he is good at stealing it. That is implied by the argument. Then, after all, the man has just turned about to be a thief. And this is a lesson I suspect he must have learned out of Homer, for he is speaking of Autocles, and the maternal grandfather of Odysseus, who is the favorite of his, affirms that he was excellent above all men in theft and perjury. And so you, and Homer, and Simonides are agreed that justice is the art of theft, to be practiced, however, for the good of friends and harm of enemies. That was what you were saying. No, certainly not that, though I do not know what I did say, but I stand by the latter words. Well, there's another question. By friends and enemies, do we mean those who are so really, or in seeming? Surely, he said, a man may be expected to love those who he thinks good, and to hate who he thinks evil. Yes, but do not persons often err about good and evil? Many who are not good seems to be so, and conversely. That is true. Then to them the good will be enemies, and the evil to be friends. True. And in that case, there will be right in doing so to the evil and evil to the good. Clearly. But the good are just and would not do the injustice. True. Then according to your argument, it is to injure those who do no wrong. Nay, Socrates, the doctrine is immoral. Then I suppose that we ought to do good to just and harm the unjust. I like that better. But see the consequence. Many a man who is ignorant of human nature has friends who are bad friends. In that case he ought to do harm to them, and he has good enemies who he ought to benefit. But if so, we shall be seeing the very opposite of which we have affirmed by the meaning of Simonides. True, very true, he said. And I think that we'd better correct an error in which we've seemed to fall in the use of words of friend and enemy. What was the error, Polemarchus? I asked. We assume that he is a friend who seems to be who is thought is good. And how is the error to be corrected? We should rather say that a friend is who is as well seems good, that he is who seems only and is not good, only seems to be and is not a friend, and only the enemy the same may be said. You would argue that the good are our friends and the bad are our enemies. Yes, and instead of simply saying, as we did first, that it is to do good to our friends and harm to our enemies, we should further say, it is just to do good and to our friends when they are good, and harm to our enemies when they are evil. Yes, that appears to be the truth. But ought the just to injure anyone at all? Undoubtedly he ought to injure those who are both wicked and his enemies. When horses are injured, are they improved or deteriorated? The latter. Deteriorated, that is to say, in the good qualities of horses, not of dogs. Yes, of horses. And dogs are deteriorated in the good qualities of dogs and not of horses, of course. And will not men who are injured be deteriorated in which the way the proper virtue of man? Certainly. And that human virtue is justice? To be sure. Then men who are injured are not of necessity made unjust. That is the result. But can a musician by his art make men unmusical? Certainly not. Or the horseman by his art made them the bad horsemen. Impossible. And we can just by justice make men unjust, or speaking generally, can the good by virtue make them bad? Assuredly not. Any more than heat can produce cold, it cannot, or drought moisture. Clearly not. Nor can the good harm anyone. Impossible. And then just the good? Certainly. Then to injure a friend or anyone else is not the act of a just man, but of the opposite. Who is unjust? I think that what you say is quite true, Socrates. Then if a man says that justice consists of the repayment of debts, and the good in the debt in which the man owes his friends, and the evil of the debt which he owes to his enemies, to say that is not wise. For it is not true, as if it has been clearly shown that injuring of another can be in no case just. I agree with you, said Polemarchus. Then you and I are prepared to take up arms against anyone whose attributes, such as sane as Simonides, or Bias, or Pittacus, or any other wise man or seer. I am quite ready to do battle at your side, he said. Shall I tell you whose I believe to be sane to be? Whose? I believe that Periander, or Pittacus, or Xerxes, or Ismenias of the Theban, or any other rich and mighty man who has lived a great opinion of his own power, was the first to say that justice is doing good to your friends and harm to your enemies. Most true, he said. Yes, I said, but if this definition of justice also breaks down, what others can be offered? Several times in the course of the discussion, Thromachus has made an attempt to get to the argument of his own hands, and he has been put down by the rest of the company, who would like to hear it to an end. But when Polemarchus and I had done speaking, then there was a pause. He could no longer hold his peace and gather himself up. He came at us like a wild beast, seeking to devour us. We were quite panic-stricken at the sight of him. He roared out to the whole company, "What folly, Socrates, has the possession of you all, and why, Syllabiles, do you knock under one another? I say that if you want to know what justice is, you should not only but ask an answer. You should not seek honor to yourself from the refutation of an opponent, but have your own answer. For there are many one who can ask and cannot answer. And now I will not have you say that justice is duty, or an advantage, or a profit, or a game and an interest, for this sort of nonsense will not do for me. I must have clearness and accuracy." I was panic-stricken at his words, and I could not look at him without trembling. Indeed, I believe that if I had not fixed my eyes upon him, I should be struck dumb. But when I saw his fury arising, I looked at him first, and was therefore able to reply to him. "Thromachus," I said, with a quiver, "don't be hard upon us. Polemarchus and I may have been guilty of the little mistake in the argument, but I can assure you that the error was not intentional. If we were seeking for a piece of gold, we would not imagine that we were knocking under to one another, and so losing our chance of finding it. And why, when seeking for justice, a thing more precious than many pieces of gold, did you say we were weakly yielding to one another, and not doing the utmost to get the truth? Nay, my good friend, we are most willing and anxious to do so, but the fact is that we cannot, and if so, you people who know all things should pity us and not be angry with us." "How characteristic of Socrates," he replied, with a bitter laugh. "This is your ironical style. Did I not foresee, have I not already told you, that whatever he was asked he would refuse to answer, and try irony or other shuffle, in order that he might avoid answering?" "You are a philosopher, Thrasymachus," I replied, "and well know that if you ask a person what numbers make us 12, taking care to prohibit him with you ask from answering twice 6, or 3 times 4, or 6 times 2, or 4 times 3, for this sort of nonsense will not do for me. Then obviously, if this is your way of putting the question, no one can answer you. But suppose that if you were retort, Thrasymachus, what do you mean? If one of these numbers in which you interact to be the true answer to the question, am I falsely to say some other number which is not the right one? Is that your meaning? How would you answer him?" "Just as if 2 cases were all alike," he said. "Why should they not be?" I replied. "And even if they are not, but only appear to the person who asks, ought he not to say what he thinks, whether you and I forbid him or not? I presume that you're going to make one of your indirect answers. I dare to say that I may, notwithstanding the danger, that if, upon reflection, I approve of any of these." "But what if I give you an answer about justice and better," he said, any of these, what do you deserve to have done to you?" "Done to me! As I become the ignorant, I must learn from the wise. That is what I deserve to have done to me." "What, and no payment? A pleasant notion. I will pay when I have the money," I replied. "But you have, Socrates, Glaucon, and you, Thrasymachus, need to be under no anxiety about money, for we will all make the contribution for Socrates. Yes, he replied. Then Socrates will do what he always does, refuse to answer himself, but take and pull to pieces the answers of someone else. Why, my good friend, I said, how can anyone answer who knows and says that he knows just nothing, and who, even if he has some faint notion of his own, is told by a man of authority not to utter them? The natural thing is that the speaker should be someone like yourself who professes to know, and can tell what he knows. Will you kindly answer, then, for the edification of the company and for myself? Glaucon and the rest of the company joined in my request, and Thromachus, as anybody might see, was in reality eager to speak, for he thought that he had an excellent answer, and would distinguish himself. But at first he affected to insist on only my answering. At length he consented to begin. Behold, he said, the wisdom of Socrates. He refuses to teach himself, and goes on about learning of others, to whom he never even says thank you. That I learn of others, I replied, is quite true. But I am ungrateful, I wholly deny. Money I have none, and therefore I pay in praise, for which is all I have, and how ready I am to praise of anyone who appears to me to speak well. You will find very soon when you answer, for I expect that you will answer well. Listen, then, he said. I proclaim that justice is nothing else than the interest of the stronger. And now why do you not praise me? Because, of course, you won't. Let me first understand you, I replied. Justice, as you say, is the interest of the stronger. What, Thromachus, is the meaning of this? You cannot mean to say that because Polydamas, the pancreatus, is stronger than we are, and finds eating beef conducive to his bodily strength, that to eat beef is therefore equally of our good, and who are weaker of than he is, and right for just of us? That's admirable of you, Socrates. You take the words in sense which is most damaging to the argument. Not at all, my good sir, I said. I'm trying to understand them, and I wish that you would be a little clearer. Well, he said, have you never heard the forms of government differ? There are tyrannies, and there are democracies, and there are aristocracies. Yes, I know. And certainly is the ruling power in each state, certainly. And the different forms of government make laws democratical, aristocratical, tyrannical, with the view of several interests in these laws, which are made by them in their own interests, are the justices which they deliver their subjects, and who in transgressions them they punish the breaker of the law, and then just. And that what I mean is what I say, when in all states the same principle of justice, which in the interest of government, and as the government may suppose to have power, the only reasonable conclusion is that everybody who is one principle of justice, which is the interest of the stronger. Now I understand you, I said. But whether you are right or not, I will try to discover. But let me remark, that is defining justice you have yourself in your word interest, which forbade me to use. It is true, however, that your definition word of the stronger are added. A small addition you must allow, he said. Great or small, never mind that. We must first inquire whether what you're saying is true. Now you both agree that justice is interest of some sort, but you go on to say of the stronger. About this addition, I am not so sure, and must therefore consider further. Proceed. I will, and first tell me, do you admit that for the subjects to obey their rulers? I do. But are the rulers of the state absolutely infallible, or are they sometimes liable to error? To be sure, he replied, they are liable to error. Then, in making their laws, they may sometimes make them rightly, and sometimes not. True. And when they make them rightly, they make them agreeably to their interest. When they are mistaken contrary to their interest, you admit that? Yes. And the laws which they make must be obeyed by their subjects, and that is what you call justice. Doubtless. Then justice, according to your agreement, is not the obedience to the interest of the stronger, but to the reverse. What is it that you're saying, he asked. I am only repeating what you're saying, I believe, but let us consider. Have we not admitted that the rulers may be mistaken about their own interest in which they command, and also that they obey them as justice? Has not all that been admitted? Yes. Then you must also acknowledge justice not to be the interest of the stronger, when the rulers unintentionally command things to be done, and which are to be done to their own injury. For if, as you say, justice is the obedience in which the subject renders to their commands, in that case a wisest of men, is there escape from the conclusion that the weaker are commanded to do, not what is for their interest, but what is for the injury of the stronger? Nothing can be clearer, Socrates and Polemarchus. Yes, Cleophon, imposing, if you were allowed to be his witness. But there is no need for any witness, said Polemarchus, for Thromachus himself acknowledges that rulers may sometimes command what is not for his own interest, and that subjects do obey them as justice. Yes, Polemarchus. Thrasymachus said that for the subjects to do what is commanded by the rulers is just. Yes, Cleophon. But he also said that justice is in the interest of the stronger, and while admitting both these propositions, he further acknowledges that the stronger may command the weaker who are his subjects to do which is not in his own interest, whence follows the justice is injury quite as much as the interest of the stronger. But said Cleophon, he meant by the interest of the stronger what the stronger thought to be his interest. This is what the weaker had to do, and this was affirmed to be by justice. Those were not his words, rejoined Polemarchus. Never mind, I replied. If he now says they are, let us accept his statement. Tell me, Thrasymachus, I said, do you mean by justice what stronger thought to be his interest? What rather said or not? Certainly not, he said. Do you suppose I call him who is mistaken the stronger at a time when he mistaken? Yes, I said. My impression was that you did so, when you admitted that the ruler was not infallible, but might sometimes be mistaken. Your argument is like an informer, Socrates. Do you mean, for example, that he who is mistaken is a physician, in that he is mistaken, or that he who errs in arithmetic or grammar is an arithmetician or a grammatician at a time when he is making the mistake, in respect to the mistake? True, we say that a physician or arithmetician or grammatician has made a mistake, but there is only one way of speaking, for the fact that neither the grammatician or any person of skill ever makes a mistake is so far as what his name implies. There are none of those errors unless their skill fails them, and they cease to be skilled artists. No artist or sage or ruler at this time, when he is what his name implies, through he is commonly said to err, and I adopted the common mode of speaking. But to be perfectly accurate, since you are such a lover of accuracy, we should say that the ruler, in so far that he is ruling, is unerring, and to be unerring also commands which for his own interest. And the subject is required to execute his commands, and therefore I said at first, and now repeat, justice is the interest of the stronger. Indeed, Thrasymachus, and do I really appear to you to argue like an informer? Certainly, he replied. And do you suppose that I ask these questions with any design of injuring you in the argument? Nay, he replied. Suppose is not a word. I know it, but you will be found out, and by sheer force of argument you will never prevail. I shall not make the attempt, my dear man. But to avoid any misunderstanding occurring between us in the future, let me ask, in what sense do you speak of a ruler or stronger whose interest, as you were saying, he being superior, that the inferior should execute? Is he a ruler in the popular or the strict sense of the term? In the strictest of all sense, he said. And now cheat and play the informer if you can. I ask no quarter at your hands, but you'll never be able to, never. And do you imagine, I said, that in such a madman as to try to cheat Thrasymachus, I might as well shave a lion? Why, he said, you make attempt a minute ago, and you failed. Enough, I said, of these civilities. It will be better than I should ask you a question. Is the physician, taken in the strictest sense of which you are speaking, a healer of the sick, or the maker of money? And I remind you that I am now speaking of a true physician. A healer of the sick, he replied. And the pilot, to say the true pilot, is he captain of sailor or a mere sailor? A captain of sailors. The circumstance that he sails the ship is not to be taken into account. Neither is he to be called a sailor. The name plot by which he distinguished has nothing to do with sailing, but is significant of his skill and authority over sailors. Very true, he said. Now, I said, every art has an interest? Certainly. For which the art has to consider and provide. Yes, that is the aim of art. And the interest of any art is perfection of it. This is nothing and nothing else. What do you mean? I mean then to illustrate negatively by the example of the body. Suppose you were to ask me whether the body is self-sufficient or has wants. I should reply, certainly the body has wants, for the body may be ill and required to be cured, and has therefore interest to which the art of medicine ministers. And this is the origin and intention of medicine, as you will acknowledge. Am I not right? Quite right, he replied. But in the art of medicine or any other art faulty or deficiency in the question the quantity, in the same way that the eye may be deficient in sight, the ear the failing the hearing, and therefore requires another art to provide an interest of seeing and hearing, has art in itself. I say any similar liabilities to fault or defect. And does any art require another supplementary art to provide for this interest, and another without end? Or has the art to only look for its own interest? Or have they no need either of themselves or another? Having no faults or defects, they have no need to correct them, either by the exercise of their own art or another. They have only to consider the interest of the subject matter. For every art remains pure and faultless while remaining true, that is to say, while perfect and unimpaired. Take the words in your precise sense, and tell me whether I am not right. Yes, clearly. Then medicine does not consider the interest of medicine, but rather the interest of the body. True, he said. Nor does the art of horsemanship consider the interest in the art of horsemanship, but rather the interest of the horse. Neither do any arts care for themselves, for they have no needs. They care only for which is the subject of their art. True, he said. But surely, Thromachus, the arts are the superiors, the rulers of their own subjects. To this he assented with a great deal of reluctance. Then, I said, no science or art considers or enjoins the interest of the stronger or superior, but only interest in the subject and the weaker. He made an attempt to contest this proposition also, but finally acquiesced. Then I continued, no physician, in so far that he is a physician, considers his own good in what he prescribes, but the good of his patient. For the true physician is also a ruler having the human body as a subject, and is not a mere money-maker. Has that been admitted? Yes. And the pilot likewise, in the strict sense of the term, is a ruler of sailors and not a mere sailor. That has been admitted. And such a pilot and ruler will provide and prescribe the interest of the sailor who is under him, and not for his own or ruler's interest. He gave a reluctant yes. Then I say to Thromachus, there is no any rule who, in so far as he a ruler, considers and enjoins what is for his own interest, but also what is the interest of his subjects suitable to his art, to what that he looks, and that he alone he considers everything which he says and does. When we had got to this point in the argument, and everyone saw the definition of justice has been completely upset, Thromachus, instead of replying to me, he said, tell me, Socrates, have you got a nurse? Why do you ask such a question, I said, when you ought to be rather to be answering? Because she leaves you to snivel, and never wipes your nose. She has not even taught you how to know the shepherd from the sheep. What makes you say that? I replied. Because you fancy that the shepherd or neathered fattens or tends the sheep or oxen with the view of their own good, and not for the good of himself or his master. Then you further imagine that the rulers of the states, if they are true rulers, never think of the subjects as sheep, and that they are not studying their own advantages day and night. Oh no, and so entirely astray are you in that your ideas are the just and unjust, as not even to know that justice and the just are the realities of another good. That is to say, the interest of the ruler is stronger, and the loss of the subject and servant, the injustice of another. For the unjust is lord over the truly simple and just. He is the stronger, and he subjects to do what is in his interest, and minister to his happiness, which is far from being his own. Consider further, more foolish Socrates, that the justice also is always a loser in comparison with the unjust. First of all, in private contracts, whenever the unjust is the partner of the just, you will find that, when the partnership is dissolved, the unjust man has always more and the just less. Secondly, in their dealings with the state, when the income tax, the just man will pay more and the unjust less on the same amount of income. And when there is anything to be received, the one gains nothing and the other much. Observe also what happens when they take office. There is a just man neglecting his affairs and perhaps suffering other losses, getting nothing out of the public, because he is just. Moreover, he is hated by his friends and acquaintances for refusing to serve them in unlawful ways. But all this is revered in the case of unjust man. I am speaking, as before, the just sense, a large scale, in which the advantage of the unjust is more apparent, and by my meaning will be most clearly seen if we turn to the highest form of injustice, in which the criminal is the happiness of the man, and the sufferers, or those who refuse to do injustice, are the most miserable. That is to say, tyranny, by which fraud and force takes away the property of others, not little by little, but wholesome, comprehending in one things sacred as well as profane, private and public, for which acts of wrong, if he were to detect perpetrating any one of those singly, he would be punished and incur great disgrace. They would do such wrong in particular in cases of robbers of temples, and man-stealers, and burglars, and swindlers, and thieves. But when a man, besides taking away the money of all the citizens, have made slaves of them, then, instead of the names of reproach, he is termed happy and blessed, not only by the citizens, but also by who hear of his having achieved in consummation of injustice. For mankind censure injustice, fearing that they may be victims of it, and not because they shrink from the committing of it. And thus, as I have shown, Socrates, the injustice, where on a wholly sufficient scale, has more strength and freedom than the mastery of the injustice. And as I said first, justice is in the interest of the stronger, when injustice is the man's own profit and interest. Thromachus, when he had thus spoken, having like a bathman deluged our ears with his words, had in mind to go away, but the company would not let him. They insisted that he should remain and defend his position, and myself added my own humble request that he not leave us. Thermachus, I said to him, excellent man, how suggestive are your remarks! And you're going to run away before you're not fairly taught or learned whether they are not true or not? Is it an attempt to determine the way of man's life so small a matter in your eyes, to determine how life may be passed by each one of us to the greater disadvantage? And do I differ from you, he said, as to the importance of the inquiry? You appear rather, I replied, to have no care or thought about us, Thermachus, whether we live better or worse from not knowing what you say. To know is a matter of indifference. Prithee, friend, do not keep your knowledge to yourself. We are a large party, and any benefit which you confer upon us we will amply be rewarded. For my own part, I openly declare that I am not convinced, and that I do not believe injustice to be more gainful than justice, even if uncontrolled and allowed to have free play. For granting there may be an unjust man who is able to commit injustice by fraud or force, still this does not convince me of the superior advantage of injustice, and there may be others who are in the same predicament with myself. Perhaps we may be wrong. If so, you in wisdom should convince us that you're mistaken in preferring justice to injustice. And how am I to convince you, he said. If you are not already convinced by what I have just said, what more can I do for you? Would you have me put proof bodily in your soul? Heavily forbid, I said. I would only ask you to be consistent, or if you change openly and let there be no deception. For I must remark, Thermachus, if you would recall what is previously said, that although you began by defining the true physician in an exact sense, you did not observe a like exactness when speaking of the shepherd. You thought of the shepherd as a shepherd tends to sheep, but not with the view of their own good, but more like a diner, a banqueter, with the view to the pleasures of the table, or again, a trader for sale in the market, not as a shepherd. Yet surely the artist shepherd is concerned only with the good of his subjects, and he has known to provide best for them, since the physician of the art is already insured with all the requirements of it are satisfied. And that what I was saying about now is the ruler. I am convinced that the art of ruler, considered as ruler, whether the state or in private life, can only regard the good of his flock or subjects, whereas you seem to blink that the ruler in states, that is to say, the rulers, is like being authority. Think, nay, I am sure of it. And why, in the case of lesser officials, do men never take themselves willingly without payment, unless under the idea that they governed for the advantage not for themselves but of others? Let me ask you a question. Are you the several arts different by reason of each having a separate function? And my dear illustrious friend, do say what you think, and that we may make a little progress. Yes, that is the difference, he replied. And each art gives us a particular good and not merely a general one. Medicine, for example, gives us health, navigation, safety at sea, and so on. Yes, he said. And the art of payment has a special function of giving pay. But we do not confuse this with other arts, any more than the art of the pilot is to be confused with the art of medicine, because the health of the pilot may be improved by sea voyage. You would not be inclined to say, would you, that navigation is the art of medicine, or at least if we were to adopt your exact use of language? Certainly not. Or because the man is in good health when he receives pay, you would not say that the art of payment is medicine? I would say not. Nor would you say that medicine is the art of receiving pay because a man takes fees when he is engaged in healing? Certainly not. And we have admitted, I said, that the good of each art is specially confined to the art. Yes. Then, if there be any goodwill which artists have in common, that is to be attributed to something which they all have in common use. True, he replied. And when artist is benefited by receiving pay, the advantages is gained by additional use of the art pay, when it is the art professed by him. He gave a reluctant assent to it. Then the pay is not derived by several artists from their respective arts, but the truth is that while the art of medicine gives health, and the art of the builder builds a home, and another art attend them, which is than the art of pay. The various arts may be doing their own business and benefiting for which they preside, but the artist receives the benefit from the art unless he was paid as well. I suppose not. But does he therefore confer no benefits which he works for nothing? Certainly, he confers a benefit. Then now, Thermachus, there is no longer any doubt that neither arts nor government will provide for their own interests, but, as we were saying, they rule and provide for the interests of their subjects who are the weaker and not the stronger. To their good they attend, and not the good of their superior. That is the reason, my dear Thermachus, why, as I was just now saying, no one is willing to govern, because no one likes to take a hand in reformation of evils which are not his concern without remuneration. For, in the execution of his work, and giving his orders to another. The true artist does not regard his own interests, but always that of his subjects. And therefore, in order to the rulers that he may be willing to rule, they must be paid in one of the three modes of payment: money, or honor, or penalty for refusing. What do you mean, Socrates? Said Glaucon. The first two modes of payment are intelligible enough, but what is the penalty? I do not understand. How a penalty can be a payment? You mean that you do not understand the nature of this payment, which the best men is the great inducement to rule? Of course you know that ambition and avarice are to be held, and indeed are they a disgrace. Very true. And for this reason I said money and humor have no attraction for them. Good men do not wish to be openly demanding a payment for governing, and so to get the name of the hireling, nor by secretly helping themselves. One of the public revenues to get the name of thieves. And not be ambitious, they do not care about honor, whereas necessity may be laid upon them, and they may be induced to serve for the fear of punishment. And this, I imagine, is the reason why forwardness to take office, instead of waiting to be compelled, has been deemed dishonorable. Now the worst part of punishment is that he who refuses to rule is liable to be ruled by one who is worse than himself, and that fear of this, as I can see, induces the good to take office, not because they would, but because they cannot help, nor under the idea that they are going to have any benefit or enjoyment themselves, but as a necessity, because they are not able to commit the task of ruling to anyone who is better than themselves, or indeed as good. For this reason, to think that if a city office would be as much as an object of contention as to obtain office as present, then we should have plain proof that the true ruler is not meant by nature to regard his own interest, but that of his subjects, and everyone who knows this would choose rather to receive a benefit from another than to have the trouble of conferring one. So as far as I'm agreeing with Trimachus, that justice is the interest of the stronger. This latter question may not be further discussed at present, but when Thromachus says the life of the unjust is more advantageous than that of the just, his new statement appears to me to be far more serious character. What is spoken truly, and what sort of life, Glaucon, do you prefer? I, for my part, deem the life that is to be more advantaged, he answered. Did you hear all the advantages of the unjust which Thromachus was rehearsing? Yes, I heard them, he replied, but he has not convinced me. Then shall we try to find some way of convincing him? If we can, is he saying what is not true? Most certainly, he replied. If, I said, he makes a set speech, and we are to make another recounting of all the advantages of being just, and he had answered, and we rejoined, there must be a numbering and measuring of good which are claimed on either side, and in the end we shall be judges to decide. If we proceed in our inquiry as lately did, by making missions to another, we shall unite offices of judge and advocate for our own persons. Very good, he said. And which method do you prefer? That which you propose. Well then, Thromachus, I said, suppose you begin at the beginning and answer me. You say that perfect injustice is more gainful than perfect justice. Yes, that is what I say, as I have given you my reasons. And what is your view about them? Would you call one of them virtue and another vice? Certainly. I suppose you would call justice virtue and injustice vice. What a charming notation! So likely, too, seeing that I am affirming justice to be profitable and justice not. What else would you say? The opposite, you reply. You would call justice vice. No, I'd rather say sublime simplicity. Then would you call injustice malignity? No, I'd rather say discretion. And do the unjust appear to you to be wise and good? Yes, he said. At any rate, those who are able to be perfectly unjust and who have the power of subduing states and nations. But perhaps you imagine me to talk enough cut purses. Even this profession, if undetected, has advantages, though they are not to be compared to which I was just now speaking. I do not think I misapprehended your meaning, Thromachus, I replied, but I still cannot hear without amazement that you class injustice with wisdom and virtue, and justice with the opposite. Certainly I do so class them. Now, I said, you are on the more substantial and almost unanswerable ground, for if the injustice which you were maintaining to be profitable had been admitted by you as others to be vice and deformity, an answer might have been given to you on received principles. But now I perceive that you will call injustice honorable and strong, and unjust you will attribute all the qualities which you attributed by us before to the just, seeing this you do not hesitate to rank injustice with wisdom and virtue. You have guessed most infallibly, he replied. You certainly ought not to shrink from going through with your arguments so long as I have reason to think that you, Thromachus, are speaking your real mind, for I do believe that you are now in earnest and not amusing yourself at our expense. I may be in earnest or not, what is that to you? To refute the argument is your business. Very true, I said. that is what I have to do. But will you be so good to answer one more question? Does the just man try to get advantages over the just? For otherwise, if he did, he would not be the simple, amusing creature which he is. And would he try to go beyond the action? He would not. And how would he regard the attempt to gain advantage over the unjust? Would he be considered by him as just or unjust? I would think it just, for he would try to gain the advantage, but he would not be able. Whether he would or not be able, I said, is not the point. My question is whether or not the just man, while refusing to have more than another man, would wish and claim to have more than the unjust. Yes, he would. And what of the unjust? Does he claim to have more than the just man, and does more than is just? Of course, he said, for he has claimed to have more than all men. And the unjust will strive to struggle to obtain more than the unjust man or action, in order that he may be more than all. True. We may put this matter thus, I said. The just does not desire more than his like, but more than his unlike, whereas the unjust desires more both than his like and his unlike. Nothing, he said, could be better than that statement. And the unjust is good and wise, and the just is neither. Good again, he said. And is it not the unjust like the wise and good to be unjust unlike them? Of course, he said. He is of a certain nature like those who are certain nature. He who is not. Each of them, I said. Is he such as like he is? Certainly, he replied. Very good, Thermachus, I said. And now to take the case of the arts. Would you admit that one man is a musician and another is not a musician? Yes. And which is wise and which is foolish? Certainly the musician is wise, and he who is not a musician is foolish. And he is good as far as he is wise, and bad as far as he is foolish. Yes, and would you say the same sort of thing for a physician? Yes. And do you think, my excellent friend, that a musician, when he adjusts the lyre, would desire or claim to exceed to go beyond a musician in tightening and loosening the strings? I do not think that he would, but he would claim to exceed the non-musician. Of course. And what would you say of the physician? In prescribing meats and drink, would he wish to go beyond another physician or beyond the practice of medicine? He would not. But he would wish to go beyond the non-physician. Yes. About knowledge and ignorance in general. See, whether you think any man who has knowledge ever would wish to have the choice of saying or doing more than another man who has knowledge. Would he rather not say or do the same as he like it in the same case? That, I suppose, can be hardly denied. And what of the ignorant? Would he not desire to have more than either the knowing or the ignorant? I dare say. And knowing is wise? Yes. The wise is good? True. Then the wise is good would not desire to gain more than his like, but more than the unlike and opposite, I suppose. Whereas the bad and ignorant will desire to gain more than both. Yes. But did we not say, Thermachus, the unjust goes beyond both his like and unlike? Will these not be your words? They were. And would you not say the just will not go beyond his like, but his unlike? Yes. Then the just is like the wise and good, and the unjust is like evil and ignorant. That is the inference. And each of them is such as his like is. That was admitted. Then the just has turned about to be wise and good, and the unjust evil and ignorant. Thermachus made all these admissions, not fluently, as I repeated them, but with extreme reluctance. It was a hot summer's day, and the perspiration poured from him in torrents. Then I saw what he had never seen before. Thermachus blushing. As we now agreed that justice was virtue and wisdom, and injustice vice and ignorance, I proceeded to another point. Well, I said, Thermachus, that matter is now settled, but were you not also saying that injustice had strength? Do you remember? Yes, I remember, he said, but I do not suppose that if I approved of what you're saying, or have no answer, if, however, I were to answer, you would be quite certain that accusing me of haranguing. Therefore, either permit me to have a say out, or would you rather ask doing so that I will answer, very good, as they say to story-telling old women, and nod yes and no? Certainly not. I said, if contrary to your real opinion. Yes, he said, I will, to please you, since you would not let me speak. What else would you have? Nothing of this world, I said, and if you are so disposed, I will ask you and you shall answer. Proceed. Then I will repeat the question what I have asked before, in order that our examination on our relative nature of justice and injustice may be carried on regularly. A statement which made injustices stronger has been more powerful than justice. But now justice, having been identified with wisdom and virtue, is easily shown to be stronger than injustice. If injustice is ignorance, this can no longer be questioned by anyone. But I want you to view this matter, Thermachus, in a different way. You would not deny that a state may be unjust, and may be unjustly attempting to enslave other states, or may be enslaved by them, and may be holding many of them in subjection. True, he replied, and I will add that the best and most perfectly unjust states will be most likely to do so. I know, I said, that was your position, but I would rather further consider this. Whether this power which possesses by the superior state can exist or be exercised without justice or only with justice. If you are right in your view, and justice is wisdom, then only with justice, but I am right, then without justice. I am delighted, Thamachus, to see that you are not only nodding assent and dissent, but making answers which are quite excellent. That is out of civility with you, he replied. You are very kind, I said, and would have you goodness also to inform me whether you think that a state or an army, or a band of robbers or thieves, or any other gang of evil doers, could act at all if they injured one another. No, indeed, he said, they cannot. But if they abstain from injuring one another, then they might act together better. Yes, and this is because injustice creates divisions and hatred and fighting, and justice imparts harmony and friendship. Is this not true, Thermachus? I agree, he said, but I do not wish to quarrel with you. How good of you, I said, but I should like to know also whether injustice, having this tendency to arouse hatred, whether existing among slaves or among freemen, will not make them hate one another and set at variance and render them incapable of common action. Certainly. And if even injustice is found in two only, will they not quarrel and fight just because enemies to one another, and to be just, they will. Suppose injustice abiding in a single person, would your wisdom say that she loses, or that she retains her natural power? Let us assume that she retains her power. Yet it is not the power which injustice exercises of such a nature that whatever she takes up her abode, whether in a city or in an army or in a family or in another body, that the body is to begin with rendered incapable of united action by reason of sedition and distraction, and does not become its own enemy at the variance with all that is opposed to it, and which is just. Is this not the case? Certainly. And is not injustice equally fatal when existing in a single person, in the front place rendering him incapable of action because he is not the unity of which himself, and in second place making him an enemy of himself and of the just? Is that not true, Thrasymachus? Yes, and oh, my friend, I said, surely the gods are just, granted that they are. But if they are so, then just will be the enemy of the gods, and just will be their friend. Feast away from triumph, then I will take your fill of the argument. I do not oppose you, lest I should displace the company. Well then, proceed with your answers, and let me have the remainder of my repast. For we have already shown that the just are clearly wiser and better than the able than the unjust, and that for the unjust are incapable of common action. Nay more, that is to speak as we did of the men who were evil acting at any time vigorously together, is not strictly true, for if they had been perfectly evil, then they would lay hands upon one another. But it is evident that they must have some remnant of justice in them, which enables them to combine. If not, they would have been injured one another as well as their victims. They were but half villains in their enterprises. For had they been whole villains and utterly unjust, they would have been bitterly incapable of action. That, as I believe, is the truth of the matter, and not what you said at first. But whether you have just a better or happier life than the unjust is further a question which we all propose to consider. I think that they have, and the reasons which I have given, but I still like to examine further, for no light matter is at stake, nothing less than the role of human life. Proceed. I will proceed by asking a question. Would you not say that the horse has some end? I should. And at the end or use of a horse, or anything that would be not accomplished, or not so well accomplished by other things. I do not understand, he said. Let me explain. Can you see except with the eye? Certainly not. Or hear except with the ear? No. Then there may be truly said to be the ends of these organs. They may, but if you cut off the vine branch with a dagger or a chisel, and in many other ways, of course, and not so well with your pruning hook made for the purpose. True. May we not say that this is the end of pruning hook? We may. Then now I think you have no difficulty in understanding my meaning when I ask the question whether the end of anything would be that which could not be accomplished or so be accomplished by the other things. I understand your meaning, he said, in assent. And then to which the end is appointed also has an excellence. Need I ask again whether eye has an end? It has, and not the eyes of excellence. Yes, and the ear has an end to the excellence also. True, and the same is true of other things. They have each of them an end and a special excellence. That is true. Well, and can the eyes fulfill their end if they are wanting in their own proper excellence and defect instead? How can they, he said, if they are blind and cannot see? You mean to say if they have lost their proper excellence, which is sight, but I have not arrived at that point yet. I would rather ask the question more generally, only inquire whether these things which fulfill their ends fulfill them by their own proper excellence, of fulfilling them by their own defect. Certainly, he replied. I might be the same The same of ears which deprive their own proper excellence, which cannot fulfill their end. True. The same observation will apply to other things. I agree. Well, and has he not the soul an end which nothing else can fulfill? For example, the superintendent command and deliberate and the like. Are these not functions proper to the soul, and can rightly be assigned to another? To no other. And then is not to life to be reckoned among the ends of the soul? Assuredly, he said. And not the soul of an excellence also? Yes. And can she or can she not fulfill her own ends which deprives it of the excellence? She can't. Then the evil soul must necessarily be an evil ruler and a superintendent, and the good soul a good ruler. Yes, necessarily. And have we admitted that justice is the excellence of the soul, and injustice the defect of the soul? That has been admitted. Then just soul in the man will live well, and the unjust will live ill. That is what your argument proves. And when the lives well is blessed and happy, he who lives in ill the reverse of happy. Certainly. Then the just is happy, and the unjust is miserable. So be it. But happiness and misery is not profitable. Of course. Then, my blessed Thermachus, injustice can never be more profitable than injustice. Let this, Socrates, he said, be your entertainment at the Bindidia. For which I am indebted to you, I said, now that you have grown gentle towards me, and I have left off scolding. Nonetheless, I have not been well entertaining, but that was my own fault and not yours. As an epicure snatches the taste of every dish which he successively brought to the table, he not allowed himself time to enjoy that one before. So have I gone from one subject to another, without having discovered what I sought at first, the nature of justice. I left the inquiry and turned away to consider whether justice is a virtue and wisdom, or evil and folly. And when these arose a further question about comparative advantages of justice and injustice, I could not refrain from passing on to that. And the result of the whole discussion has been that I know nothing at all, for I know not what justice is, and therefore I am not likely to know whether it is or not a virtue. Nor can I say whether the man is happy or unhappy.
Book 2. With these words I was thinking that I had made the end of the discussion, but the end, in truth, proved to only be the beginning, for Glasson, who was always the most pugnacious of men, was dissatisfied as Thermachus' retirement. He wanted to have the battle out. So he said to me, Socrates, do you wish to really persuade us, or only to seem to have persuaded us, that it is to be always better than to be unjust? I should really wish to persuade you, I replied, if I could. Then you certainly have not succeeded. Let me ask you now, how do you arrange goods? Are not some which we welcome for their own sake, and independently of their consequences, as, for example, harmless pleasures and enjoyment, which delight us at the time, although nothing follows them? I agree in thinking that there is such a class, I replied. Is there not a second class of goods, such as knowledge, sight, health, which are desirable not only for themselves, but also for their results? Certainly, I said. And would you not recognize a third class, such as gymnastics and the care of the sick and the physician's art, also the various ways of money-making? These do not do us good, but we regard them as disagreeable, and no one would choose them for their own sake, but also for the sake of some reward or results which flows from them. There is, I said, this third class also, but why do you ask? Because I want to know which of the three classes you would place justice. In the highest class, I replied, among these goods, which he who would be happy desires both for their own sake and for the sake of their results. And then there are many of another mind. They think that justice is to be reckoned as the troublesome class, among goods which are to be pursued for the sake of rewarding and of reputation, but in themselves are disagreeable and rather to be avoided. I know, I said, and that is the matter of their thinking, and that was the thesis of which Thermachus was maintaining just now, when he censured justice and praised injustice, but I am too stupid to be convinced by him. I wish, he said, that you would hear me as well as him, and then I shall see whether you and I agree. For Thermachus seems to me like a snake to have been charmed by your voice sooner than he ought to have been. But to my mind, the nature of justice and injustice has not been made clear. Setting aside their rewards and results, I want to know what they are in themselves, and how they are inwardly work in the soul. If you please, then, I will revive the argument of Thermachus, and first I will speak of the nature of the origin of justice according to the common view of them. Secondly, I will show that all men who praise justice do so against their will, of necessity, but not as a good. And thirdly, I will argue that there is reasons in this view, for the life of the unjust is after all better far than the life of the just. If what they say is true, Socrates, and since myself is not of that opinion, but I still accept knowledge that I'm perplexed when I hear the voices, Thermachus and myriads of others, dining in my ears, and on the other hand, I have never yet heard the superiority of justice to injustice maintained by anyone in a satisfactory way. I want to hear justice praised in respect of itself. Then I shall be satisfied. And you are the person from whom I think that is most likely to hear this. And therefore I will praise the unjust life to the utmost of my power. And my manner of speaking will indicate the manner in which I desire to hear you too praising justice and censoring injustice. Will you say whether you approve of my proposal? I do. Nor can I imagine any themes in which a man of sense would often wish to converse. I'm delighted, he replied, to hear you say so, and I shall begin by speaking, as I propose, the nature and origin of justice. They say that the doing injustice is, by nature, good, to suffer an injustice evil, but then the evil is greater than the good, and so when men have both done and suffered injustice, and have the experience of both, not being able to avoid the one and obtain the other, they think they had better agree among themselves to have neither. Hence there arise laws and mutual covenants, and that which is ordained by law is termed by them lawful and just. This they affirm to be origins of nature and justice, is a mean or compromise between the best of all, which is to do injustice and not to be punished, and the worst of all, which is to suffer injustice without the power of retaliation. And justice, being in the middle point of the two, is tolerated not as good, but as of the lesser evil, to be honored by reason of inability of men to do injustice. For no man who is worthy to be called man would ever submit to an agreement if he were able to resist. He would be mad if he did. Such a received account, Socrates, of the nature and origin of justice. Now that those who practice justice do involuntarily, and because they have not the power of unjust will, best appear if we imagine something of this kind. Having given both the just and unjust power to do what they will, let us watch and see whether desire will lead them. Then we shall discover the very act in the just and unjust man to be proceeding along the same road, following their interests, which all natures deem to be their good, and are only diverted in the path of justice by the force of law. The liberty which we are supposing may be completely given to them in the form of such power is said to be possessed by Gyges, the answer of Croesus and Lydian. According to the tradition, Gyges was a shepherd in the service of the king of Lydia. There was a great storm, and an earthquake made an opening in the earth at the place where he feeding his flock. Amazed at the sight, he descended into the opening, where, among other marvels, he beheld a hollow brazen horse, having doors, at which he, stooping and looked away, saw a dead body of stature, as it appeared to him, more than human, and having nothing on but a gold ring. This he took from the finger of the dead and reascended. And now the shepherds met together according to custom, that they might send their monthly report about the flocks of the king. Into the assembly he came, having the ring on his finger. And as he was sitting among them, he chanced to turn the collet of the ring inside his hand, when instantly he became invisible to the rest of the company, and they began to speak of him as if he was no longer present. He was astonished at this, and began touching the ring. He turned the collet outwards and reappeared. He made several trials of the ring, and always with the same result. When he turned the collet inwards and became visible, when outwards he reappeared. Whereupon he contrived to be the chosen one of the messengers who were sent to the court, where as soon as he arrived he seduced the queen, and with her help conspired against the king and slew him, and took the kingdom. Suppose now that there was two such magic rings, and the just put on one of them, and the unjust the other. No man can be imagined to be of such an iron nature that he would stand fast in justice. No man would keep his hand off what it was not his, when he could go safely take what he liked out of the market, or go to the houses and lie with any one of his pleasures, or kill or release from prison whom he would, and in all respects be like a god among men. Then the actions of the just would be the actions of the unjust. They would both come at last to the same point. And this way we may truly affirm to be a great proof that a man is just, not willingly or because he thinks that justice is any good to him individually, but of necessity. For whenever one thinks that he can safely be unjust, then he is unjust. For all men believe in their hearts that injustice is far more profitable to the individual than justice, and he who argues that as I have been supposing, will say that they are right. If you could imagine anyone obtaining this power and becoming invisible, and never doing any wrong or touching what was another's, he'd be thought by lookers to be the most wretched idiot, although they would praise him to one another's face. keep up appearances one another from the fear that they might too suffer injustice. Enough of this. Now, if we are to form real judgment of life and the just and the unjust, we must isolate them. Then the other way, and how the isolation to be effected. I answer, let the unjust man be entirely unjust, and the just man entirely just. Nothing is to be taken away from either of them, and both are to be perfectly furnished from the work of their respective lives. First, let the unjust be like other distinguished masters of the craft, like skillful pilot or physician, who knows intuitively his own powers and keeps within their limits, and who, if he fails at any point, is able to recover himself. So let the unjust make his unjust attempts in the right way, and lie hidden if means to be great in his injustice. He who is found out is nobody. For the highest reaches of injustice is to be deemed just what you are not. Therefore, I say that as perfectly unjust men we must assume the most perfect injustice. There is no deduction, but we must allow him, while doing the most unjust acts, to acquire the greatest reputation for justice. If he has taken a false step, he must also be able to recover himself. He must be able to one who speak with this effect. If any of his deeds come to light, and who can force his way in the forces required by courage and strength to command the money of friends, and at his side let peace and the just man in his nobleness and simplicity, wishing, as Isophiles says, to be and not seem good. There must be no seeming, for if he seems to be just, he will be honored and rewarded, and then we shall not know whether he is just for the sake of justice or for the sake of honors or rewards. Therefore let him be clothed in justice only, and have no other covering. He must be imagined in the state of life to the opposite of the former. Let him be the best of men, and let him thought of the worst. Then he will have to put to the proof, and we shall see whether he will be affected by the fear of infamy and its consequences. Let him continue thus to the hour of death, just being and seem to be unjust. When both have reached the utmost extreme, the one of justice and the other of injustice, let judgment be given which of them is the happier of the two. Heavens, my dear Glaucon, I said, how energetically you polish them up for decision, first one and then the other, as if they were two statues. I do my best, he said. And now that we know what they are like, there is no difficulty in tracing out the sort of life which awaits either of them. This I will proceed to describe, but as you might think the description a little too coarse, I ask you to suppose, Socrates, that the words which follow are not mine. Let me put them in the mouths of the eulogist of the unjust. They will tell you that the just man who thought unjust will be scourged, racked, bound, will have his eyes burnt out, and at last, after suffering every kind of evil, he will be impaled. Then he will be understood that he ought to seem only, and not be just. The words of Isophiles may be more truly spoken of the unjust than the just. For the unjust is pursuing a reality. He does not live in a view to appearances. He wants to be really unjust and not to seem only. His mind has a soil deep and fertile, out of which spring his prudent counsels. In the first place, he thought, just, and therefore bears rule in the city. He can marry whoever he will, and give marriage to whoever he will. Also he can trade and deal where he likes, and always to his own advantage, because he has no misgivings about injustice, and at every contest, whether in public or private, he gets better of his antagonists, and gains at their experience, and thus is rich, and in gains he can benefit his friends, harm his enemies. Moreover, he can offer sacrifices, and dedicate gifts to the gods abundantly and magnificently, and can honor the gods or any man who he wants to honor in a far better style than the just, and therefore he is likely to be dearer than they are to the gods. And thus, Socrates, gods and men are said to unite in making the life of the unjust better than the life of the just. I was going to say in the answer to Glaucon, when Edeminus, his brother, interposed. Socrates, he said, you do not suppose that there is nothing more to be urged? Why, what else is there? I asked. I answered. The strongest point of all has not even been mentioned, he replied. Well, then, according to the proverb, let brother help brother. If he fails to any point, do you assist him? Although I must confess that Glaucon has already said quite enough to lay me in the dust and take me from the power of helping justice. Nonsense, he replied. But let me add something more. There is another side to Glaucon's argument about the praise and censure of justice and injustice, which is equally required in order to bring about what I believe it to be his meaning. Parents and tutors are always telling their sons and wards that they're to be just. But why? Not for the sake of justice, but for the sake of character and reputation, in the hopes of obtaining him who is reputed as just some of those offices, marriages, and who like which Glaucon has enumerated among the advantages accruing to the unjust from the reputation of justice. More, however, is made of the apparatuses by this class of persons by the others, for they throw the good options of the gods, and will tell you of the shower of benefits which the heavens, as they say, rain upon the pious, and this according to the testimony of the noble Hesiod in Homer, the first whom says that the gods make the oaks of the just to bear acorns at their summits, and bees in the middle, and the sheep are borrowed down with the weight of their fleeces, and many other blessings of a like kind are provided for them. And Homer had a very similar strain, for he speaks of one whose fame is, as the fame of some blameless king who, like a god, maintained justice, to whom the black earth brings forth wheat and barley, whose trees are bowed with fruits, and whose sheep never fail to bear, and the sea gives him fish. Still grander in the gifts of heaven which Mausius and his son vouchsafed to the just, they take them down in the world below, where they have the saints lying on the couches at the feast, everlastingly drunk, crowned with garlands, and the idea seems to be that the immorality of the drunkenness is the highest meed of virtue, since some extend their rewards yet further. The posterity, as they say, of the faithful and shall survive to the third and fourth generation. This is the style in which they praise justice. But about the wicked there is another strain. They bury them in the sloughs of Hades, and make them carry water in a sieve. Also, when they are yet living, they bring them to infamy, and inflict upon them punishments which Glasson described in the portion who are reputed to be just. Nothing else does their invention supply, such in their manner in praising of one and censuring the other. Once more, Socrates, I will ask you to consider another way of speaking about justice and injustice, which is not confined to the poets, but is found in prose writers. The universal voice of mankind is always declaring that justice and virtue are honorable, but grievous and tolersome, and that the pleasures of vice and injustice are easy of attainment, and are only censured by the law and option. They say that the honesty is for the most part less profitable than dishonest, and they are quite ready to call wicked men happy, and honor them both in public and private when they are rich or in any way influential, while they despise and overlook these who may be weak and poor, even though they acknowledge them to be the better of the others. But most extraordinary of them all is the mode of speaking about virtues in the gods. They say the gods apportion calamity and misery to many good men, and good and happiness to the wicked. And medicine prophets go to the rich men's doors and persuade them that they have the power of the committed to them by the gods by making atonement for the man's own and his own ancestors' sins by sacrificing a charm with rejoicing and feast, and they promise to harm an enemy, whether just or unjust, at a small cost, with magic arts and incantations binding heavens, as they say, to execute their will. And the poets are the authorities to whom they appeal. Now, smoothing of the path of vice, the world has sought. Vice may be abundance without trouble. The way is smooth and her dwelling place is near. But before virtues the gods have sent their toil, and a tedious and uphill road. Then citing Homer as a witness, that the gods may be influenced by man, for he also says, the gods too may be turned from their purpose, and men pray to them and avert their wrath by sacrifices and soothing creatures, and by liberations and odor of fat, when they have sinned and transgressed. And then they produced a host of books written by Mausius and Orpheus, who are children of the moon and muses. That is what they say, according to which the individuals perform their ritual, and persuade not only individuals, but whole cities, that expiations and atonements for sins may be made by sacrifices and amusement which fill a vacant hour, and are equally at the service of the living and the dead. The latter sort they call mysteries, and they redeem us from the pains of hell, but if we neglect them, no one knows what awaits us. He proceeded, and now when the younger hear all this said about virtue and vice, and the ways in which the god and men regard them, how are their minds likely to be affected, my dear Socrates, those of them, I mean, who are quick-witted, and, like bees on wings, light on every flower, and from all they hear are prone to draw conclusions as to what manner of persons they should be, and in what way they should walk if they would make the best of life. Probably the youth would say to himself in the words of Pindar, can I by justice, or by crooked ways of deceit, ascend a loftier tower, which may be a fortress to me all of my days? For what men says is that, if I'm really just and am not also just thought just, profit there is none. But the pain and loss, on the other hand, is unmistakable. But if, through unjust, I acquire reputation of justice, a heavenly life is promised to me. Since then, all philosophers prove, appearance tyrannizes over truth, and is lord of happiness. To appear, I must demote myself. I will describe around me a picture in shadow virtue to be vestibule and exterior of my house. Behind the wall trail of the subtle and crafty fox, such as Achillochus, greatest of the sages recommends. But I hear one exclaiming that the concealment of the wickedness is often difficult. To which I answer, nothing great is easy. Nevertheless, the argument indicates this: if we would be happy, to the path along which we should proceed, with a view of concealment to which we establish secret brotherhoods and political clubs. And there are professors of rhetoric who teach the art of persuading courts and assemblies, and so partially by persuasion, partially by force, I shall make unlawful gains and not be punished. Still I hear a voice saying the gods cannot be deceived, neither can they be compelled. But what if there's no gods? Or suppose then there's no care of human things? Why is either case should be mind about concealment? And even if there are gods, and they do care about us, yet we know of them only from tradition and genealogies of the poets, and these are the very persons who say they may be influenced in turn by sacrifices and soothing answers by offerings. Let us be consistent then, and believe both or neither. If a poet speaks truly, why then we had better be unjust, and offer the fruits of injustices. For if we are just, although we may escape vengeance of heaven, we shall lose the gains of injustice. But if we are unjust, we shall keep the gains, and by our sinning and praying and sinning, the gods will be propitiated, and we shall not be punished. But there is a world below in which either we or posterity will suffer from our unjust deeds. Yes, my friend, there will be reflection. But there are mysteries and atoning deities, and these have great power. That is what mighty cities declare, and the children of God, who their poets and prophets bear a like testimony. On what principle, then, shall we any longer choose justice rather than the worst injustice, when, if only unite the latter with a deceitful regard to appearances, we shall fare to our minds both with God and men, and life and after death, as the most numerous and the highest authorities tell us? Knowing all this, Socrates, how can a man who has any superiority of the mind, or person, or rank, or wealth, be willing to honor justice, or indeed to refrain from laughing when he hears justice praised? And even if there should be someone who is able to disprove the truth of my words, and who is satisfied that justice is best, still he is not angry with the unjust, but he is ready to forgive them, because he also knows that men are not just of their own free will, unless, peradventure, there is someone whom the divinity within him may have inspired with the hatred of injustice, or had attained a knowledge of the truth, but no other man. He only blames injustice owing to cowardice or age or some weakness, has not the power of being unjust. And this proved by the fact that when he obtains the power, he immediately becomes unjust as far as he can be. The cause of all this, Socrates, was indicated by us at the beginning of the argument, when my brother and I told you how astonished we were to find that all the professing panegyrics of justice, beginning with the ancient heroes of whom any memorial has been preserved to us, and ending with the man of our own time, no one has ever blamed injustice or praised justice except for with a view of the glories, honors, and benefits which flow from them. No one has ever adequately described either in verse or prose the true essential nature of either of them abiding in the soul, and invisible to any human or divine eye, or shown that all things of a man's soul which he has within him. Justice is the greatest good, and injustice is the greatest evil. Had this been the universal strain, had you sought to persuade us from our youth upwards, we should not have been on watch to keep another one from doing wrong, but every one would have his own watchman, because afraid, if he did wrong, of harboring in the greatest of all evils. I dare say that Thromachus and the others would seriously hold the language which I have been merely repeating, in words even stronger than that about justice and injustice, grossly, as I conceive, perverting their true nature. But I speak in a vehement manner, as I must frankly confess to you, because I want to hear from you the opposite side, and I would like to ask you to show not only the superiority which justice has over injustice, but what effect they have of the possessor of them, which makes the one to be a good and the other an evil to him. And please, as Glaucon requested of you, to exclude repudiation, for unless you take away from each his true reputation and add on to false, we shall say that you do not praise justice, but the appearance of it. We shall think that you are only exhorting us to keep injustice dark, and that you really agree with Thromachus in thinking that justice is another good, and interest is the stronger, and that injustice is a man's own profit and interest through injuries to the weaker. Now, as you have admitted that justice is one of the highest classes of good, which are desired indeed for their results, but in far greater degree for their own sake, like sight or hearing or knowledge or health, or any other real and natural, and not merely conventional good, I would ask you, in your praise of justice, to regard one point only. I mean the essential good and evil which justice and injustice work, the possessors of them. Let others praise justice and censor injustice, magnifying the rewards and honors of one and abusing the other. That is the manner of arguing which, coming from them, I am ready to tolerate. But from you who have spent your whole life in the consideration of this question, unless I hear the contrary from your own lips, I expect something better. And therefore, I say, not only to prove us that justice is better than injustice, but to show that either of them do to the possessors of them, which makes the one a good and the other evil, whether seen or unseen by God and men. I always admire the genius of Glaucon and Animaitus, but on hearing those words I was quite delighted, and said, Son of the illustrious father, that he was not the bad beginning of the Elytic verses. The admirer of Glaucon made the honor of you, after you had distinguished yourself in the battle of Megara. Sons of Ariston, he sang, divine offering of an illusionist hero. The epithet is very appropriate, for there is something truly divine in being well able to argue if done for the spirit of injustice, and remaining unconvinced by your own arguments. And I do believe that you are not convinced that I infer from your general character, for I judged only from your speeches I should have mistrusted you. But now the greater my confidence in you, the greater my difficulty in knowing what to say. For I am the strait between the two. On one hand, I feel that I am unequal to the task, and my inability to brought home to me by the fact that you were not only satisfied with the answer that I made to Thermachus, proving, as I thought, the superiority which justice has over injustice, and yet I cannot refuse to help. While breath and speech remain to me, I am afraid that there would be an impiety in being present with justice and evil spoken of, and not lifting up a hand toward defense, and therefore I have given up such help as much as I can. Glaucon and the rest entreated me by all means not to let the question drop, but to proceed in the investigation. They wanted to arrive to the truth, first about the nature of justice and injustice, and secondly their relative advantages. I told them what I really thought, and the inquiry would be a serious nature, and would require very good eyes. Seeing then, I said, that we are no great wits, I think that we had better adopt a method which I may illustrate. Suppose that a short-sighted person has been asked by one to read small letters from a distance, and it occurred to someone else that they may be found in another place which was larger and the letters were larger. If they were the same and could be read at the largest letters first, and then proceeded to the lesser, this would have been thought of a very good piece of fortune. Yes, that's true, said Adeimantus. But how does the illustration apply to our inquiry? I will tell you, I replied. Justice, which is subject of our inquiry, is, as you know, sometimes spoken of as a virtue of an individual, and sometimes as the virtue of the state. True, he replied. And is not the state larger than the individual? It is. Then the larger the quality of justice is like to be larger and more easily discernible. I propose, therefore, that we inquire into the nature of justice and injustice, first as they appear in the state, and secondly to the individual, proceeding from the greater to the lesser and then comparing them. That, he said, is an excellent proposal. If we imagine the state as process of creation, we shall see the justice and injustice of the state in the process of creation also. I dare say, when the state is completed, there may be hope that the object of our search will be more easily discovered. Yes, far more easily. But ought we attempt to construct one, I said. For to do so, I am inclined to think, there will be a very serious task. Reflect, therefore. I have reflected, said Adeimantus, and anxious that you should proceed. A state, I said, arises, as I conceive, out of the needs of mankind. No one is self-sufficient, but all of us have many wants. Can any other origin of a state be imagined? There can be no other. Then, as we have many wants, and many persons are needed to supply them, one takes a helper for one purpose, and another for another, and when the partners and helpers are gathered together in one habitation, the body of inhabitants is termed a state. True, he said. And they exchange with one another, and one gives and another receives, under the idea that the exchange will be for their good. Very true. Then, I said, let us begin to create the idea of the state, and yet the true creator is necessity, who is the mother of our invention. Of course, you replied. Now the first and greatest necessity is food, which is the creation of life and existence, certainly. The second is dwelling, and the third is clothing and the like. True. And now let us see how our city will be able to supply this great demand. We may suppose that one man is a husbandman, another is a builder, someone else is a weaver. Shall we add them to a shoemaker, or perhaps some other surveyor, to our bodily wants? Quite right. The barest notion of a state must include 4 or 5 men. Clearly. And how will they proceed? Will each bring the result of their labors to the common stock? The individual husbandman, for example, producing for 4, and laboring 4 times as long as much as in need the provision of food which he supplies others with as well as himself, or will have nothing to do with others and not be troublesome of producing for them, but provide for himself alone a fourth of the food in the fourth of the time, and the remaining 3/4 of his time be employed in making a house or coat or a pair of shoes, or having no partnership with another, but supplying himself with his own wants. And Amyntas thought that he should aim at producing food only, and not producing everything. Probably, I replied. That would be the better way, and when I hear you say this, I am myself reminded that we are not all alike. There are diversities of nature among us which are adapted to different occupations. Very true. And will you have the work better done when the workman has many occupations, or when he only has one? When he only has one. Further, there could be no doubt that a work is spoilt when it's not done at the right time. No doubt. For business is not disposed to wait until the doer of the business is at leisure, but the doer must follow up what he is doing and make business his first object. He must? And if so, we must infer that all objects are produced more plentifully and easily of a better quality when one man does thing which is natural to him and does it at the right time, and leaves other things, undoubtedly. Then more than 4 citizens will be required, for the husbandman will not make his own plough or mattock or any implementations of agriculture, if they are to be good for anything. Neither will the builder make his tools, and he too needs many, and in the like manner the weaver and the shoemaker. True. Then carpenters, the smiths, and other artisans shall be sharers in our little state, which is already beginning to grow. True. Yet even if we add neanthers, shepherds, and other herdsmen, in order that our husbandmen may have oxen to plough with, and builders as well as husbandmen may have draught cattle, and couriers and weavers, fleeces and hides, still our state will not be very large. That is true, yet neither will be a small state which contains all these. Then again, there is a situation of the city, to find a place where nothing needs to be imported is well nigh possible. Impossible. Then there must be another class of citizens who will bring the required supplies from another city. There must. But if a trader goes empty-handed, having nothing which to supply his state, he will come back empty-handed. That is certain. And therefore they will produce at home must be not only enough for themselves, but such before in quantity and quality to accommodate those with whom the wants are supplied. Very true. Then more husbandmen and more artisans will be required. They will. Not to mention the importers and exporters who are called merchants. Yes. Then we shall want merchants. We shall. If merchandise is to be carried over the sea, skillful sailors will also be needed, and considered numerous. Yes, in considerable numbers. Then again, within the city, how will they exchange their productions? To secure such exchange was, as you remember, one of the principal objects when we formed them in a society and constituted a state. Clearly they will buy and sell. Then they will need a marketplace, and money tokens for that purpose of exchange. Certainly. Suppose now that a husbandman or an artisan brings some production to the market, and he comes at a time when there is no one to exchange with him. Is he too leaving his calling and sit idle in the marketplace? Not at all. He will find people there who, seeing the want, undertake the office of a salesman. In well-ordered states they are commonly those who are the weakest in bodily strength, and therefore of little use for any other purpose. Their duty is to be in the market, and to give money in exchange for goods to those who desire to sell, and take money for those who desire to buy. This want, then, creates a class of retail traders in our state. It is not retailer the term which is applied to those who sit in the marketplace engaged in buying and selling, while those who wander from one city to another are called merchants. Yes, he said. And there is another class of servants who are intellectually hardly on the level of companionship. Still they have plenty of bodily strength for labor, which accordingly they sell, and are called, if I do not mistake, hirelings. Hire being the name which is given to the price of their labor. True. Then hirelings will help make up our population. Yes. And now, Adeimantus, is our state matured and perfected? I think so. Where then is justice, and where is injustice, and what part of the state did they spring up? Probably in the dealing of the citizens with one another. I cannot imagine they're more likely to be found in anywhere else. I dare say that you may be right in your suggestion, I said. We had better think the matter out and not shrink from inquiry. Let us consider, first of all, what will be their way of life, now that we have thus established them. Will they not produce corn and wine and clothes and shoes and build houses for themselves? And when they are housed, they will work in summer, commonly stripped and barefoot, but in winter substantially clothed and shod. They will feed on barley meal and the flour of wheat. backing and kneading them, making noble cakes and loaves, and they were served up on the mat of reeds or on cleaved leaves, themselves reclining the while upon bread strewn with yew or myrtle. And they will and their children will feast, drinking the wine in which they have made, wearing garlands on their head, and hymning the praises of the gods, in happy converse with one another. And they will take care their families do not exceed their means, having an eye to poverty or war. But, said Glaucon, interposing, you have not given them the relish to their meal. True, I replied. I had forgotten. Of course they must have a relish, salt, and olives, and cheese, and then with boiled roots and herbs such as country people prepare. For a dessert we shall give them figs, and peas, and beans, and they will roast myrtle berries and acorns at the fire, drinking in moderation. And with such a diet they may be expected to live in peace and health to a good old age, and bequeath a similar life to their children after them. Yes, Socrates, he said, and if you were providing for the city of pigs, how would you feed the beasts? Well, what would you have, Glaucon? I replied. Why, he said, you should give them the ordinary conveniences of life. People who are to be comfortable are accustomed to lie on the sofas and dine off tables, and they should have sauces and sweets in the modern style. Yes, I said, now I understand. The question which you would have me consider is not only how the state, but how a luxurious state is created, and possibly there is no harm in this. For such a state we shall see more likely to see how justice and injustice originate. In my opinion, the true and healthy constitution of a state is the one in which I have described. But if you would also like to have the state as a fever heat, I have no objection, for I suspect that many will not be satisfied with a simpler way of life. There will be for adding sofas and tables and other furniture, also dainties and perfumes and incense and courtesans and cakes and all those not of sort only, but in every variety. We must go beyond the necessities of which I was at first speaking, such as houses and clothes and shoes, and the arts of painting and the embroiderers will be set in motion, and gold and ivory and all sorts of material must be procured. True, he said. Then we must enlarge our borders, for the only healthy state is no longer sufficient. Now will the city have to fill and swell with a multitude of callings which are not required by any natural want, such as the whole tribe of hunters or actors, of whom one large class will have to do with forms and colors, another will be with votaries of music, poets and their attendant train of repetitious, players, dancers, contractors, also make the divers kind of articles, including women's dress. And we shall want more servants. Will not tutors be also requested, and nurse, wet and dry, tirewomen and barbers, and also the confectioners and cooks and swineherders too, for whom not need, and therefore had no place in the former edition of our state, but are needed now. They must not be forgotten, and they will be animals of many other kind, if people eat them. Certainly. And living in this way, we shall have a much greater need for physicians than many before, much greater. And the country which was enough to support the original inhabitants will be too small now, and not enough. Quite true. Then a slice of our neighbor's land will be wanted by us for pastures and tillage, and they will want to slice ours, if, like ourselves, they exceed the limits of necessity and give themselves up to the unlimited accumulations of wealth. That, Socrates, will be inevitable. And we shall go to war, Glaucon, shall we not? Most certainly, he replied. Then, without determining as yet whether war does good or harm, thus much we may affirm, and now that we have discovered war to be derived from causes which also the causes of almost all the evils of the state, privately as well public. Undoubtedly. And our state must once again more large, and this time enlargement will be nothing short of a whole army, which will have to go out and fight the invaders for all we have, as well as for the things and persons whom we desiring above. Why? He said. Are they not capable of defending themselves? No, I said. Not if we are right in the principle which we acknowledge by all which we were framing the state. The principle, as you remember, was that one man cannot practice many arts with success. Very true, he said. But is not war an art? Certainly. And an art requiring as much attention as shoemaking. Quite true. And then shoemaking was not allowed by us to be a husbandman, or a weaver, or a builder, in order that we may have our shoes well made. But to him and every other worker we assign one work for which was nature by fitted, and that he who continues working all his life long and no other, he was not left an opportunity to slip, and then he would become a good workman. Now, nothing can be more important than the work of a soldier should be well done. But war is an art so easily acquired by man that the warrior who also is a husbandman, or a shoemaker, or an artisan, although no one in the world would be a good dice or draught player, who merely took up the game as a recreation, and not have his earliest years devoted to himself to this and nothing else. No tools will make a man a skilled workman, or master of defense, nor of any use to him who had not learned how to handle them, and has not bestowed any attention upon them. How then will we take up a shield or other implement of war, be become a good fighter in the day, whether the heavy-armed or any other kind of troop. Yes, he said, the tools which would teach men in their own army would be beyond price, and higher than the duties of the guardian, I said, and more time and skill in arts and application will be needed by him. No doubt, he replied. Will he not be required natural aptitude for his calling? Certainly. Then it will be our duty to select, if we can, natures which are fitted for the task of guarding the city. It will, and the selection will be no easy matter, I said, but we must be brave and do our best. We must. Is not the noble youth very like a well-bred dog in respect of guarding and watching? What do you mean? I mean that both of them ought to be quick to see and swift to overtake the enemy when they see him, and strong too if they've been caught by him, they fight with him. All these qualities, he replied, will certainly be required by them. Well, and your guardian must be brave if he is to fight well. Certainly. And he's likely to be brave who has no spirit, whether horse or dog or any other animal. Have you not observed how invincible and unconquerable in spirit in the presence of making the soul of any creature that is absolutely fearless and indomitable? I have. Then now we have a clear notation of the bodily qualities which are required in the guardian. True. And also a mental one. Has soul to be full of spirit. Yes, but are not spirited natures to be savage with one another and with everybody else? Difficulty by no means easy to overcome, he replied. Whereas, I said, they ought to be dangerous to their enemies and gentle to their friends. If they're not, they will destroy themselves without waiting for their enemies to destroy them. True, he said. What is to be done, then? I said. How shall we find a gentle nature which has a great spirit, for one the contradictions of the other? True. He will not be a good guardian who is wanting in either of the two qualities, and yet the combination of them appears to be impossible, and hence we must infer that to be a good guardian is impossible. I'm afraid that what you say is true, he replied. Feeling perplexed, I began to think over what he proceeded. My friend, I said, no wonder we are in a perplexity, for we have lost sight of the image which we had before us. What do you mean? He said. I mean to say that exists nature gifted with those of opposite qualities. And where do you find them? Many animals, I replied, furnish examples of them. Our friend the dog is a very good one. You know the well-bred dogs are perfectly gentle in their familiars and acquaintances, and the reverse to strangers. Yes, I know. Then there's nothing impossible or out of the ordinary in nature in finding our guardian who has similar combinations of qualities. Certainly not. Would it not be who is fittest to be guardian, besides the spirited nature, need to have the qualities of the philosopher? I do not apprehend your meaning. The trait of which I'm speaking, I replied, may be also seen in a dog, and is remarkable in an animal. What trait? Why, a dog, whenever he sees a stranger, is angry. When an acquaintance, he welcomes him, although the one has never done any harm nor the order of any good. Does this not strike you as curious? The matter never struck me before, but I quite recognize the truth of your remark. And surely this instinctive dog is very charming. Your dog is a true philosopher. Why? Why, because he distinguishes the face of a friend and of an enemy only by criterion of knowing and not knowing. He must not an animal be a lover of learning who determines what he likes and dislikes by the test of knowledge and ignorance. Most assuredly. And is not the love of learning the love of wisdom, which is philosophy? They are the same, he replied. And may we not say confidently of man also, that he who is likely to be gentle to his friends and acquaintances must by nature be a lover of wisdom and knowledge? That we may safely affirm. Then who is really good and noble guardian of the state will require to unite to himself philosophy and spirit and swiftness and strength. Undoubtedly. Then we have found a desired nature, and now that we have found them, how are they to be reared and educated? Is not this an inquiry which may be expected to throw light on the greater inquiry, which is our final end? How do justices and injustices grow up in the states? For we do not want either to omit what is the point, or to draw the argument in its inconvenient length. I demand this thought that an inquiry would be of good service to us. Then, I said, my dear friend, the task must not be given up, even if somewhat long. Certainly not. Come then, and let us pass the leisurely hour in storytelling, and our story shall be the education of our heroes. By all means. And what shall be their education? Can we find it better than the traditional sort? This has two divisions, gymnastic for the body and music for the soul. True. We shall begin education with music and go on to gymnastic afterwards. By all means. And when you speak of music, do you include literature or not? I do. And literature may be either true or false. Yes. And the young should be trained in both kinds, and we begin with the false. I do not understand your meaning, he said. You know, I said, that we begin by telling children stories which, though not wholly destitute of the truth, are the main of fictitious, and these stories are told to them when they are not at age to learn gymnastics. Very true. That was my meaning when I said we must teach music before gymnastics. Quite right, he said. You also know that the beginning is more important part of any work, especially the case of a young and tender thing, for that is the time which the character is being formed and desired impression is more readily taken. Quite true. And shall we carelessly allow children to hear any casual tales which we may devise by casual persons, and receive info in their mind ideas of which for most part are very opposite of which we should wish for them to have when they are grown up in? We cannot. Then the first thing we do is establish a censorship of the writers of fiction, and let the censors receive any tale of fiction for which is good, and reject what is bad. And we desire mothers and nurses to tell their children authorized ones only. Let the fashion of the mind with such tales, even more subtly than they mold the body with their hands, but most of who are now and must be discarded. Of what tales are you speaking? He said. You may find a model of the lesser and the greater, I said, for they are necessarily of the same type, and they are in the same spirit in both of them. Very likely, he replied, but I do not yet know what you would like to term the greater. Those, I said, which are narrated by Homer and Hesiod, and the rest of the poets who have ever been the great storytellers of mankind. But which stories do you mean? He said, and what fault do you find with them? A fault which is most serious, I said, the fault of telling a lie, and what is more, a bad lie. But when is the fault committed? Whenever an erroneous representation is made of the nature of gods and heroes, and when the painter paints a portrait not having the shadow of likeness to the original. Yes, he said, that sort of thing is certainly very blamable, but what are the stories you mean? First of all, I said, there is the greatest of all lies and highest place, where the poet told about Uranus, and which was a bad lie too. I mean what Hesiod said about Uranus did, and how Cronus retaliated against him. The doings of Cronus, and the sufferings which in turn his son inflicted upon him, even if they were true, ought to certainly not be lightly told, you young and thoughtless persons. If possible, they had better be buried in silence. But if there is any absence of necessity for their mention, a chosen few may hear them in a mystery, and then they should sacrifice not a common yet innocent pig, but some huge and unprocurable victim. And then the numbers of the hearers will be very few indeed. Why, yes, he said. Those stories are extremely objectionable. Yes, Adeimantus, they are stories not to be repeated in our state. The young man should not be told in committing the worst crimes that he is far from doing anything outrageous, and even when he chastises his father, when he does wrong, in whatever matter, he only to be following an example with the first and greatest among the gods. I entirely agree with you, he said. In my opinion, those stories are quite unfit to be repeated. Neither, if we maintain future guardians to regard the habit of quarreling among themselves as all things of the basis, should any word be said to them, if not the wars in heaven, and the plots and fightings of the gods against another, for they are not true. Now, we should never mention the battles of the giants, or let them have embroidery or on garments, and we should not be silent about the innumerable other quarrels of the gods and heroes with the friends and relatives. If they would only believe us, they would tell them their quarreling is unholy, and they have never up to this time been any other quarrels between citizens, and what old men and old women should be telling children. And when they grow up, the poet should be told to compose them in a spirit similar spirit. But the narrative of Hipparchus binding his mother, or another occasion Zeus sent him flying for taking her part when she was being beaten, in all the battles of the gods in Homer. Those tales must not be admitted into our state, whether they are supposed to have allegorical meanings or not. For a young person cannot judge what is allegorical and what is literal. Anything that he receives into his mind at this age is likely to become indubitable and unalterable. Therefore, it is most important that the false which you first hear should be the models of virtuous thought. There you are right, he replied. But if anyone asks where such a model is to be found and what tales you are speaking, how shall we answer him? I said to him, you and I, Adeimantus, at this moment are not poets, but founders of the state. Now, founders of the state ought to know the general forms in which the poets can cast their tales, and limits which must be observed by them, but not make the tales but their business. Very true, he said, but what are the forms of theology do you mean? Something of this kind, I replied. God is always to be represented as he truly is, whether it be the sort of poetry, epic, lyric, or tragedy, which his representation is given. Right? And is he not truly good? And must he be represented as such? Certainly. And no good thing is hurtful. No, indeed. And that which is not hurtful hurts not. Certainly. And that which hurts does not do evil. No. And can that which does not evil be the cause of good or evil? Cause of evil. Impossible. And the good is advantageous? Yes. And therefore the cause of well-being? Yes. It follows therefore that the good is not only the cause of all things, but the good only. Assuredly. Then God, if he is to be good, is not the author of all things, as they may assert, but he is the cause of a few things only, and not of most things that are cure to men. For few are the good humans of human life, and many are the evils and the goods to be attributed by God alone. For of the evils that causes to be sought elsewhere, and not in him. It appears to be the most truth, he said. And then we must not listen to Homer or to any other poets who is guilty of the folly of saying that two casts, and that he is whom Zeus gives a mixture of two. Sometimes meets with evil fortune, at other times with good. But then he to whom is given a cup of unmingled ill, him wild hunger drives a row to the bounteous earth, and then Zeus, who is dispenser of good and evil to us. And if anyone asserts that the violation of oaths and treaties, which are really the works of Pandorus, brought about by Athena and Zeus, or by the strife and contention of the gods, was instigated by Themis and Zeus, he shall not have our approval, neither will we allow our young men to hear the words of Sisyphus, that God plants guilt among men who is desired utterly to destroy a house. And if the poet writes all the sufferings in the Obi, and the subject of tragedy in which the iambic verses occur, or the House of Philip, or the Trojan War, or any other similar thing, there we must not permit him to say that these are the work of God, or if they are God, he must devise some explanation of them, such as we are seeking. He must say that God did what was just and right, and that we are better for being punished. But those who are punishable are miserable, and that God is the author of their misery. The poet is not to be permitted to say, though he might say the wicked are miserable because they require to be punished, and the benefits of receiving punishment from God, but that God, is being good, is the author of evil to anyone who is strenuously denied, is not to be said or sung or heard in verse or prose, or by anyone, whether old or young, in any well-ordered commonwealth. Such a fiction is suicidal, ruinous, and impious. I agree with you, he replied, and I am ready to give you my assent to the law. Let us then begin one of the rules and principles concerning the gods, to which the poets and reciters will be expected to conform. That God is not the author of all things, but of only good. That will do, he said. And what do you think of the second principle? Shall I ask you whether God is a magician, in the nature to be insidious now in one shape and now in another, sometimes himself changing and passing into many forms, sometimes deceiving us with semblance of such transformations, or is he one and the same, immutably fixed in his own proper image? I cannot answer, you said, without more thought. Well, I said, but if we suppose a change in anything, a change must be effected either by a thing itself or by some other thing. Well, certainly. And things which are their best also least liable to be altered or discomposed. For example, when healthiest and strongest, the human frame is least liable to be affected by meat and drink. The plant in which is full of vigor also suffers least from the wind or the heat of the sun or any other similar cause, of course. And will not the bravest and wisest soul be at least confused or deranged by external influences? True. By the same principle as I should suppose, applies to composite all things, furniture, houses, garments which are well made, at least altered by time and circumstances. Very true. Then everything which is good, whether made by art or nature or both, is least liable to suffer changes from without. True. But surely God and all things are in every way perfect. Of course they are. Then he can hardly be compelled by external influences to take many shapes. He cannot. But may he not be changed and transform himself? Clearly, he said, there must be the case if he's changed at all. And won't he then be changed for himself better and fairer, or for the world more unsettlingly? If he changes all that he can change for the worse, for we cannot suppose him to be deficient either in virtue or beauty. Very true, Adamant. But then would anyone, whether God or man, desire to make himself worse? Impossible. Then is it possible that God could be ever willing to change, being, as is supposed, the fairest being that is ever conceived? Every God remains absolutely and ever in his own form. Necessarily follows, he said, in my judgment. Then, I said, my dear friend, let none of the poets tell us that. And let no one slander Protestant Thetis. Never let anyone, either in tragedy or any kind of poetry, introduce hair, disguise, the likeness of a priestess asking an alms for the life-giving daughters of Nicus, or the river of Argos. Let us have no more lies of the sort. Neither we must have mothers under the influence of poems scaring their children with bad versions of the mist, telling how certain gods, as they say, go about by the night, the likeness of so many strangers in divers forms. But let's take heed, and lest they make cowards of their children, by the same time speak blasphemy against the gods. Heaven forbid, he said. But although the gods themselves are unchangeable, still by witchcraft and deception they may make us think that they appear in various forms. Perhaps, he replied. Well, but can you imagine that God will be willing to lie, whether in word or deed, or to put forth a phantom of himself? I cannot say, he replied. Do you not know, I said, that the true lie, if such an expression may be allowed, is a hatred of God and men? What do you mean, he said. I mean that no one is willingly deceived in that which is the truest and highest part of himself, or about the truest and highest of matters. There, above all, is the most afraid of the lie having possession of him. Still, he said, I do not comprehend you. The reason is, I replied, that you attribute some profound meaning to my words, but I am only saying that deception, or being deceived or uninformed about the highest realities and the highest part of themselves, which in the soul and the part of them to have to hold the lie, and it was which mankind least like, that is, I say, is without the utterly detest. There is nothing more to be hateful to them. As I was remarking, this ignorance of the soul of him who deceived may be called the true lie. For him in words is only the kind of imitation and shadowy imagery of a previous affection of the soul, not pure unadulterated falsehood. Am I not right? Perfectly right. The true lie is hatred not only by the gods, but also by men. Yes, whereas the lie in the words in certain cases useful and not hateful. In dealing with enemies, that would be an instance or again, when those whom we call our friends, as a fit of madness or illusion, are going to do us some harm. That is useful in sort of medicine or preventature. Also in the tales of mythology, of which we are now speaking, because we do not know the truth of ancient times. We make falsehoods as much as truth lie we can, and so turn into an account. Very true, he said. But can there be any reasons applied to God? Can we suppose that he is ignorant of antiquity, and therefore has recourse in his invention? They would be ridiculous, he said. The lying poet has no place in our idea of God. I shall say not. Or perhaps he may tell a lie because he's afraid of our enemies. That is inconceivable. But he also may have friends who are senseless or mad. But no mad or senseless person can be a friend of a god. Then no motive can be imagined why God should lie. None whatever. Then the superhuman and divine is absolutely incapable of falsehood. Yes. Then is God perfectly simple and true in both word and deed. He changes not, he deceives not, either by sign or word, or by dream or waking vision. Your thoughts, he said, are the reflection of my own. You agree with me that this is the second type or form in which we write or speak about divine things. The gods are not magicians who transform themselves, neither do they deceive mankind in any way. I grant that. Then, although we are admirers of Homer, we do not admire the lying dream which Zeus sends, I could mention. Neither do we praise the verses of Cycles in which Thetis said that Apollo at her nuptials was celebrating in song her fair progeny, whose days were to be long and know no sickness. And when he had spoken of my lot as of things blessed of heavens, he raised a note of triumph and cheered my soul. And I thought that the words of Fabius, being divine and full of prophecy, would not fail. And now himself who uttered the strain, he who not present at the banquet, who said this, he is who has slain my son. There are kinds of sentiment about the god which arouse our anger, and he who utters them shall be reinforced a choir. Neither shall we be the teachings to make use of the instructions of the young. Meaning, as we do, that our guardians, as far men should be concerned, should be of true worshipping of the gods and like them. I entirely agree, he said, and of those principles I propose that we make them my laws.
Book 3. Such, then, I said, are our principles of theology. Some tales are to be told, and others not to be told, to our disciples from their youth upwards. If we mean them to honor the gods and their parents, and to value friendship with one another. Yes, and I think that our principles are right, he said. But if they are to be courageous, must they not learn other lessons besides these? And lessons of such kind as to take away their fear of death? Can any man be courageous who has a fear of death in him? Certainly not, he said. And can he be fearless of death, or will he choose death in battle, rather than defeat in slavery? Who believes the world below to be real and terrible? Impossible. Then we must assume a control over the narrator of this class of tales, as well as over others, and beg them not to simply to revel, but rather to command the world below, intimidating to them that their descriptions are untrue, and will do harm to our future warriors. That shall be our duty, he said. Then, I said, we shall have to obliterate many obnoxious passages, beginning with the verses. I would rather be a serf on a land of the poor and portionless man than rule over all the dead who have come to naught. We must also expunge the verses which tell us how Plato feared, lest the mansions grim and squalid, with the gods abhor, should be seen both of mortals and the immortals. And again, O heavens, verily in the house of Hades there is a soul in ghostly form, but no mind at all. Again of Tiresias. To him, even after death did Persephone grant mind, that he alone should be wise, but other souls are flitting shades. Again, the soul flying from the limbs had gone to Hades, lamenting her fate, leaving manhood and youth. Again, and the soul, with shrilling cry, paused like smoke beneath the earth. And, as bats in hollow of mystic cavern, whenever any of them have dropped out of the string and fallen from the rock, fly shrilling and cling to another, so that they did with a shrilling cry hold together as they moved. And we must beg Homer and other poets not to be angry if we strike out these and similar passages, not because they're unpoetical or unattractive to the popular ear, but because the greater the poetical charm of them, the less of their meat to the ears of boys and men who are meant to be free, who should be fear slavery more than death. Undoubtedly. Also, we shall have to reject all terrible and appalling names which describe the world below. Cactus and sticks, ghosts under the earth, and sapless shades, and any similar words which the very mention causes a shudder to pass through the
inmost soul of him who hears them. I do not say these horrible stories may not have a use of some kind, but there's a danger that the nerves of our guardians may be rendered too excitable and eliminated by them. That's the real danger, he said. Then we must have no more of them. True. Another and nobler strain must be composed and sung by us. Clearly. And we shall proceed to get rid of the weepings and wailings of famous men. They will go with the rest. But shall we be right in getting rid of them? Reflect. Our principle is that good men will not consider death terrible to any other good man who is his comrade. Yes, that is our principle. And therefore he will not sorrow for his departed friend as though he had suffered anything terrible. He will not. Such anyone, as we further maintain, is sufficient for himself and his own happiness, and therefore is at least in need of some other men. True, he said. And for this reason the loss of a son of a brother, or the deprivation of fortune, is to him all men least terrible, assuredly. And therefore he will be less likely to lament, and will bear the greatest equanimity any misfortune of the sort that may befall him. Yes, you will feel such a misfortune far less than another. Then we shall be right in getting rid of the lamentations of famous men, and making them over to women, and not even to women who are good for anything, or to men of a baser sort, than those who are being educated by us, by the defenders of the country, may scorn to do the like. That will be very right. Then we will, once more, entreat Homer and the other poets not to depict Achilles, who is the son of the goddess, lying on his side, then on his back, and then on his face, and starting up and sailing in a frenzy along the shores of a barren sea, now taking the sooty ashes in both of his hands, and pouring them over his head, or weeping and wailing in various modes which Homer has delineated. Nor should he describe Priam and the kinsmen of the gods as praying and beseeching, rolling in the dirt, calling each man loudly by his name. Still more earnestly will we beg of him, at all events, not to introduce the gods lamenting and saying, Alas, my misery! Alas, that is I bore the bravest to my sorrow. But if he must introduce the gods, at any rate, let him not dare so completely to misrepresent the greatest of the gods, as to make him say, O heavens, with my eyes verily I behold a dear friend of mine chased round and round the city, and my heart is sorrowful. Or again, Woe is me that I am fated to have Seraphon, dearest to men to me, subdued at the hands of Patroclus, the son of Menelaus. For if, my sweet Edemantus, our youth seriously listen to such unworthy representation of the gods, instead of laughing at them as they ought, hardly with any of them deem that he himself, being but a man, can be dishonored by similar actions, neither will he rebuke any inclination which have arise in his mind to say to do the like. And instead of having any shame or self-control, he will always be whining and lamenting on the slightest occasions. Yes, he said, that is most true. Yes, I replied, but that surely is what not ought to be. As the argument has just proved to us, and the proof that we must abide until it is disproved by a better, it ought not to be. Neither ought our guardians to be given to laughter, for a fit of laughter which has been indulged to excess almost always produces a violent reaction. So I believe. Then persons of wealth, even if mortal men, must not be represented by overcome by laughter, and still less must be representation of the gods to be allowed. Still less of gods, as you say, he replied. Then we shall not suffer such an expression to be used about the gods as that of Homer when he describes how inextinguishable laughter arose among the blessed gods when they saw Hephaestus bustling about the mansion. On your views, we must not admit them. On my views, if you like to father them on me, that we must not admit that it is certain. Again, truth should be highly valued. If, as we were saying, a lie is useless to the gods, and useful only as a medicine to men, then the use of such a medicine should be restricted to physicians, private individuals who have no business with it. Clearly not, he said. Then if anyone at Isolde have the privilege of lying, the rulers of the state should be the persons, and they, in their dealing either with the enemies or with their own citizens, may be allowed to lie for the public good, but nobody else should be meddled with anything of the kind. And although the rulers have this privilege, for a private man to lie to them in return is to be deemed a more heinous fault than for a patient or a pupil of the gymnasium not to speak the truth about his own bodily illnesses to the physician or to the trainer, or for a sailor not to tell the captain what is happening about the ship and to the rest of the crew, and how things are going with himself or his fellow sailor. Most true, he said. If, then, the rulers catches anyone besides himself lying to the state, any of the craftsmen, whether he be priest or physician or carpenter, he will be punished for introducing a practice which is equally subversive and destructive of the ship or state. Most certainly, he said, if our idea of the state is ever carried out. In the next place, our youth must be temperate. Certainly. Are not the chief elements of temperance, speaking generally, obedience to commanders and self-control and sensual pleasures? True. Then we shall approve such language as of that of Diomed and Homer. Friend, sit still and obey my word. In the verses which follow, the Greeks march breathing prowess, in silent awe of their leaders, and other sentiments of the same kind. We shall. What of this line? O heavy with wine, who hast the eyes of a dog and the heart of a stag. And with the words which follow, would you say that these, or any similar impertinences, which private individuals are supposed to address to their rulers, whether in verse or prose, are well or ill spoken? They are ill spoken. They may very possibly afford some amusement, but they do not conduct to temperance, and therefore would be likely to do harm to our young men. You would agree with me there? Yes. And then again, to make the wisest of men say that nothing in his opinion is more glorious than, when the tables are full of bread and meat, and the cupbearer carries around wine, which he draws from the bowl and pours into the cups. Is it fit or conducive to temperance for young men to hear such words? Or the verse, the saddest of fates is to die and meet destiny from hunger. What would you say then to the tale of Zeus, who, while other gods and men were asleep, and he was the only person awake, lay devising plans, but forgot all of them in a moment through his lust, and was so completely overcome at the sight of Hera, that he would not even go into the hunt, but wanted to lie with her on the ground, declaring that he had never been in such a state of rapture before, even before they first met another, without knowledge of their parents? Or that other tale of how Hephaestus, because of similar goings-on, cast a chain around Ares and Aphrodite. Indeed, he said, I am strongly of the opinion that they ought not to hear such a thing. But any deeds of endurance which are done or told by famous men, they have ought to see and hear, as for example, where it is said in the verses, he smote his breast, and thus reproached his heart. Endure, my heart, far worse hast thou endured. Certainly, he said. In the next place, we must not let them be receivers of gifts or lovers of money. Certainly not. Neither must we sing to them of gifts persuading gods and persuading revered kin. Neither is Phoenix, the tutor of Achilles, to be approved or deemed of getting his pupil good counsel when he told him that he should take the gifts of the Greeks and assist them, but that without a gift he should not lay aside his anger. Neither will we believe or acknowledge Achilles himself to be such a lover of money that he took Agamemnon's gifts, or that when he had received payment he restored the dead body of Hector, but that without payment he was unwilling to do so. Undoubtedly, he said, those are not sentiments which can be approved. Loving Homer as I do, I hardly like to say that in attributing these feelings to Achilles, or believing that they are truly attributed to him, he is guilty of downright impiety. As little can I believe the narrative of insolence to Apollo, where he says, Thou hast wronged me, O far darter, most abnormal of deities. Verily I would even with thee, if I had only the power. Or his insubordinance to the river god, on whose divinity he is ready to lay hands, or his offering to the dead Patroclus of his own hair, which has been previously dedicated to the other river god Supercades, and that actually performed this vow, or that he dragged Hector round the tomb of Patroclus, and slaughtered the captors at the pyre. All of these I cannot believe he was guilty, any more than I can allow our citizens to believe that he, the wise Charion's pupil, the son of a goddess and of Peleus, who was the gentlest of men, and third in descent from Zeus, was so disordered in his wits as to be one slave of two seemingly inconsistent passions, meanness and not attained by avarice, combined with overweening contempt of God and men. You're quite right, he replied, and let us equally refuse to believe, or allow it to be repeated, the tale of Theseus son of Poseidon, or of Pittheus son of Zeus, who went forth as they did to perpetuate a horrid rape, or of any other hero or son of God daring to do such impious and dreadful things as they falsely ascribe to them in our day. And let us further compel the poets to declare either that these acts were not done by them, or that they were not done by sons of God, both in the same breath that they now be preferred to affirm. We will not have them trying to persuade our youth that the gods are the authors of evil, and that the heroes are no better than men. Sentiments which, as we were saying, are neither pious nor true, for we have already proved that evil cannot come from the gods. Assuredly not. And further, they are likely to have a bad effect on those who hear them. For anybody who begins to excuse his own vices when he is convinced that similar wickedness has always been perpetuated by the kindred of gods, the relatives of Zeus, whose ancestral altar, the altar of Zeus, is aloft in the air on the peak of Ida, and who, the blood of deities yet flowing in their veins. And therefore let us put an end to such tales, lest they endanger laxity of morals among the youth. By all means, he replied. But now we are just determining what classes of subjects are or not to be spoken of. Let us see whether they've been omitted by us. The manner in which gods and demigods and heroes of the world below should be treated has already been laid down. Very true. And what shall we say about men? That is clearly a remaining portion on our subject. Clearly so. But we are not in a condition to answer this question at present, my friend. Why not? Because, if I am not mistaken, we shall have to say about men, poets, and storytellers are guilty of making the gravest misstatements when they tell us that wicked men are often happy, and that good miserable, and that injustice is profitable when undetected, but that the justice is a man's own loss and another's gain. These things shall be forbid them to utter, and command them to sing and say the opposite. To be sure we shall, he said. But if you admit that I am right in this, then I shall maintain that you've implied the principle for what we have been all along contending. I grant you the truth of your inference. That such things are or not to be said about men is a question which we cannot determine until we have discovered what justice is, now naturally advantageous to the possessor, whether he seems to be just or not. Most true, he said. Enough of the subjects of poetry. Let us speak of the style, and when this has been considered, both matter and manner will be completely treated. I do not understand what you mean, said Idomitus. Then I must make you understand, and perhaps it might be more intelligible if I put this matter this way. You are aware, I suppose, that all mythology and poetry is a narration of events, either past, present, or to come. Certainly, he replied. And narration may be either simple narration or imitation, or a union of the two. That again, he said, I do not quite understand. I fear that I must be a ridiculous teacher when I have so much difficulty in making myself apprehended. Like a bad speaker, therefore, I will not take the whole of the subject, but it will break pieces off in illustration of my meaning. You know that the first lines of the Iliad, in which the poet says that Chryseis prayed Agamemnon to release his daughter, and that Agamemnon flew to the possession. Agamemnon to release his daughter, and that Agamemnon flew into a passion with him, whereupon Chryseis, failing of his object, invoked the anger of the god against Achaeans. Now, as far as these lines, as he prayed to all the Greeks, but especially to the two sons of Atreus, the chief of the people. The poet is speaking in his own person. He never leads us to suppose that he is anyone else, but is what is follows, he takes the person of Chiros, and then he does all that he can to make us believe that the speaker is not Homer, but the aged priest himself. And in this double form, he casts the entire narrative of the events which occur at Troy and in Ithaca and throughout the Odyssey. Yes, and a narrative that it remains both in the speeches which the poet recites from time to time into the intermediate passages. Quite true. But when the poet speaks in the person of another, may we not say that he assimilates his style to that of the person who, as he informs you, is going to speak? Certainly. Then this assimilation of himself to another, either by the use of voice or gesture, is an imitation of the person whose character he assumes. Of course. Then it is this case, the narration of the poet may be said to proceed by way of imitation. Very true. Or, if the poet everywhere appears and never conceals himself, then again the imitation is dropped, and his poetry becomes simple narration. However, in order that I may make my meaning quite clear, and that you may no more say, I don't understand, I will show you how the change might be effected. If Homer had said, the priest came, having his daughter ransom in his hands, supplicating the Achaeans, and above all the kings, and then if, instead of speaking the persons of Chryseis, he continued in his own person, the words would have been, not imitation, but simple narration. The passage would have run as follows. I am no poet, and therefore I drop. The priest came, and prayed the gods on behalf of the Greeks that they might capture Troy and return safely home, but begged that they would give back his daughter, and take ransom which he had brought, and respect the gods. Thus he spoke, and the other Greeks revered the priest in assent. But Agamemnon was wroth, and bade him depart and not come again, lest the staff and chaplets of the gods shall no avail to him. The daughter of Cyrus should not be released, he said. She should grow old with him in Argo. And then he told him to go away and not to provoke him. He intended to get home unscathed. And the old man went away in fear and silence. And when he had left the camp, he called upon Apollo by his many names, reminding him of everything which he had done to please to him, whether in building his temples, or in offering sacrifice, and praying to his good deeds might be returned to him, and that the Achaeans may expiate his tears by arrows of the gods, and so on. In this way, the whole narrative becomes simple. I understand, he said. Or you may suppose the opposite case, that only intermediate passages are omitted, and dialogue is only left. That also, he said, I understand. You mean, for example, as in a tragedy. You have not conceived my meaning perfectly, and if I mistake not, what you failed to apprehend before is now made clear to you. That poetry and mythology are, in some cases, wholly imitative. Instances of this are supplied by tragedy and comedy. There is likewise the opposite style, in which the poet is the only speaker of this dithyramb affords the best example. And the combination of both is found in the epic, and several other styles of poetry. Do I take you with me? Yes, he said. I see now what you meant. I will now ask you to remember also what I had began by saying, that we had done in the subject and might proceed to the style. Yes, I remember. In saying that, I intended to imply that we must come to an understanding about the mimetic art, whether the poets in narrating their stories are to be allowed by us to imitate, and if so, whether the whole or in part, and if the latter, in which parts, or should all imitation be prohibited? You mean, I suspect, to ask whether tragedy and comedy shall be omitted in our state. Yes, I said, but there may be more than this in this question. I really do not know as of yet, but whether the argument may below, thither we go. And go we will, he said. Then, Adeimantus, let me ask you whether our guardians ought to be imitators, or rather, he has not this question be decided by rule already laid down by one man that can do one thing well, and not many, and that if he attempts many, he will altogether fail of gaining much reputation in any. Certainly. And this is equally true of imitation. No one man can imitate many things as well as he would imitate a single one. He cannot. Then the same person would hardly be able to play a serious part in life, and at the same time be an imitator, and imitate many other parts as well. For even when two species of imitation are nearly allied, the same persons cannot succeed in both. As, for example, the writers of the tragedy and comedy. Did you not just call them imitation? Yes, I did. And you're right in thinking that the same persons cannot succeed in both, and any more than can be the rhapsodists and actors at once. True. Neither are comic and tragic actors the same, yet all these things are but imitation. They are so. And human nature, Adeimantus, appears to have been coined in yet smaller pieces, and to be incapable of imitating many things well, as of performing well the actions of which imitations are copied. Quite true, he replied. If we then adhere to an original notation and bear in mind that our guardians, setting aside every other business, are to delegate themselves wholly to the maintenance of freedom of the state, making this their craft, and engaging in no work which does not bear on this end, they ought to not practice or imitate anything else. If they imitate at all, they should imitate from youth upward only those characteristics which are suitable to their profession, the courage, the temperate, holy, free, and the like. But they should not depict or be skillful in imitating any kind of illiberality or baseness, lest from imitation they should come to be what they imitate. Did you not ever observe how imitations, beginning in early youth and continuing far into life, at length grow into habits and become second nature, affecting body, voice, and mind? Yes, certainly, he said. Then, I said, we will not allow for these whom profess a care, and of whom we say that they ought to be good men, to imitate a woman, and whether young or old, quarreling with her husband, or striving or vaunting against the gods in conceit of her happiness, or when she is in affliction, or sorrow, or weeping, and certainly not one who is in sickness, love, or labor. Very right, he said. Neither must they represent slaves, male or female, performing the office of slave. They must not. And surely not bad men, whether cowards or any other, who do the reverse of what we had just been prescribing, who scold or mock or revel one another in drink and or out of drink, or who in any manner sin against themselves and their neighbors in the word or deed, as a manner of such is. Neither should they be trained to imitate the actions or speech of men or women who are mad or bad. For madness, like vice, it is to be known, but not to be practiced or imitated. Very true, he replied. Neither may they imitate smiths or other artificers, or oarsmen, or boatswains, or the like. How can they, he said, when they are not allowed to apply their minds to the calling of any of these? Nor may they imitate the neighing of horses, the bellowing of bulls, the murmurs of rivers, the roll of the ocean, thunder, and all sorts of things. Nay, he said, if madness to be forgiven, neither may they copy the behavior of a madman. You mean, I said, if I understand you all right, that there is a sort of narrative style which may be employed by a truly good man when he has anything to say, and then another sort will be used by men of an opposite character and education. And which of these are two sorts? He asked. Suppose, I answered, that a just and good man in the course of the narration comes in some saying or action action of another good man, I should imagine that he will like to personate him. He will not be ashamed of this sort of imitation. He will be most ready to play the part of the good man when he is acting firmly and wisely, in a less degree when he is overtaken by illness or love or drink, or has met with any other disaster. But when he comes to a character which is unworthy of him, he will not make a study of that. He will disdain such a person, and will assume his likeness, if at all, for a moment only when he is performing some good action. At other times, he will be ashamed to play the part when he has never practiced, nor will he like to fashion and frame himself after the baser model. He feels the employment of such an art, unless in jest, to be beneath him, and the mind revolts at it. So I should expect, he replied. Then he will adopt a mode of narration such as we have illustrated out of Homer. That is to say, his style will be imitative and narrative, but there will be very little of the former, and a great deal of the latter. Do you agree? Certainly, he said. That is the model which seems the speaker must necessarily take. But there is another sort of character who will be narrating anything. The worse he is, the more unscrupulous he will be. Nothing will be too bad for him, and he'll be ready to imitate anything. Not as a joke, but in the right good earnest, and before a large company. As I was just saying now, he will attempt to represent the roll of thunder, the noise of wind and hail, or creaking of the wheels, the pulleys and the various sounds of flutes, pipes, trumpets, and all sorts of instruments. He will bark like a dog, bleat like a sheep, or crow like a cock. His entire art will consist in imitation of voices and gestures, and there will be very little narration. That, he said, will be the mode of speaking. These, then, are two kinds of style. Yes, and you would agree with me in saying that one of them is simple, and has but slight changes, if the harmony and rhythm are also shown for their simplicity. The result is that the speaker, if he speaks correctly, is always pretty much the same in style, and he will keep within the limits of a single harmony, for the changes are not great. And in like manner, he will make use of nearly the same rhythm. That is quite true, he said. Whereas the other requires all sorts of harmonies and all sorts of rhythms, if the music and style are to correspond, because the style has all sorts of changes. That is also perfectly true, he replied. And do not the two styles, or the mixture of the two, comprehend all poetry, in every form of expression in words? No one could say anything except in one or another or both together. They include all, he said. And shall we receive in our state all three styles, or one of the two unmixed styles, or would you include the mix? I should prefer only to admit the pure imitator of virtue. Yes, I said Adamantus. But the mixed style is also very charming, and indeed a pantomimic, which is the opposite of the one chosen by you, is the most popular style with children and their attendants, and with the world in general. I do not deny it. But I would suppose that in such a style unsuitable to our state, in which human nature is not twofold or manifold, for one plays one part only. Yes, quite unsuitable. And this is the reason why in our state, and in our state only, we shall find a shoemaker be a shoemaker, and not a pilot also, and a husbandman to be a husbandman, and not a die-cast also, and a soldier, and not a trader also, and the same throughout. True, he said. And therefore, when one of these pantomimetic gentlemen, who are so clever that they can imitate anything, comes to us and makes a proposal to exhibit himself and his poetry, we shall fall down and worship him as a sweet and holy and wonderful being. But we must also inform him that in our state, such as that he are not to be permitted to exist. The law will not allow them, and so we have anointed him with the mire, and set a garland of wool upon his head, and we shall send him away to another city. For we mean to employ our soul's health, the rougher and severer poets or storytellers, who imitate the style of the virtuous only, and then follow these models we prescribed at first when we began the education of our soldiers. We certainly will, he said, if we have the power. Then now, my friend, I said, that part of music or literary education which relates to story and myth may be considered to be finished, and the matter of both have been discussed. I think so too, he said. Next in order will follow melody and song. That is obvious. Everyone can see already what we have to say about them if we are to be consistent with ourselves. I fear, said Glosson, laughing, that the word everyone hardly includes me, for I cannot in a moment say what there should be, though I may guess. At any rate, you can tell that a song or ode has three parts: the words, the melody, and the rhythm. That degree of knowledge I may be presumed. Yes, he said, so as much as you that may you say. As for the words, surely be no difference between the words which are and which are not, are set to the music. Both are conformed to the same laws, and they have already been determined by us. Yes, the melody and the rhythm will depend upon the words, certainly. We were saying, when we spoke of the subject matter, that we had no real need of lamentations and strains of sorrow. True. When we are harmonious expressions of sorrow, you are musical, and you can tell me. The harmonies which you mean by are mixed, or the tenor Lydian, or the full tone or bass Lydian, and such like. Then these, I said, must be banished, even to women who have the character to maintain they are of no use, and are much less to men. Certainly, in place drunkenness and softness and indolence are utterly unbecoming the character of our guardian. Utterly unbecoming. And in which soft or drinking harmonies? The Ionian, he replied, and the Lydian. They are the termed relaxed. Well, are these of military use? Quite the reverse, he replied, and if so, the Dorian and Phrygians, the only ones will have the left. I answered, of the harmonies I know nothing, but I want to have one warlike, to sound the note or accent which a brave man utters in the hour of danger and stern resolve, or when his cause is failing, and he is going to wounds or death, or is overtaken by some sort of evil. And at every such crisis meets a blows of fortune which firm step and determination to endure, and another to be used by him in times of peace and freedom of action, when there is no pressure of necessity, and he is seeking to persuade God by prayer, or man by instruction or admonition. Or, on the other hand, when he is expressing his willingness to yield in the persuasion of or entreaty or admonition, and when he represents him by the prudent conduct he has attained at this end, not carried away by his success, but acting moderately and wisely under the circumstances, and acquiescing in the event. These two harmonies I ask you to leave: the strain of necessity and strain of freedom, the strain of the unfortunate and the strain of the fortunate, the strain of courage, strain of temperance. These, I say, leave. And these, he replied, are the Dorian and Phrygians harmonies in which I am now speaking. Then, I said, if these and only these are to be used in our songs and melodies, we should not want multiplicity of notes or harmonic scales. I suppose not. Then we shall not maintain the artifices of lyres, with the three corners and complex scales, or the making of any many-string continuously harmonized instrument. Certainly not. But what do you say to flute makers and flute players? What do you admit them in their state when you reflect that the composite uses harmony of the flute is worse than all the stringed instruments put together? Even the panharmonic music is only an imitation of the flute. Certainly not. There remains the only lyre and the harp for the use in the city, and the shepherds may have the pipe in the country. That is surely the conclusion that are drawn from the argument. The preferring of Apollo and his instruments to the Mire says, and his instruments is not all that strange, I said. Not at all, he replied. And so, by the dog of Egypt, we have been unconsciously purging the state, which not long ago we termed luxurious. And we have done wisely, he replied. Then let us now finish the purgation, I said. Next in the order of harmonies, rhythms will naturally flow, and they should be subject to the same rules, for we ought not to seek the complex systems of the meter, or the meters of every kind, but rather to discover what rhythms are the expressions of the courageous and the harmonious life. And when we have found them, we shall adopt the foot and the melody the words have like spirit, not the words the foot and the melody. To say that these rhythms will be your duty, you must teach them to me, as you have already taught me the harmony. But, indeed, he replied, I can't tell you. I only know that there's some 3 principles of rhythm, out of which metrical systems are framed. Just as sounds, there are 4 notes out of which the harmonies are composed. That is the observation which I have made. But of what sort of lives they are severely the imitations I am unable to say. Then, I said, we must take Damon into our counsel, and they will tell us the rhythms are expression of meaningness or insolence or fury or unworthiness, what to be reversed to the expressions of opposite feelings. And then I think we have an indistinct recollection of the mentioning of a complex critic rhythm, also a dectalic or hero, and he arranged them in some manner which I do not quite understand, making the rhythms equal in the rise and fall of the foot, long and short alternating, and unless I am mistaken, he spoke of an iambic as well as a trochean rhythm, and assigned them to short and long quantities. Also in the case he appeared to praise or censure the movement of the foot quite as much as the rhythm, or perhaps a combination of the two, for I am not certain what he meant. These matters, however, as I was saying, had better be referred to Damon himself, for the analysis of the subject would be difficult, you know. Rather so, I should say. But there is no difficulty in seeing that grace or the absence of grace is an effect of good or bad rhythm. Not at all. And that good and bad rhythm naturally assimilate to be a good and bad style. The harmony and discord in like manner follow style. For our principle is that rhythm and harmony are regulated by words and not the words by them. Just so, he said, they should follow the word. And will not the words of the character of the style depend on the temper of the soul? Yes. And everything else on the style? Yes. Then beauty of style and harmony and grace and good rhythm depends on simplicity. I mean, the true simplicity of a rightly and nobly ordered mind in the character, not of the other simplicity, which is only an euphemism for full. Very true, he replied. And our youth are to do work in their life. Must they not make graces and harmonies in their perpetual aim? They must. And surely the art of the painter and every other creative and constructive art are full of them. Weaving, embroidery, architecture, and any kind of manufacturing. Also nature, animals and vegetable. In all of them there is grace or absence of grace, and ugliness and discord and inharmonious motion are nearly allied in ill words and ill nature, as grace and harmony are the twin sisters of goodness and virtue, and to bear their likeness. That's quite true, he said. But shall our superintendents go no further, and the poets only to be required by us to express the image of the good in their works, or on pain, if they do anything else, of expulsion from our state? Or is the same control to be extended to other artists, and they are to be prohibited from exhibiting the opposite forms of vice and intemperance and meaninglessness and indecency in sculpture and building and the other creative art, and that he who cannot conform to the rules of ours shall be prevented from practicing his art in our state. lest the taste of our citizens be corrupted by him. Why, we would not only have our guardians grow up amid images of moral deformity as some noxious pasture, and their browse and feed upon many of a baneful herb, and flower day by day, little by little, until they silently gather a festering mass of corruption in their own soul. Let our artists rather be those who are gifted to discern the true nature of the beautiful and graceful. Then we will our youth dwell in the land of health, amidst fair sight and sound, and receive the good in everything, and beauty and effluence of the fair work shall flow into their ear and eye, and like a health-giving breeze from the pure region, and insensibly drawn from the soul from earliest years into likeness and sympathy with the beauty of reason. There can be no nobler training than that, he replied. And therefore, I said, Glosson, musical training is the most potent instrument than any other, because rhythm and harmony find their way in inward places of the soul, on which they mightily fasten, imparting grace, and making the soul of him who is rightly educated gracefully, or if of himself who is ill-educated ungracefully, and also because he who has received this true education of inner being will most shrewdly perceive omissions or faults in art and nature, and with true taste, while he praises and rejoices over and receives into good into his soul, it becomes noble and good. He will justly blame and hate the bad, now in the days of his youth, even before he is able to know the reason why. And when reasons come, he will recognize and salute the friend with whom his education has made him long familiar. Yes, he said, I quite agree with you thinking that. Our youth should be trained in music on the grounds of which you mentioned. Just as in learning to read, I said, we are satisfied when we know the letters of the alphabet, which are very few, in all their recurring sizes and combinations, not slighting them as unimportant whether they occupy a space large or small, but everywhere eager to make them out, and not thinking ourselves perfect in art of reading until we recognize them whether they are found true, or as we recognize the reflections of letters in the water, or in a mirror, or when we know the letters themselves, the same art and study giving us the knowledge of both. Exactly. Even so, as I maintain, neither we nor our guardians, with whom we have to educate, can ever become musical until we know that they know the essential forms and all their combinations, and can recognize them in their images wherever they are found, not slighting them either in small things or great, but believing them all within the spheres of our one art and study, most assuredly. And when the beautiful soul harmonizes with the beautiful form, and the two are cast in one mold, they will be the fairest of sights to him who has the eye to see it. The fairest indeed, and the fairest is also the loveliest, that may be assumed. And the man who has the spirit of harmony will most in love with the loveliest, but he will not love him with the inharmonious soul. That is true, he replied, if the deficiency be in his soul, but if there are any merely bodily defects in another, he will be patient of it, and will love all the same. I perceive, I said, that you have at least, or have had, experience of this sort, and I agree, but let me ask you another question. Has excess of pleasure any affinity to temperance? How can that be? He replied. Pleasure derives from a man of the use of faculties quite as much as pain, or any affinity to virtue in general? None whatever. Any affinity to wantonness and intemperance? Yes, the greatest. And is there any greater or keener pleasure than that of sensual love? No, nor a matter. Whereas true love is the love of beauty and order, temperance and harmony. Quite true, he said. Then no intemperance or madness should be allowed to approach true love. Certainly not. Then mad or intemptuous pleasure must never be allowed to come near the lover and his beloved. Neither of them can have any part of it if their love is of the right sort. No, indeed, Socrates. It must never come near them. Then I suppose that in the city we are founding, you would make a law to an effect that a friend should use no other familiarity to his love than the father would use to his son, and then only for the noble purpose, that he must first have the other's consent, and then this rule is to limit him in all his intercourse, and he is never to be seen going further, or, if he is to exceed, he has to be deemed guilty of his coarseness and bad taste. I quite agree, he said. Thus much of music, which makes a fair ending, for what be end of music if not love of beauty? I agree, he said. After music comes gymnastic, in which our youth are next to be trained. Certainly. Gymnastic as well as music should begin early years. The training should be careful and should continue throughout life. Now, my belief is, and this is the matter of which I like to have your opinion in confirmation of my own, but my belief is, not that the good body or any bodily excellence improves the soul, but on the contrary, that a good soul, by her own excellence, improvises the body as far as this may be possible. What do you say? Yes, I agree. Then, to the mind in which adequately trained, we shall be right in handling over a more particular case of the body, and in order to avoid prolixity, we will now only give the general outlines of the subject. Very good. that we must abstain from intoxication has been already remarked by us, for all the persons a guardian should be the last to get drunk and not know where the world he is. Yes, he said, that a guardian would require another guardian to take care of him in a ridiculous indeed. But next, we shall say of their food, for men are not in training of good contest of all, are they not? Yes, he said, and the habit of the body of the ordinary athletes be suited to them. Why not? I am afraid, I said, that the habit of the body, such they have the habit, is but a sleepy sort of thing, and rather perilous to health. Do you not observe that athletes sleep away their lives and are liable to most damaged illnesses if they depart, if ever so slightly a degree, from the customary regimen? Yes, I do. Then, I said, a finer sort of training will be required from our warrior athletes, who are like to be wakeful dogs, and to see and hear the utmost keenness, amid the many changes of water and also food, the summer heat and the winter cold, which they must have to endure when on campaign. They must not be liable to break down in health. That is my view. The really excellent gymnastic is twin sister of the simple music which you are now describing. How so? Why, I conceive that there is gymnastic which, like our music, is simple as good, and especially the military gymnastic. What do you mean? My meaning may be learned from Homer. He, you know, feeds his heroes at the feast, and when they are campaigning on soldiers' fare, they have no fish, although they are on the shores of Hellespont, and are not allowed to boil meat, but only roast, which is the food most convenient for soldiers, requiring only that they should light a fire, and not involved in trouble of carrying about pots and pans. True. And I can hardly be mistaken in saying that sweet sauces are nowhere to be mentioned in Homer. In prescribing them, however, he is not singular. All professional athletes are well aware that a man who is to be in good condition should take nothing of the kind. Yes, he said. And knowing this, they are quite right in not taking them. Then would you not approve of the Syracusan dinner and the refinements of the Sicilian cookery? I think not. Nor, if a man is to be in condition, would you allow him to have a Corinthian girl as his fair friend? Certainly not. Neither would you approve of delicacies, as they are thought, of Athenian confectionery. Certainly not. All such feeding and living might be rightfully compared by us to melody and song composed of the panharmonic style, and in all rhythm. Exactly. Their complexity endangered license, and here deceit, whereas simplicity in music was apparent of temperance of the soul, and simplicity in the gymnastic of health of the body. Most true, he said. But when intemperance and disease multiply in a state, halls of justice and medicine are always being opened, and in the art of the doctor and the lawyer give themselves air, finding how keen is the interest which not only the slaves but the freemen of the city take about them. Of course. And yet what greater proof can there be of a bad and disgraceful state of education than this, that not only artisans and the meaner sort of people need the skill of first-rate physicians and judges, but also those who would profess to have a liberal education? Is it not disgraceful and a great sign of want of good breeding that a man should have to go abroad for his law and physic because he has nothing of his own at home, and he must therefore surrender himself in the hand of other men who make him his lords and judges over him? Of all things, he said, the most disgraceful. Would you say most? I replied, when you consider that the further stage of evil in which a man is not only a lifelong litigant, passing all his days in the courts, either as a plaintiff or defendant, but actually led by his bad taste to pride himself on his litigious. He imagines that he is a master of dishonesty, able to take every crooked turn, wriggle into and out of every hole, bending like a Scythian getting out of the way of justice. And all for what? And in order to gain small points not worth mentioning, he not knowing that so to order his life as to be able to do without a napping judge is far higher and nobler sort of thing. Is it not still more disgraceful? Yes, he said, that is still more disgraceful. Well, I said, and to require the help of medicine, not when a wound has to be cured or on an occasion of epidemic, but just because, by indolence and the habit of life, such as we've been describing, men fill themselves with waters and winds, as if their bodies were a marsh, compelling the ingenious sons of Aesculapius to find more names for diseases such as flatulence and cholera. Is not this, too, a disgrace? Yes, he said, they certainly do give a very strange and newfangled names to diseases. Yes, I said, and I do not believe that there were any such diseases in the days of Cipherly. And this I infer from the circumstances that the hero Iphicles, after had been wounded in Homer, drinks a posset of Flaminian wine, well sprinkled with barley, meal, and grated cheese, which are certainly inflammatory. And yet the sons of Aesculapius, who were at the Trojan War, do not blame the damsel who gave him the drink, or rebuke Patroclus, who is treating his case. Well, he said, that was surely an extraordinary drink to be given to a person in his condition. Not so extraordinary, I replied, if you bear in mind that in the former days, as is commonly said, before the time of Herodotus, the guild of Aesculapius did not practice our present system of medicine, which may be said to educate diseases, but Herodotus, being a trainer and himself of sickly constitution, by a combination of training and doctoring, found out a way of torturing first and chiefly himself, and secondly the rest of the world. How was that? He said. By the invention of lingering death, for he had an immortal disease which he perpetually tended, and as a recovery was out of the question, he passed his entire life as a valetudinarian. He could do nothing but attend upon himself, and he was in constant torment whenever he departed in anything from his usual regimen. And so, dying hard, by the help of science, he struggled on to an old age. Reward for his skill. Yes, I said, a reward which a man might fairly expect who had never understood that. If Aeschylus did not instruct his descendants to valetudinarian art, the mission arose, not from ignorance or inexperience of such a branch of medicine, but because in all well-ordered states every individual has an occupation to which must be attended, and therefore no leisure to spend in continually being ill. This was remarked case of the artisan, but ludicrously enough, do not apply the same rule to the people of the richer sort. How do you mean? He said. I mean this. When a carpenter is ill, he asks the physician for a rough and ready cure. An emetic or a purge or a cautery or a knife. Those are his remedies. And if someone prescribes for him a course of dietitian and tells him that he must swathe and swaddle his head and all that sort of thing, he replies at once that he has no time to be ill and that he sees no good in life which is spent nursing his disease to the neglect of his customary employment, and therefore bidding goodbye to this sort of physician, he resumes his ordinary habits, and either gets well and lives on and does his business, or if his constitution fails, he dies and has no more trouble. Yes, he said, and a man in his condition of life ought to use the art of medicine thus far only. Has he not, I said, an occupation, and what profit would there be in life if he was deprived of all his occupation? Quite true, he said, but with the rich man this is otherwise. Of him we do not say that he has any specially appointed work which he must perform, if he would live. He is generally supposed to have nothing to do. Then you've never heard of the saying of Aeschylus, that as soon as a man has a livelihood that he should practice virtue? Nay, he said, I think that he had better begin somewhat sooner. Let us have some dispute with him about this, I said, but rather ask ourselves, is the practice of virtue obligatory on the rich man, or can he live without it? And if obligatory for him, then let us raise a further question, whether this dieting of disorders, which is an impediment to the application of the mind in carpeting and the mechanical art, does not equally stand in the way of the sentiment of Theocles. Of that, he replied, there could be no doubt. Such excessive care of the body, when carried beyond the rules of gymnastics, is most inimical to the practice of virtue. Yes, indeed, I replied, and equally incompatible with the management of the house, an army, or an office of state, and what is most important of all, irreconcilable with any type of study or thought or self-reflection. There is a constant suspicion that headache and giddiness are to be ascribed to philosophy, and hence all practicing and making trial of a virtue in the higher sense is absolutely stopped. For a man is always fancying that he's being made ill, and is a constant anxiety about the state of his body. Yes, likely enough. And therefore our polite Aeschylus may be supposed to exhibit the power of his art only to persons who, being generally of healthy constitution and habit of life, have a definite ailment, such as those he cured by purges and operations, that bade them lives as usual, herein consulting the interest of the state. But bodies which disease have penetrated through and throughout, he would not have attempted to cure by gradual procedure of evacuation and infusion. He did not want to lengthen out good-for-nothing lives, or to have weak fathers begetting weaker sons. If a man was not able to live in an ordinary way, he had no business to cure him, for such a cure would have been no use to either himself, or the state. Then he said, you regard Aeschylus as a statesman. Clearly. And his character is further illustrated by his sons. Not that they were heroes in the day of old and practiced the medicines of which I'm speaking of the siege of Troy. You'll remember now, when Pandarus wounded Menelaus, they sucked the blood out of the wound and sprinkled soothing remedies. But they never prescribed what the patient was afterwards to eat or drink in the case of Menelaus, any more than in the case of Eurypylus. The remedies, as they conceived, were enough to heal any man before he was wounded, was healthy and regular in his habits, and even though they did happen to drink a positive Priminian wine, he might as well get the same. But they would have nothing to do with the unhealthy and intemperate subjects, whose lives were of no use either to themselves or others. The art of medicine was not designed for their good, and although they were rich as Midas, the son of Aeschylus would have declined to attend to them. They were very acute persons, those sons of Aeschylus. Naturally so, I replied. Nevertheless, the traditions in the Pindar disobeying on our behest, although they acknowledge that Aeschylus was the son of Apollo, say also that he was bribed into healing a rich man who was at the point of death, and for this reason he was struck by lightning. But we, in accordance with the principle already affirmed by us, will not believe them when they tell us both. If he is the son of God, we maintain that he has no avaricious, or if he was avaricious, he was not the son of God. All that, Socrates, is excellent, but I should like to put the question to you. Ought there not to be good physicians in the state, and who are not the best those who have treated the greatest number of constitutions, good and bad? Are they not the best judges in manner of those who are acquainted with all sorts of moral natures? Yes, I said. I too would have to like good judges and good physicians. But do you know whom I think is good? Will you tell me? I will if I can. Let me, however, note that in the same question you join two things which are not the same. How so? He asked. Why, I said, you join physicians and judges. Now, the most skillful physicians are those from their youth upwards, have combined the knowledge of their art, the greatest expertise with disease. They had better not be robust in health, and should have all the matters of diseases in their own person. For the body I conceive, not the instrument in which they cure the body, and that the case we could not allow them ever to be or have to been sickly, but cure the body with the mind, and the mind which has become and is sick can cure nothing. That is very true, he said. But with the judges it is otherwise. Since he governs the mind by mind, he ought not therefore to have been trained among vicious minds, and to associate with them from youth onwards, and to have gone through the whole calendar of crime, only in order that he may be quickly to infer the crimes of others as he might be bodily diseases from his own self-consciousness. The honorable mind, which to form a healthy judgment, should have no experience or contamination of evil habits when young, and this is reason why the youth good men often appear to be simple, and are easily practiced upon by dishonesty, because they have no examples of what evil is to their own souls. Yes, he said, they are far too apt to be deceived. Therefore, I said, the judge should not be young. He should be learned to know evil, and not from his own soul, but from late and long observations of nature and of evil in others. Knowledge should be his guide, not his personal experience. Yes, he said, that is the ideal of a judge. Yes, I replied, that he will be a good man, for which my answer to your question, for he is good who has a good soul. But the cunning and suspicious nature of which we spoke, he who has committed many crimes and fancies himself to be the master of wickedness, when he is among his followers, is wonderful in the precautions which he takes, but the judges of them by himself. But when he gets into the company of men of virtue, who have the experience of age, he appears to be a fool again, owing to his unseasonable suspicion. He cannot recognize an honest man, because he has no pattern of honesty in himself. At the same time, the bad are more numerous than the good. He meets them with the often air. He thinks himself, and by others thought to be, rather wise than foolish. Most true, he said. Then the good and wise judge whom we are seeking is not this man, but the other. For vice cannot know virtue too, but a virtuous nature, educated by time, will acquire knowledge both of virtue and vice. The virtuous and not the vicious man has wisdom, in my opinion, and in mine also. This is the sort of medicine, and this is the sort of law, which you see to sanction in your state. There will be a minister to better nature, giving health both to the soul and the body, but those who are diseased in their bodies will leave to die, and the corrupt and incurable souls they should be put an end to themselves. It's clearly the best thing for both the patients and for the state. And thus our youth, being educated only in the simple music which, as he said, inspires temperance, will be reluctant to go to law. Clearly. And the musician who keeps the same track is content to practice the simple gymnastics, and will have nothing to do with medicine unless in some extreme case. That I quite do believe. The very exercise and toils which he undergoes are intended to stimulate the spirited element of his nature, and not to increase his strength. He will not, like common athletes, use exercise and regiment to develop his muscles. Very right, he said. Neither are the two arts of music and gymnastics really designed, as is often supposed, the one for the training of the soul, and the other for training the body. What is the real object of them? I believe, I said, that the teachers both have very chiefly the improvement of the soul. How can that be? He asked. Did you never observe, I said, the effect on the mind itself in exclusive devotion to gymnastics, or the opposite effect of which exclusive devotion into music? In what way shown? He said. The one producing a temper of hardness and ferocity, the other of softness and refinement or blood. Yes, he said, I am quite aware that the mere athlete becomes too much of a savage, and that the musician is melted and softened beyond what is good for him. Yet, surely, I said, this ferocity only comes from spirit, which, if rightly educated, would give courage, but if too much intensified, is liable to become hard and brutal, I quite think. On the other hand, the philosopher will have the quality of gentleness, and this also, when too much indulged, will turn to softness, but if educated rightly, will be gentle and moderate. True, and the opinions of guardians ought to have both these qualities. Assuredly, they both should be in harmony, beyond question, and the harmonious soul will be both temperate and courageous. Yes, and the inharmonious is cowardly and boorish. Very true. And when a man allows music to play upon him, and to pour in his soul through the funnel of his ears, those sweet and soft and melancholy ears of which we are now speaking, and his whole life is passed in wobbling in the sight of delight. In the first stage of the process, the passion of spirit in which him is tempered like iron and made useful, instead of brittle and useless. But if he carries the softening and soothing process, in the next stage he begins to melt and waste, until he's wasted away his spirit and cut out the sinus of his soul. It becomes a feeble warrior. Very true. If the element of spirit is naturally weak to him and the change is speedily accomplished, but if he has a good deal, then the power of music weakening the spirit renders him excitable, and at least on the least provocation he flames up at once, and is speedily extinguished. Instead of having spirit, he grows irritable and passionate, and is quite impractical. Exactly. And so in gymnastic, if a man takes violent exercise and is a great feeder, and the reverse of a good student in music and philosophy, at first the high condition of the body fills him with pride and spirit, and he becomes twice the man that he was. Certainly. And what happens? If he does nothing else, and holds no converse with the muses, does he not have the intelligence which may be in him, having no taste of any sort of learning or inquiry or thought or culture, grow feeble and dull and blind? His mind was never waking up or receiving nourishment, and his senses not being purged of their misery. True, he said. And he ended up becoming a hater of philosophy, uncivilized and never using the weapon of persuasion. He's like a wild beast in all violence and fierceness, and knows the other way of dealing, and lives in ignorance of evil conditions, and has no sense of property and grace. That's quite true, he said. And there are two principles of human nature, one the spirit and another philosophical. Some god, as I should say, has given mankind two arts answering to them, and only indirectly to the soul and the body, in order that these two principles, like strings out of an instrument, may be relaxed or drawn together until they are duly harmonized. That appears to be the intent. And when he mingles music with gymnastic in the fairest proportions, and best attempers them to the soul, might be rightfully called a true musician and harmonist, in a far higher sense than the tuner of the strings. You're quite right, Socrates. And such a presiding genius will always be required in our state if the government is to last. Yes, he will be absolutely necessary. Such, then, are our principles of nurture and education. Where would you be the use of going into further details about dances of our citizens, or their hunting or carousing, their gymnastics and equestrian contests? For them to follow the general principle, and having found that, we shall have no difficulty in discovering them. I dare to say that there will be no difficulty. Very good, I said. Then what about the next question? Must we not ask who is to be rulers and who is the subjects? Surely. There could be no doubt that the elder must rule the younger, clearly, and the best must rule. That is also clear. Now, are not the best husbandmen those who are the most devoted to husbandry? Yes. Are we not to have the best of guardians for our city? Must they not be those who have the most character of the guardians? Yes. And to this end they ought to be wise and efficient, and to have a special care of the state. True. And a man who is most likely to care about the which he loves, to be sure, and he will be most likely to love which he regards as having the same interest with him, and that, of which the good and evil fortune is supposed by him at any time to be most affect his own. Very true, you replied. Then he must be a selection. Let us note among the guardians those whose whole life show the greatest eagerness to do what is good for their country, and the greatest repugnance to do what is against her interest. Those are the right men. And they will be watched at every age, in order to see whether or not they preserve their resolution, and never, under the influence of either force or enchantment, forget or cast off their sense of duty to the state. How cast off, he said. I will explain to you, I replied. A resolution may go off the man's mind either that with his will or against his will, and with his will he will get rid of the falsehood and learn better, against his will whether he is deprived of truth. I understand, he said. The willing loss of resolution, the meaning of the unwilling I have yet to learn. Why, I said, do you not see the men are unwillingly deprived of good and willingly of evil? Is not to lost the truth of an evil, and then to possess the truth of a good? And would you agree that to conceive things as they are is to possess the truth? Yes, he replied. I agree with you that thinking that mankind is deprived of truth against their will, and one this involuntary deprivation caused either by theft or force or enchantment. Still, he replied, I do not understand you. I fear that I must have been talking darkly, like the tradition. I only meant that some men are changed by persuasion, and that others forget. Arguments steal away their hearts in one case, and then time in another, and then I call theft. You understand me? Yes. Those again who are forced to, whom the victims of violence or some pain or grief compels to change their opinion. I understand, he said. You are quite right. And I would also acknowledge that the enchanted are those who change their mind under the softer influences of pleasure, or the stern influence of fear. Yes, he said, everything that deceives may be said to enchant. Therefore, as I was now saying, we must inquire who are the best guardians of their own conviction that what they think is the interest of the state be the rule of their lives. We must watch them from their youth onwards, and make them perform actions which they're likely to forget to be deceived. And we must remember and not be deceived is to be selected, and he who fails the trial is to be rejected. That will be the way. Yes. There shall also be toils and pains and conflicts prescribed for them, in which they will be made to give further proof of their same qualities. Very right, he replied. And then, I said, we must try with them with enchantments, and the third son of the test, and to see what will be their behaviors, like those who take the consummate noise and tremulet, to see if they are of the timid nature. So we must take our use amid terror of some kind, and again pass them into pleasure, to prove that more thoroughly than gold is proved but in the furnace, that we may discover whether they are armed against all enchantments, and the noble bearers always good guardians of themselves and the music which they have learned, and retaining all circumstances of rhythmical and harmonious nature, such as will be the most severical to the individual and to the state. And he who is at every age, as boy and youth is mature life, has come out of the trial victorious and pure, shall be appointed a ruler and guardian of the state. He shall be honored in life and death, and shall receive sculpture and other memorials of his honor, the greatest that we'll have to give. But he who fails, we must reject. I am inclined to think that this sort of way in which our rulers and guardians should be chosen and appointed. I speak generally, and not with any pretensions of exactness. And, speaking generally, I agree with you, he said. And perhaps the word guardius in the fullest sense ought to be applied to this higher class only when preserved against foreign enemies and maintain peace among our citizens at home, that one may not have the will, or others the power to harm us. The young men who will be called guardians may be more properly designed auxiliaries and supporters of the principles of the ruler. I agree with you, he said. Now then we may devise one of the needful falsehoods which we lately spoke, just one royal lie which may deceive the rulers, if that be possible, and at any rate the rest of the city. What sort of lie? He said. Nothing new, I replied, only an old Phoenician tale of what has often occurred before now and in other places. As the poets say, we have made the world believe, though not in our time, and I do not know whether an event could ever happen again, or now even be made probable if it did. How your words seem to hesitate on your lips. You will not wonder, I replied, at my hesitation what you have heard. Speak, he said, and fear not. Well then, I will speak, although I really know not how to look you in the face, or what words to utter in the audacious fiction, which I propose to communicate gradually, first to the rulers, then to the soldiers, then lastly to the people. They are to be told that the youth was a dream, and then the education and training that you received from us, in appearance only, in reality during that time was being formed and fed the womb of the earth, and they themselves in their arms and pureness were manufactured. When they were completed, the earth their mother set them up, and so their country being the mother and also the nurse, they are bound to advise for her good and to defend her against attacks, and are citizens that are to be regarded as children of earth and their own brother. You had good reason, he said, to be ashamed of the lie which you were going to tell. True, I realize, but that's more coming. I have only told you half. Citizens, we shall say to them in our tale, you are brothers, yet God has framed you differently. Some of you have the power to command, and the composition of these had a mingled gold, wherefore also the greatest honor. Others which are made of silver, and to be auxiliaries. Others against who are to be husbandmen and craftsmen, and have composed of brass and iron, and the species will generally be preserved in children. But we are all the same original stock. A golden parent will sometimes have a silver son, or a silver parent, a golden son. And God proclaims as the first principle to the rulers, and above else, that there is nothing which they should so anxiously guard, or to which there be such good guardians, as the purity of the race. They should observe what elements mingle in their offspring. For if a son of a golden or silver parent has an admixture of brass and iron, then nature orders a transposition of ranks, and the eyes of the ruler must not be pitiful towards a child because he has descended in the scale, and because a huntsman or artisan, just as the sons of artisans who having an admixture of gold and silver are them are raised to honor, and become guardians or auxiliaries. For an oracle to say that a man of brass or iron into the state, it will be destroyed. Such is tale. Is there a possibility of making our citizens believe in it? Not in the present generation, he replied. There's no way of accomplishing it. But their sons may be believed in the tale, and their son's son, and posterity after them. I see the difficulty, I replied, yet fostering of such a belief will make them care more for a city and one another. Enough, however, of the fiction, which may now be fly abroad in the wings of rumor, while arms on our earth-born heroes, and lead them forth under the command of their ruler. Let us look round and select us out where they can best suppress insurrection. If they any prove refractory within, and defend themselves against enemies, like wolves may come down on the fold or without letting them encamp. And when they encamp, let them sacrifice the proper gods and prepare their dwelling. Just so, he said. And the dwellings must be such that will shield them from against the colds of winter and the heat of summer. I suppose you could mean houses, he replied. Yes, I said, but they must be houses of soldiers, not of shopkeepers. What is the difference, he said. That will be the endeavor to explain, I replied. To keep watchdogs from whom the disciple or hungry or some evil habit or another would turn upon the sheep and worry about them. And behave not like dogs, but wolves, would be foul and monstrous thing in a shepherd. Truly monstrous, he said. And therefore every care must be taken of our auxiliaries, being stronger than our citizens, it may not grow to be too much for them, and become savage tyrants instead of friends or allies. Yes, great care should be taken. And would it not be really good education to furnish the best safeguards? But they are well educated already, he replied. I cannot be so confident, my dear Glasson, I said. I'm much more certain that they ought to be, and their true education, whatever that may be, will have the greatest tendency to civilize and humanize them in their relations to one another, and those who were under their protection. Very true. And not only their education, but their habitation, and also what will belong to them, should be such as neither impair their virtue as guardians, nor tempt them to prey upon other citizens. As a man of sense must acknowledge that. He must. Then let's consider what will be the best way of life, to realize our idea from them. In the first place, none of them should have any property of his own beyond what is absolutely necessary. Neither should they have a private house or store closed against anyone who will have a mind to enter. The provisions should only be such as required by trained warriors, who are men of temperance and courage. They should be agreed to receive from the citizens a fixed rate of pay, enough to meet the expenses of a year and no more. And they should go to a mess and live together with soldiers in a camp. Gold and silver will tend to them when they have from God. The diviner metal is within them. They have therefore no need of the drosses which are current among men, and ought not to pollute the divine by such earthly admixture. From the commoner metal has the sense of many unholy deeds, but their own is undefiled. And they alone of all citizens may not touch or handle silver or gold, but under the same roof with them, or wear them, or drink from them. And they will have their own salvation, and they will be the saviors of the state. But they should ever acquire homes or lands or money of their own. They shall become housekeepers or husbandmen instead of guardians, enemies and tyrants instead of allies of other citizens, hating and being hated, plotting and being plotted against. They will pass their whole lives in much greater terror of internal than of external enemies. In the hour of reign, both to themselves and to the state will be at hand. For all the reasons we may not say that such our state shall be ordered, and that these shall be the regulation appointed by us for our guardians concerning their houses and other matters. Yes, said Glasson.
Book 4 of Plato's Republic. Here Edemontus interposed a question. How would you answer, Socrates, said he, if a person were to say that you are making these people miserable, and that these are the cause of their own unhappiness? The city in fact belongs to them, but they are none the better for it. Whereas other men acquire land, and build large and handsome houses, and have everything handsome about them, offering sacrifices to the god on their own accord, practicing hospitality. Moreover, as you were just saying now, they have gold and silver, and that all the usual among the favorites of fortune. Poor citizens are no better than mercenaries who are quartered in the city and always mounting guard. Yes, I said, and you may add that they are only fed, and not paid in addition to their food, like other men. And therefore they cannot, if they would, take a journey of pleasure. They have no money to spend on a mistress or any other luxurious fancy, which, as the world goes, is thought to be happiness. And many of other accusations of the same nature might be added. But, he said, let us suppose that's to be included in your charge. You mean to ask, I said, what will be our answer? Yes, if we proceed along the old path, my belief, I said, is that we shall find the answer, and that our answer will be that, even as they are, our guardians may likely be the happiest of men. But that our aim in founding the state was not disproportionate happiness of any one class, but the greatest happiness of the whole. We thought that the state which is ordered with a view of the good of the whole should be most likely to find justice, and that the ill-ordered state injustice, and, having found them, we might then decide which of the two is happy. As at present, I take it, we are fashioning the happy state, not piecemeal, or with the view of making a few happy citizens, but as a whole, and by and by, we will proceed to view the opposite kind of state. Suppose that we're painting a statue, and someone came up to us and said, why do you not put the most beautiful colors on the most beautiful parts of the body? The eyes ought to be purple, but you've made them black. To him we may fairly answer, sir, you would not surely have us beautify the eyes to such a degree that they are no longer eyes. Consider rather whether, by giving this and other features their due proportion, we are making the whole beautiful. And, so I say to you, do not compel us to assign guardians a sort of happiness which makes them anything but guardians. For we too can clothe our husbandmen in royal appeal, and set crowns of gold on their heads, and bid them till the ground as much as they like, and no more. Our potters also might be allowed to repose on couches, and feast by the fireside, passing round the wine cup, and while their will is conveniently at hand, and working at pottery only as much as they like. This way we might make every class happy, and then, as you imagine, the whole state would be happy. But do not put this idea in our heads, for, if we listen to you, the husbandman will no longer be a husbandman, the potterer will cease to be a potter, and no one will have the character of any distinct class in the state. Now this is not as much a consequence where the corruption of society, and pretense to be where you are not. is confined by cobblers. But when the guardians of the law and the government are only seemingly and not real guardians, then see how they turn the state upside down. And on the other hand, they alone have the power of giving order and happiness to the state. We mean our guardians to be the true saviors and not destroyers of the state. Whereas our opponent is thinking of peasants at a festival, who are enjoying the life of revelry, not our citizens who are doing their duty to the state. But, if so, we mean different things, and he's speaking of something which is not a state, and therefore we must consider whether, appointing our guardians, we look to the state for the greatest happiness individually, or whether the principle of happiness does not rather reside in the state as a whole. But if the latter be true, then the guardians and auxiliaries, and all other equally with them, must be compelled or induced to do their own work in their best way, and thus the whole state will grow up to be a noble order, and the several classes will receive a proportion of happiness which nature assigns them. I think you are quite right. I wonder whether you agree with another remark which occurred. What might that be? There seems to be two causes of deterioration of the art. What are they? Wealth, I said, and poverty. How do they act? They proceed. The process is as follows. When a potter becomes rich, will he, think you, any longer take the same pains with his art? Certainly not. He will grow more and more indolent and careless. Very true. And the result will be that he will become a worse potter. Yes, he greatly deteriorates. But on the other hand, if he has no money, and cannot provide for himself with tools or instruments, he will not work equally well as himself, nor will he teach his sons or apprentices to work equally as well. Certainly not. Then, under the influence either of the poverty or of the wealth, workmen in their work are equally liable to degenerate. That is evident. Here, then, is a discovery of new evil, I said, against which the guardians will have to watch, or they will creep into the city unobserved. What evils? Wealth, I said, and poverty. The one with the parent of luxury and indolence, and the other of meanness and viciousness, and both of discontent. That is very true, he replied. Still, I should like to know, Socrates, how our city will be able to go to war, especially against the enemy who is rich and powerful, if deprived of the sinews of war. That would certainly be a difficulty, I replied, in going to war with such an enemy. There's no difficulty when there's two of them. How so? He asked. In the first place, I said, if we have to fight, our side will be trained warriors fighting against an army of rich men. That is true, he said. And do you not suppose, Adamantus, that a single boxer who is perfect in his art would easily be a match for two stout and well-to-do gentlemen who are not boxers? Hardly, if they came at him at once. What? Not, I said. If he were able to run away, and then turn and strike at one who first came up, and then supposing he were to do this several times under the heat of the scorching sun, might he not, being an expert, overturn more than one personage? Certainly, he said. There would be nothing wonderful in that. And yet rich men probably have a greater superiority in their science and practice of boxing than they have of military quality. Likely enough. Then we may assume that our athletes will be able to fight with 2 or 3 times their own number. I agree with you, for I think you are right. And suppose that, before engaging, our citizens send an embassy to one of the 2 cities, telling them what is the truth. Silver and gold we neither have nor are permitted to have. But you may. Do you therefore come and help us in war, and take the spoils of the other city, who, on hearing those words, would choose to fight against lean, wiry dogs instead with the dogs on their side against fat and tender sheep? That is not likely, and yet there might be a danger to the poor state if the wealth of many states were to be gathered into one. But how simple of you to use the term state at all but our own. Why so? You ought to speak of other states in the plural numbers, not of them as a city, but many cities, as they say in the game. For, indeed, any city, however small, is in fact divided into 2. One is the city of the poor, the other of the rich. Those who are at war with one another. And either of them are more smaller divisions, and you would be altogether besides the mark if you treated them as a single state. But if you deal with them as many, and give the wealth or power or persons of one to the others, you always have a great many friends and not many enemies. And your state, while the wise order which is now prescribed continues to prevail in her, will be the greatest of the states. I do not mean to say in reputation or appearance, but indeed in truth. Though she number not more than 1,000 defenders, a single state which is equal you will hardly find, either among the Hellenes or the barbarians, though there are many appear to be as great and many times greater. That is mostly true, he said. And what, I said, will be the best limit for our rulers to fix when they are considering the size of the state and the amount of territory which they are to include, and beyond which they are not to go? What limit would you propose? I would allow the state to increase so far as the consistent with unity. That, I think, is the proper limit. Very good, he said. Here then, I said, is another order which will have been conveyed to our guardians. Let our city be accounted neither large nor small, but one and self-sufficient. And surely, he said, that is not very severe order which we oppose upon them. And the other, said I, of which we were speaking of before, is lighter still. I mean the duty of degrading the offering of the guardians when inferior, and of elevating the rank of the guardians and the offspring of the lower classes when naturally superior. The intention was that, in the case of citizens generally, each individual should be put to use which nature intended for him, for one to work, and then every man would do his own business, and be one and not many, and so the whole city would be one and not many. Yes, he said, that is not so difficult. The regulations which were prescribing, my good Adeimantus, are not, as might be supposed, a number of great principles, but trifles all, if to be taken, as the saying is, of the one great thing. A thing, however, the one would rather call not great, but sufficient for our purpose. What might that be, he asked. Education, I said, and nurture. If our citizens are well educated and grow into sensible men, they will easily say their way all through these, and as well as other matters which I omit, such, for example, as marriage, the possession of women, and the procreation of children, which will all follow the general principle that friends have all things in common, as the proverb says. That will be the best way of settling them. Also, I said, the state, if once started well, moves with accumulating forces like a wheel. For good nature and education implement these good constitutions taking root in the good education improve more and more, and these improvements affect the breed in men and other animals. Very possible, he said. Then to sum up, there is the point in which, above all, the attention of our rulers should be directed, that music and gymnastics be preserved in their original form, and no innovation made. They must do their utmost to maintain them intact. And when one says that mankind must regard the newest song in which singers have, they will be afraid that he may be praising, not new songs, but a new kind of song, and this ought to not be praised, or conceived to be the meaning of the poet. For any musical invocation is full of danger to the whole state, and ought to be prohibited. So Damon tells me, and I can quite believe him. He says that when modes of music change, the fundamental laws of the state always change with them. Yes, said Adeimantus. You may also add my suffrage to Damon's and your own. Then, I said, our guardians must lay the foundations of their fortress in music. Yes, he said. The lawlessness which you speak too easily steals in. Yes, I replied, in the form of amusement, and at first sight it appears harmless. Why, yes, he said. And there's no harm were it not that little by little the spirits of license, finding a home, and perpetually penetrating into manners and customs, whence, issuing with great force, invades contacts between man and man, and from contacts goes to laws and constitution, and utter recklessness, ending at last, Socrates, by the overthrow of all rights, private as well public. Is this true? I said. That is my belief, I replied. Then, as I was saying, our youth shall be trained from the first in the strictest system, for if amusement becomes lawless, and the youth become lawless, and never can grow up into well-conducted and virtuous citizens. Very true, he said. And when they have made a good beginning in play, and by the help of music had gained a habit of good order, then this habit of order, in a manner how unlike the lawless plays of the others, will accompany them in our actions, and be a principle of growth to them, and if there are fallen places in the state, will raise them up again. Very true, he said. Thus educated, they will invent for themselves any lesser rules which the predecessors have altogether neglect. What do you mean? I mean such things as these. When the young are to be silent before their elders, how are they to show respect for them by standing and making them sit? What honor is due to the parents? What garments or shoes are to be worn? The modes of dressing the hair, deportment, and manners in general? You would agree with me? Yes. But there is, I think, small wisdom in legislating about such matters. I doubt if it was ever done, nor are any precise written enactments about them likely to be lasting. Impossible. It would seem, Adeimantus, that the direction in which education starts a man will determine his future life, and always attract like, to be sure, until some one rare or grand result is reached which may be good, and may the reverse be good, that is not to be denied. And for this reason, I said, I shall not attempt to legislate further about them. Naturally enough, he replied. Well, and about the business of the agora, and of ordinary dealings between man and man, or again, the agreement with artisans, about insult and injury, or the commencement of actions, and the appointment of juries. What would you say? There may also arise questions of the impositions or extraction of market and arbor dues which may be required, and in general about the regulations of market, police, harbors, and the like. But, oh heavens, shall we condescend the legislation of any of these particulars? I think, he said, that there is no need to impose laws about them on good men. What regulations are necessary, they will find out soon enough for themselves. Yes, I said, my friend, if God is only preserved from them from the laws in which we have given them, and without divine help, said Adeimantus, they will go on forever making and mending the laws, and their lives will hopes of attaining perfection. You would compare them, I said, to those invalids who, having no self-restraint, will not leave off their habits of intemperance. Exactly. Yes, I said, and what a delightful life they lead. They are always doctoring, increasing, and complicating their disorders, and always fancying that they will be cured by the nostrum with anyone advises them to try. Such cases are very common, he said, with invalids of the sort. Yes, I replied, and charming things that they deem him their worst enemy who will tell them the truth, which is simply that, unless they give up eating and drinking or wenching and idling, neither drug nor culture, nor spell, nor amulet, nor other remedy will avail. Charming, he replied. I see nothing charming in going into a passion with a man who tells you what is right. These gentlemen, I said, do not seem to be in your good grace, assuredly not. Nor would you praise the behavior of the states, which act like the men who I was now just describing, for they are not ill-ordered states in which citizens are forbidden under the path of pain of death to alter the constitution. And yet he who most sweetly courts those who will live under the regime, and indulges them and fawns upon them, in skillful anticipation in gratifying their humors, to be held to a great and good statesman. Do not these states resemble the persons who I was describing? Yes, he said. The states are as bad as the men, and I am very far from praising them. But do you not admire, I said, the coolness and dexterity of the ready ministries of the political corrupt? Yes, he said, I do, but not all of them, for there are some who applaud the multitude as deluded into belief they are really statesmen, and they are not to be admired. What do you mean? I said. You should have more feeling for them. When a man cannot measure, and he has great others who cannot measure declare that he is 4 cubits high, how can you not believe what they say? Nay, he said, certainly not in that case. Well, then, do you not be angry with them, for they are not as good as the play, trying their hand in paltry reforms such as I was describing. They are always fancying by the legislation that will make an end of the frauds in contract, and other rascalities which I was mentioning, not knowing that they're really coming off the heads of the Hydra. Yes, he said, that is just what they are doing. I could see, I said, that the legislator will not trouble himself with the class of enactments, whether concerning laws or the Constitution, either in the ill-ordered or well-ordered state. For the former they are quite useless, and the latter there will be no difficulty in devising them, and many of them will naturally flow out of our previous regulations. What, then, he said, is still remaining to us the work of legislation? Nothing to us, I replied, but to Apollo, the god of Delphi. There remains the ordering of the greatest and noblest and chiefest things of all. What are they? He said. The institution of temples and sacrifices, and the entire service of gods, demigods, and heroes. Also the ordering of the repositories of the dead, and the rites of which to be observed by him who would propitiate the inhabitants of the world below. They are matters in which we cannot excel, and founders of the city should be unwise in trusting them to any interpreter but to our ancestral deity. He is the god who sits in the center, the navel of the earth, and he is the interpreter of religion to all mankind. You are right, and we will do as you propose. But what, amid all this, is just of our stone? Tell me, where? Now that our city has been made habitable, light a candle and search, and get your brother and Polemarchus, and the rest of our friends to help, and let us see where we could discover justice, and where injustice, and when they could differ from one another, and which the man would be happy should he go for his portion, whether seen or unseen by the gods and men. Nonsense, said Glasson. Did you not promise to search yourself, saying that you would not help justice in her need, wouldn't be an impiety? I did not deny that I said so. As you remind me, I will be as good as my word, but you must join. We will, he replied. Well then, I hope to make a discovery in this way. I mean to begin with the assumption that our state, if rightly ordered, is perfect. That is mostly certainly. And being perfect, is therefore wise and valiant and temperate and just. It is likewise clear. And whatever these qualities, we will find the state, and the one which is not found is the residue. Very good. If there is 4 things, and we were searching for one of them, whether it might be, the one sought for might be known for us to the first, and would be no further trouble, or we may know the other 3 first, and the 4th would be clearly the one on the left. Very true, he said. And is not a similar method to be pursued about the virtues, which are also 4 in number? Clearly. First, among the virtues found in the state, wisdom comes into view, and this I detect a certain particularity. What is that? The state which we have been describing is said to be wise as being good in counsel. Very true. And good counsel is clearly a kind of knowledge, for not to be ignored. But by knowledge, do men not counsel as well? Do men counsel as well? Clearly. And this kind of knowledge in the state are many and diverse. Of course. There is knowledge of the carpenter, but he is the sort of knowledge which gives the city of the wise and the good in counsel. Certainly not. That would only give the city a reputation of skill in carpentry. Then a city is not to be called wise because possessing a knowledge which consels for the best about wooden implements. Certainly not. Nor by reason and knowledge which advises about brazen pots, I said, nor possession of any similar knowledge. Not by reason of any of them, he said. Nor yet by reason of knowledge which cultivates the earth, that would give the city in the name of agriculture. Well, yes. Well, I said, and is there any knowledge in our recently founded state, among any of the citizens which advises, no, not about any particular thing in the state, but as a whole, and consider how a state can best deal with itself with other states? There certainly is. And what is this knowledge? And among who is it found, I asked. It is the knowledge of the guardians, he replied. It is found among those who we were just now describing as perfect guardians. And what is the name of the city derived from the possessions of this sort of knowledge? The name of good in counsel and truly wise. And will there not be a city more of these true guardians, or more smiths? The smiths, he replied, will be far more numerous. Will not the guardians be the smallest of all the classes to receive the name of the profession of some kind of knowledge? Much the smallest. And by the reason the smallest part of the class, and by the knowledge which resides in this prescribing and ruling part of itself, the whole state being thus constituted according to nature to be wise, and this, who the knowledge is only worthy to be called wisdom, has been ordained by nature to be of all classes at least most true. Thus, then, I said, the nature and place of the state of one of the four virtues has somehow or other been discovered. In my humble opinion, very satisfactorily discovered, he replied. Again, I said, there's no difficulty in seeing the nature of courage, and in what part with the quality resides which gives us the name of courageous to the state. How do you mean? Why, I said, everyone who calls any state courageous or cowardly will be thinking of the part which fight and goes out to war on the state's behalf. Not one, he replied, would ever think of any other. The rest of the citizens may be courageous or cowardly, but their courage or cowardice will not, as I conceive, have an effect of making the city either one or the other. Certainly not. The city will be courageous in virtue of the portions of herself which prescribes under all circumstances that opinion about the nature of things to be feared and not to be feared, in which our legislature educated them. And this is what you term courage. I should like to hear what you're saying once more, for I do not think I perfectly understand you. I mean that courage is a kind of salvation. Salvation of what? With the opinion respecting things to be feared, what they are and what of nature, in which laws implement through education, and I mean by words under all circumstances, do intimate that in pleasure or in pain, or under the influence of desire or fear, a man preserves and not lose this opinion. Shall I give you an illustration, if you please?
You know, I said, the dyers, when they want to dye wool for making the true sea purple, begin by selecting their white color first. This they prepare and dress with much care and pains, in order that the white ground may take up the purple hue in full perfection. The dyeing then proceeds, and whatever is dyed in this manner becomes a fast color, and no washing either with lyes or without them can be taken away from the bloom. But when the ground has not only been duly prepared, you will have noticed how poor the look of either purple or any other color. Yes, he said. I know that they have washed out in ridiculous appearances. Then now, I said, you understand what our object was in selecting our soldiers, and educating them in music and gymnastics. We were contriving influences which would prepare them to take the dye of the laws in perfection, and the color of their opinion about dangers and any other option was indubitably fixed by their nature and training, not to be washed away by potent lies as pleasures, mightier agents far in the washing of the souls than any soda or liar, or by sorrow, fear, or desire, the mightiest of all the solvents. And this sort of universal saving power of true opinion and conformity with laws about real and false dangers I call and maintain to be courage, unless you disagree. But I agree, he replied, for I suppose that you mean to exclude mere unconstructed courage, such as that of the wild beast or of the slave. This, in your opinion, is not the courage which the law ordains, and ought to have another name. Most certainly. Then I must infer courage to be such as you describe. Why, yes, I said, as you may. And if you add the words of a citizen, you will not be far wrong. Hereafter, if you like, we will carry the examination further, but at the present we are seeking not for courage, but of justice. And the purpose of our inquiry we have said enough. You're right, he replied. Two virtues remain to be discovered in the state. First, temperance, and then the justice which is at the end of our search. Very true. Now, can we find justice without troubling ourselves about temperance? I don't know how this can be accomplished, he said, nor do I desire that justice should be brought up to a light and temperance lost sight of, and therefore I wish that you would do me the favor of considering temperance first. Certainly, I replied. I should not be justified in refusing your request. Then consider, he said. Yes, I replied, I will, and as far as I can present see, the virtue of temperance has more of the nature of harmony and sympathy than the preceding. How so, he asked. Temperance, I replied, is the ordering or controlling of certain pleasures and desires. This is curiously enough implied in the saying of a man being his own master, and traces of the same notion may be found in the language. No doubt, he said. There is something ridiculous in the expression, master of himself. For the master is also the servant, and the servant the master, and all these modes of speaking of the same person is denoted. Certainly. The meaning is, I believe, that the human soul that is better and more, and also a worse principle, and when the better has the worse under control, then the man is said to be the master of himself, and this is the term of praise. But when, owing to evil education or association, the better principle, which is also smaller, is overwhelmed by the greater mass or worse, in this case he is blamed and is called the slave of himself and unprincipled. Yes, there is a reason in that. And now, I said, look at our newly created state, and there you will find two conditions realized. For the state, as you will acknowledge, may be justly called the master of itself, if the words temperance and self-mastery truly express the rule of the better part over the worse. Yes, he said, I say that what you say is true. Let me further note that the manifold and complex pleasures and desires and pain are generally found in children and women and servants,
and the freemen so-called, who are the lowest and most numerous in class. Certainly, he said. Whereas the simple and moderate desires which follow reason, and under the guidance of mind and true opinion, are to be found only in a few, and those to be best born and best educated. Very true. These two, as you may perceive, have a place in our state. The meaner desires of the many are held down by the virtuous desires of wisdom of the few. That I perceive, he said. Then, if there be any city which may be described as the master of its own pleasures and desires, the master of itself, our may claim such a designation. Certainly, he replied. It may be also called temperate, and for the same reason. Yes. And if there are any state in which the rulers and subjects will be agreed as to the question who are to rule, that again will be our state. Undoubtedly. And the citizens being thus agreed among themselves, in which class will temperance be found, in the rulers or the subjects? In both, as I should imagine, he replied. Do you observe that we are not far wrong in our guess that temperance was a sort of harmony? Why so? Why, because temperance is unlike courage and wisdom, each of which resides in part only, the only making the state wise and the other valiant. Not so for temperance, which extends to the whole and runs throughout the nodes of the scale, and produces the harmony of weaker and stronger in the middle class, whether you suppose the stronger or weaker in wisdom or power, or numbers or wealth, or anything else. Or truly there may be we deem temperance to be agreeable, of the natural superior and inferior, as to the right, the rule of either, both in state and in individuals. I certainly agree with you. And so I said, we may consider 3 out of 4 virtues have been discovered in our state. The last of those qualities which make the state virtuous must be justice, if we know what they were. The inference is obvious. The time has arrived, Glossum, when, like huntsmen, we should surround the cover, and look sharp that justice does not steal away, and pass at the side and escape us, for beyond a doubt she is somewhere in this country. Watch therefore, and strive to catch a sight of her, and you will see her first. Let me know. Would that I could! But you should regard me rather as a follower, who has just eyes enough to see what you show him. That is as much as I am good for. Offer a prayer with me and follow. I will, but you must show me the way. Here is no path, I said, and the wood is dark and perplexing. Still, we must push on. Let us push on. Here I saw something. Hello, I said. I began to perceive a track, and I believe the quarry will not escape. Good news, he said. Truly, I said, we are stupid fellows. Why so? Why, my good sir, at the beginning of our inquiry, ages ago, there was justice tumbling at our feet. We never saw her. Nothing could be more ridiculous. Like people who go about looking for what they have in their hands. That was the way with us. We had not looked at what we were seeking, but whether it was far off in the distance, and therefore I suppose we missed her. What do you mean? I mean to say that in reality for a long time we've been taking of justice, and failed to recognize her. I grow impatient at the length of your exordium. Well then, tell me, I said, whether I am right or not. You remember the original principle which we were always laying down at the foundation of the state, that one man should praise one thing only, the thing which nature was best adapted to. Now justice is the principle, or a part of it. Yes, we often say that one man should do one thing only. Further, we affirmed that justice was doing one's own business and not being a busybody. We so said again and again, and many others have said the same to us. Yes, we said so. Then to do one's business in a certain way may be assumed to be justice. Can you tell me whence to derive this inference? I can't, but I should like to be told. Because I think that this is the only virtue which remains in the state, which other virtues of temperance and courage and wisdom are abstract, and that this is the ultimate cause and condition for the existence of all of them, and while remaining in them is also their preservative. And if we were saying that the 3 were discovered by us, justice would be the 4th or remaining one. That follows of necessity. If we ask to determine which of the 4 qualities by its presence contributes the most to the excellence of the states, whether the agreement of rulers and subjects, or the preservation of soldiers of the opinion which the law ordains about the true nature of dangers, or wisdom, or watchfulness in the rulers, or whether this other which I am mentioning, or which is found in children and women, slaves and freemen, artisans, rulers, subjects, and the quality, I mean, of everyone doing their own work and not being a busybody, would claim the palm, the question is not so easily answered. Certainly, he replied. There would be a difficulty in saying which. Then, the power of each individual in the state to do his own work appears to compete with other political virtues, wisdom, temperance, and courage. Yes, he said, and the virtue which enters in the competition is justice. Yes, exactly. Let us look at the question from another point of view. Are not the rulers in the state whom you would entrust the office of determining suits at law? Certainly. And are the suits decided on any other grounds but that man may neither take what is another's, nor be deprived of what is his own? Yes, that is their principle. What is a just principle? Yes. Then on this view, also justice will be admitted to be having and doing what a man's own and belonging to him. Very true. Think, now, and say whether you agree with me or not. Suppose a carpenter is doing the business of a cobbler, or a cobbler of a carpenter, and suppose to exchange their implements of their duties, or the same person to be doing the work of both. Whether the change, do you think any great harm would result in the state? Not so much. But when the cobbler or any other man whom nature is designed to be a traitor, having his heart lifted up by wealth or strength, or numbers of his followers, or any like advantage, attempts to force his way into the class of warriors, or a warrior into the legislator and guardians, for which he is unfitted, and either to take the implements of their duty or another, or which one man is a traitor, legislator, and warrior all in one, then I think you will agree with me in saying that this interchange and this meddling of one with another is the ruin of the state. Most true. Seeing then, I said, that there are three distinct classes, any meddling of one with another, or the change of one into another, is the greatest harm to the state, and may be most justly termed evil doing. Precisely. And the greatest danger, the greatest degree of evil doing to one city would be terminated by your injustice. Certainly. Then this is injustice. And on the other hand, when the traitor, the auxiliary, and the guardian each do their own business, that is justice. It will make the city just. I agree with you. We will not, I said, be over positive as yet. But if, on trial, this conception of justice be verified in the individual as well as the state, there will be no longer any room for doubt. If it is not verified, we must have a fresh inquiry. First, let us complete the old investigation, which we began, as you remember, under the impression that, if we could previously examine justice on a larger scale, there would be less difficulty in discerning her in the individual. That larger example appeared to be the state, and accordingly we constructed as good as one could, knowing well that in the good state justice would be found. Let the discovery which we have made now be applied to the individual. If they agree, we shall be satisfied, or if there should be differences in the individual, we will come back to the state and have another trial of the theory. The friction of the two rubbed together may possibly strike a light to which justice will shine forth, and the visions which is revealed we fix our souls. That will be a regular course. Let us do what you say. I proceed to ask, when two things, a greater and less, are called the same name, are they alike or unlike in so far as they call the same? Like, he replied. The just man, then, if we regard the idea of justice only, will be like the just state. He will. In the state we thought by us to be just, when the three classes of the state severely did their own business, and thought the temperance and valiance of the wise be reason of certain other affections and qualities of the same classes. True, he said. And so of the individual, we may assume that he has the same three principles in his own soul, which are to be found in the state, and he may be rightfully described in the same terms, because he is affected by the same manner. Certainly, he said. Once more, then, my friend, we have aligned ourselves an easy question, whether the soul has three principles or not. An easy question? Nay, rather, Socrates. The proverb holds that the hard is the good. Very true, I said, and I don't think that the method which we are employing is at all adequate to an accurate solution of this question. The true method is another and a longer one. Still, we may achieve it at the solution not below the level of the previous inquiry. May we not be satisfied with that, he said. Under the circumstances, I am quite content. I too, I replied, shall be extremely well satisfied. Then faint not in pursuing the speculation, he said. Must we not acknowledge, I said, that in each of us there is the same principles and habits which there are in the state, and from the individual they pass to the state. How else can they come there? Take the quality of passion or spirit. It would be ridiculous to imagine that this quality, when found in the states, is not derived from the individuals who are supposed to possess it. Example, Thracians, Scythians, and the general of the northern nations, and the same may be said of the love of knowledge, which is a special characteristic of our part of the world, or the love of money, which may, with equal truth, be attributed to the Phoenicians and the Egyptians. Exactly so, he said. There is no difficulty in understanding this, none whatsoever. But the question is not quite so easy when proceed to ask whether these principles are three or one, whether, that is to say, we learn that one part of our nature with another, and the third part of desire the satisfaction of our natural appetites, or whether the whole soul comes into play in each sort of action, to determine that it is the difficulty. Yes, he said, there lies the difficulty. Let us now try to determine whether the same or different. How can we? He asked. I replied as follows. The same thing clearly cannot act or be acted upon in the same part of the relation to the same thing at the same time, in contrary ways, and therefore whenever this contradiction occurs, as staying apparently the same. We know that they are really not the same, but different. Good. For example, I said that can the same thing be at rest and in motion at the same time in the same part? Impossible. Still, I said, let us have a more precise statement of terms, lest we shall hereafter fall out of the way. Imagine the case of the man who is standing and also moving his hand in his head, and suppose the person is the same one, and the same person is in motion and at rest at the same motion. To such a mode of speech we should object. We should rather say that one part of him is in motion while the other is at rest. Very true. And suppose the objector to refine still further, and you draw the nice distinction that not only part of the tops, but whole tops, and when they spin around with their pegs fixed on the spot, are at rest and in motion at the same time, and he may say the same of anything which revolves around the same spot. His objection would not be admitted by us, because in such a case are not at rest and in motion in the same parts of themselves. We should rather say that they both an axis and a circumference, and that the axis stands still, for there is no deviation from the perpendicular, and that the circumference goes round. But if, revolving, the axis includes either to the right or left, forward or backwards, then in no point of view can they be at rest. That is the correct mode of describing them, he replied. Then none of the objections will confuse us, or incline us to believe the same thing at the same time. And the same part of relation of the same thing can be acted upon in contrary ways. Certainly not, according to my way of thinking. Yet, I said, that we might not be compelled to examine all such objections, and prove at length that they are untrue. Let us assume their absurdity, and go forward on the understanding that hereafter, if this assumption turns out to be untrue, all the consequences which follow shall be withdrawn. Yes, he said, that will be the best way. Well, I said, would you not allow the assent and dissent, and desire and diversion, attraction and repulsion, are also of them opposites, whether they be regarded as active or passive? For it makes no difference in the fact of their opposition. Yes, he said, there are opposites. Well, I said, and hunger and thirst, and the desires in general, and again willing and wishing, all these you would refer to classes already mentioned. You would say, would you not, that the soul of him who desires is seeking after the object of his desires, or that he is drawing to himself the thing which he wishes to possess. Or again, when a person wants anything to be given to him, his mind, longing for the realization of his desires, intimates his wish to have it by the nod of assent, and he has been asked the question. Very true. And what would you say to unwillingness and dislike and absence of desire? Should not these things be referred to the opposite class of repulsion and rejection? Certainly. Admitting this to be the true of desire generally, let us suppose a particular class of desires, and out of these we will select hunger and thirst, and then they are termed, which are the most obvious of them. Let us take that class, he said. The object of one is food, and the other is drink. Yes, and here comes the point. Is not the thirst of desire which the soul has of drink, and the drink only, not only drink qualified by anything else, for example, warm or cold, or much or a little, or in a word, drink or of any particular sort. But if the thirst be accomplished by heat, then the desire is of a cold drink, or if accomplished by cold, then of a warm drink, or if the thirst be excessive, then the drink which is desired to be excessive, or it is not great, the quantity of drink will also be small. But thirst pure and simple will desire drink pure and simple, which is the natural satisfaction of thirst, as food is of hunger. Yes, he said, the simple desire, as you say, in every case is a simple object, and the qualified desire the qualified object. But here confusion may arise. I should wish to guard against the opponent starting up and saying that no man desires drink only, but good drink, or food only, but a good food, for good is the universal object of desire. And thirst being a desire will necessarily be thirst after a good drink, and the same is true of every other desire. Yes, he replied, the opponent might have something to say. Nevertheless, I should still maintain that the relatives some have equality attached to them, either terms of relation. Others are simple and have the correlation simple. I do not know what you mean. Well, you know of course that the greater is relative to the less. Certainly, and much greater to the much less. Yes, and sometimes greater to the sometimes less, and the greater that is to be the less that is to be. Certainly, he said. And so, more or less, and in other correlative terms, such as the double and of the half, or again, the heavier and the lighter, the swifter and the slower, and of the hot and the cold, and any other relatives, is not the true of all of them? Yes. And does not the same principle hold in sciences? The object of science is knowledge, assuming that this is the true definition. But the object of a particular science is a particular kind of knowledge. I mean, for example, that the science of house building is the science of knowledge which is defined and distinguished from other kinds, and is therefore termed architecture. Certainly. Because it is a particular quality which no other has. Yes, and it has this particular quality, because it has object of a particular kind, and is true of other arts and sciences. Yes. Now then, I have made myself clear. You will understand my original meaning in what I said about relatives. My meaning was that if one term of relation is taken alone, another is taken alone. If one term is qualified, another is also qualified. I do not mean to say that relatives may not be desperate, or that the science of health is healthy, or of disease necessarily diseased, or that the science is good and evil, or therefore good and evil, but only that when the term science is no longer used absolutely, but as a quantified object, which becomes the case as the natural health and disease, becomes defined, and hence is called not merely science, but the science of medicine. I quite understand, and I think as you do. I do not say that thirst is one of those essentially relative terms, having clearly a relation. Yes, thirst is relative to drink, and a certain type of thirst is relative to a certain kind of drink. But thirst is taken alone is neither much nor little, nor good nor bad, nor of any particular kind of drink, but of a drink only. Certainly. Then the soul is a thirsty one, insofar that as he is thirsty, desires only drink, for this he yearns and tries to obtain it. That is plain. If you suppose something which pulls a thirsty soul away from a drink, that must be different from the thirsty principle which draws him like a beast to a drink. For, as we were saying, the same thing cannot at the same time, with the same part of itself, act in contrary ways about the same. Impossible. No more than you can say that the hands of an archer push, or the pull of a bow is at the same time. But when you say as one hand pushes and the other pulls. Exactly, he replied. And might a man be thirsty and yet unwilling to drink? Yes, he said, it certainly happens. And in such a case, what is one to say? Would you not say there is something in the soul biting a man to drink, something else forbidding him, for which other and stronger than the principle which bids him? I should say so. And a forbidding principle is derived from reason, in which bids and attracts proceeding from passion and disease? Clearly. Then we may fairly assume that there are two, and that they are different from one another. The one which man reasons, we may call the rational principle of the soul, the other of which he loves and hungers the thirst and the feeling fluttering of other desire, may be termed irrational or appetitive, the ally of sundry pleasures and satisfaction. Yes, he said, we may fairly assume them to be different. Then let us finally determine that there are two principles existing in the soul, and what of passion or spirit? Is it a third or akin to one of the preceding? I should be inclined to say akin to desire. Well, I said, there's a story which I remember to have heard, in which I'll put faith. The story is Leotus, son of Agelaon, coming up one day from the Piraeus, under the north wall of outside, observed some dead bodies lying on the ground at the place of execution. He felt a desire to see them, and also a dread and abhorrence of them. For a time he struggled and covered his eyes, but at length the desire got better of him. Forcing them open, he ran up to the dead bodies, saying, "Look, you wretches, take the fill off the fire sight." "I've heard the story myself," he said. The moral of the tale is that anger at times goes to war with desire, as though they're two distinct things. Yes, that was the meaning, he said. And are there not many cases in which we observe that a man's desires violently prevail over his reason? He reviles himself, and he's angry at the violence within him. In that struggle, which like the struggle of the factions in the state, his spirit is on the side of his reason. But for the passion or spirit element to take part in which desires when reason decides that he should not be opposed, is the sort of thing which I believe you should never observe occurring in yourself, nor, as I should imagine, in anyone else. Certainly not. Suppose that a man thinks he has done a wrong to another, and the nobler he is, the less able is he to feel indigent to any suffering, such as hunger or cold or any other pain which injured person may inflict upon him, and he deems to be just, and, as I say, his anger refuses to be excited by them. True, he said, but when he thinks that it is the sufferer wrong, that he boils and chafes, and that the side of what he believes to be justice, and because he suffers hunger or cold or other pain, he is to be more determined to preserve and conquer. His noble spirit will not be quelled until he either slays or is slain, or until he hears the voice of the shepherd, that is, reason, bidding his dog bark no more. The illusion is perfect, he replied. In our state, as we were saying, the auxiliaries were to be dogs, and to hear the voice of the rulers, who are the shepherds. I perceive, I said, that you quite understand me. There is, however, a further point which I wish you to consider. What point? You remember that passion or spirit appeared at first sight to be the kind of desire, but now we should say that quite the contrary, for in conflict the soul spirit is arrayed on the side of rational principle, most assuredly. But a further question arises, is passion different from reason also, or only a kind of reason, in which the latter case, instead of three principles in the soul, there will be only two, the rational and the conspicuent? Or, rather, as the state was composed of three classes, traitors, auxiliaries, and counselors. So we may not be in the individual soul, a third element which is passion or spirit, and was not corrupted by bad education, is the natural auxiliary of reason. Yes, he said, there must be a third. Yes, I replied, if passion, which already has been shown to be different from desire, turns out to be different from reason. But this is easily proved. We may observe even in young children that they are full of spirit almost as soon as they are born, whereas some of them never seem to attain to us the use of reason, and most of them being late enough. Excellent, I said. You may see passion equally in brute animals, which is further proof of the truth of what you're saying. And here we have one more appeal to the words of Homer, which have already been quoted by us. He smote his breast, and then rebuked his soul. For in this verse, Homer has clearly supposed the power which reasons about the better and worse be different from the unreasoning anger which is rebuked by it. Very true, he said. And so, after much tossing, we have reached land, and we are fairly agreed that the same principles which exist in the state exist also in the individual, and that they are exactly three in number. Exactly. Must we not infer that the individual is wise in the same way, and that the virtue of the same quality which makes the state wise? Certainly. Also, the same quality which constitutes courage in the state constitutes courage in the individual, and that both the individual bear the same relation to all virtues, assuredly, and that the individual will be acknowledged by us to be just in the same way in which the state is just. That follows, of course. We cannot but remember that the justice of the state consists in each of the three classes doing the work of its own classes. We are not very likely to have forgotten, he said. We must recollect the individual in whom the several qualities of his nature do their own work with be just, and he will do in his own work. Yes, he said, we must remember that too. And not the rational principle, which is wise, and the other care of the whole soul, to rule, be passionate or spirited principle to be subject of an ally. Certainly. And, as we were saying, the united influence of music and gymnastics will bring them into accord, nerving and sustaining the reason with noble words and lessons, and moderating and soothing and civilizing the wilderness of passion by harmony and rhythm. Quite true, he said. And these two, thus natured and educated, will have the learning truly to know their own function, will rule over the conspicuous, which is, each of us is the largest part of the soul, and by nature most insatiable of gain. Over this they will keep guard, lest waxing great and strong with the failures of bodily pleasures, as they are termed, the conspicuous soul, no longer confined to his own sphere, should attempt to enslave and rule over those who are not natural-born subjects, and overturn the whole life of man. Very true, he said. Well, together they will not best defenders of the whole soul and the whole body against attack from without, and the one counseling, and the others fighting under his leader, courageously executing his commands and counsels. True. And he is to be deemed courageous, whose spirit retains the pleasure and pain the commands of reason about what he ought or not to be fear. Right, he replied. And him we call wise, who has in him the little part which rules, and which proclaims these commands, the part being too supposed to have the knowledge of what is for the interest of each of the three parts of the whole. Assuredly. And what would you not say that he is temperate who has the same elements in friendly harmony, in whom the one ruling principle of reason, and the two subjects one of spirits and desire, equally agreed that reason ought to rule, it do not rebel. Certainly, he said, that is true account of temperance with the state or individual. And surely, I said, we have explained again and again how by virtue of what quality a man will be just. It is very certain. And is justice dimmer in the individual, that he is formed different, or is she the same which we found her to be of the state? There's no difference in my opinion, he said, because, if any doubt still lingering in our mind, a few commonplace instances will satisfy us of the truth of what I've been saying. What sort of instances do you mean? If the case is put to us, must we not admit that the just state, where the man who is trained in the principles of such a state will be less likely than the unjust to make away with the deposits of gold or silver. Would anyone deny this? No one, he replied. Will the man or citizen be guilty of sacrilege or theft or treachery either to his friends or to his country? Never. Neither will he break faith, what has been oaths or agreements. Impossible. No one will be less likely to commit adultery, or dishonor his father or mother, or to fail his religious duties. No one. And the reason is that each part of him is doing own business, whether in ruling or being ruled. Exactly so. Are you satisfied that in the quality which makes such men in such states is justice, or do you hope to discover some other? Not I, indeed. Then our dream has been realized, and the suspicion which is entertained at the beginning of our work of construction, that some divine power must have conducted us to a primary form of justice, has now been verified. Yes, certainly. And that the division of labor, which requires the carpenter and the shoemaker and the rest of the citizens to be doing their own business, and not another, was a shadow of justice, and for that reason it was of use, clearly. But in reality justice was such as we are describing, being concerned, however, not with the outward man, but with the inward, which is the true self and concernment of man. For the just man does not permit the several elements within him to interfere with one another, or any of them to do the work of others. He sets in order his own inner life, and his own master and his own laws, and at the peace with them. And when he has bound together the three principles within him, which may be compared to the higher, lower, and middle notes of the scale, the intermediate intervals, which he had bound all these together, it is no longer many, but he has become one entirely temperate and perfectly adjusted nature, that he proceeds to act, if he has to act, whether in the master of property, or in the treatment of the body, or some affair of politics or private business, always thinking and calling of which preserves and cooperates with his harmonious conditions, just and good action, and the knowledge which presides over it, wisdom, and that without time, impairs his condition. He will call unjust action and an opinion which presides over its ignorance. You have said the exact truth, Socrates. Very good. If we were to affirm that he has discovered that the man in just state, the nature of justice in each of them, we should not be telling falsehood. Most certainly not. May we say so, then? Let us say so. And now, I said, injustice has to be considered. Clearly. Must not injustice be the strife which arises among three principles, and meddlesomeness, and interference, and risiness of a part of soul against the whole, assertion of unlawful authority, which is made by rebellious subjects against the true prince, of whom the natural vassal, which is all the confusion and delusion but injustice, and intemperance, and cowardice, and ignorance, every form of vice. Exactly so. And if the nature of justice and injustice to be known, then the meaning of acting unjustly and being unjust, or, again, of acting justly, will also be perfectly clear. What do you mean? He said. Why, I said, they are like diseases and healthy. Why, I said, they are like disease and health, being in the soul just what disease and health are to the body. How so? Why, I said, that which is healthy causes health, and that which is unhealthy causes disease. Yes, and just actions cause justice, and unjust actions cause injustice. That is certain. And the creation of health of the institution of natural order and governance of one by another is the part of the body. The creation of disease is the production of the state of things of variance with the natural order. True. And it's not the creation of justice and the institution of natural order, the governance of one another by the parts of the soul, and the creation of injustices by the induction of the state things at variance with the natural order. Exactly so, he said. Then virtue is the health and the beauty of well-being of the soul, the vice of the disease and weakness and deformity of the same. True. And do not good practices lead to virtue, and evil practices devise? Assuredly. Still our old question of the comparative advantage of justice and injustice has not been answered. Which is more profitable, to be just and act justly and practice virtue, whether seen or unseen goods of men, or be unjust or act unjustly, if only unpunished and unreformed? In my justice, Socrates, the question has now become ridiculous. We know that when the bodily constitution is gone, life is no longer endurable. They're pampered with all kinds of meats and drinks, and having all the wealth and power, shall be told that when the very essence of the vital principle is undermined and corrupted, life is still worth having it to a man, if only he is allowed to do whatever he likes, with the single exception that he does not acquire injustice or virtue, or to escape from injustice or vice, assuming that both of them such as we have described. Yes, I said, the question is, as you say, ridiculous. Still, as we are near the spot at which we may see the truth in the clearest matters with our own eyes, let us not faint by the way. Certainly not, he replied. Come hither, I said, and behold the various forms of vice, those of them, I mean, which are worth looking at. I am following you, he replied. Proceed. I said the argument seems to have reached a height from which, as some tower of speculation, a man may look down and see virtue is one, but that the forms of vice are innumerable. There are 4 special ones which are deserving of note. Which do you mean? He asked. I mean, I replied, that there appears to be many forms of the soul as there are distinct forms of the state. How many? There are 5 of the state and 5 of the soul, I said. What are they? The first, I said, which we have been describing and may have been seen to be 2 names, monarchy and aristocracy. According to rule, is exercised one distinguished man or by many. True, he replied. But I regard 2 names in describing one form only, for which the government is in the hands of one or many, as the governor has been trained in the manner in which he is supposed. The fundamental laws of the state will be maintained. That is true, he replied. End of Book 4.
Book 5 of Plato's Republic. Such is good and true city or state, and the good and true man is of the same pattern. And if this is right, every other is wrong. And the evil is one which affects not only the ordering of the state, but also the regulation of the individual soul, and exhibited in 4 forms. What are they? He said. I was proceeding to tell the order in which the 4 evil forms appear to me to succeed one another, when Polemarchus, who was sitting a little way off, just beyond Adeimantus, began to whisper to him. Stretching forth his hand, he took a hold of the upper part of his coat by the shoulder, and drew him towards him, leaning forward himself so as to be quite close, and saying something in his ear, of which I only caught the words. Shall we let him off, or what shall we do? Certainly not, said Adeimantus, raising his voice. Who is it, I said, with whom you are refusing to let off? You, he said. I repeated, why am I especially not to be let off? Why, he said, we think you are lazy, and mean to cheat us out of the whole chapter, which is a very important part of the story. You fancy that we shall not notice your airy way of proceeding, as if it were self-evident to everyone, that in the matter of women and children, friends have all things in common. And was I not right, Adeimantus? Yes, he said, but what is right in this particular case, like everything else, requires to be explained. Community may be of many kinds. Please, therefore, to say what sort of community you mean. We've been long expecting that you would tell us something about the family life of your citizens, how they will bring children into the world, rear them when they have arrived, and, in general, what is the nature of this community of women and children. For we are of opinion that the right or wrong management of such matters will have a great and paramount influence of the state, for good and for evil. And now, since the question is still undetermined, and you are taking in hand another state, we have resolved, as you heard, not to let you go until you give an account of all this. To that resolution, said Glaucon, you may regard me as saying, agreed. And without much ado, said Thrasymachus, you may consider us all to be equally agreed. I said, you know not what you are doing in thus assailing me. What an argument you were raising about the state. Just as I thought that I had finished, and I was only too glad that I had laid this question to sleep, and I was reflecting on how fortunate I was in your acceptance of what I then said, you asked me to begin again at the very foundation, ignorant of what a hornet's nest of words you were stirring. Now I foresaw this gathering trouble, and I avoided it. For what purpose do you conceive that we have come here, said Thrasymachus, to look for gold or to hear discourse? Yes, but discourse should have a limit. Yes, Socrates, said Glaucon, and the whole life is the only limit which wise men assign to the hearing of such discourse. But never mind about it. Take heart yourselves, and answer the questions in your own way. What sort of community of women and children is this which to prevail among our guardians? And how shall we manage the period between birth and education, which seems to require greatest care? Tell us how these things will be. Yes, my simple friend, but the answer is the reverse of easy. Many more doubts arise about this than our previous conclusion. For the practicality of what is said may be doubted, and looked in another point of view. Whether the scheme, if ever so practicable, would be for the best is also doubtful. Here I feel a reluctance to approach the subject, lest our aspiration, my dear friend, should turn out to be a dream only. Fear not, he replied, for your audience will not be hard upon you. They are not skeptical or hostile. I said, my good friend, I suppose what you mean to encourage me with these words.
Yes, he said. Then let me tell you about that you are doing just the reverse. The encouragement which you offer would have all very well had I myself believed that I know what I was talking about. To declare the truth about the matters of high interest which a man honors and loves among wise men who love him need occasion no fear of faltering in his mind, but to carry on an argument which you are yourself only hesitatingly inquirer, which, in my condition, is a dangerous and slippery thing. And the danger is not that I shall be laughed at, of which the fear would be childish, but that I shall miss the truth where I most needed to be sure of my footing, and drag my friends after me in my fall. And I pray Nemesis not to visit upon me the words which I am going to utter, for I do indeed believe that to be an voluntary homicide is the less of crime than a deceiver about beauty or goodness or justice in the matter of laws, and that is the risk which I would rather run among enemies than among friends, and therefore you do well to encourage. Glaucon laughed and said, Well then, Socrates, in case you in your argument do us any serious injury, you shall be acquitted beforehand of homicide, and shall not be held to be a deceiver. Take courage then and speak. Well, I said, the law says that when a man is acquitted, he is free from guilt, and then what holds at law may hold in argument. Why should you mind? Well, I replied, I suppose that I must retrace my steps and say what I perhaps ought to have said before in proper place. The part of the men that has been played out, and now properly enough comes the turn of women. Of them I will proceed to speak, and the more readily since I am invited by you. Were men born and educated like our citizens, the only way, in my opinion, of arriving at the right conclusion about the possession and use of women and children is to follow the path on which we originally started, when we said that the men were to be guardians and watchdogs of the herd. True. Let us further suppose the birth and education of our women to be subject to similar or nearly similar regulations. Then we shall see whether the result accords with our design. What do you mean? What I mean is may be put into the form of a question, I said. Are dogs divided into he's and she's, or do they both share equally in hunting and keeping watch and other duties of dog? Or do we entrust the males the entire and exclusive care of the flocks, while we leave the females at home, under the idea that the bearing and suckling their puppy is labor enough for them? No, he said, they shall share alike. The only difference between them and the males are stronger and the females weaker. You can use different animals for the same purposes, unless they are bred and fed in the same way. You cannot. Then, if women are to have the same duties as men, they must have the same nurture and education. Yes, the education which was assigned to men was music and gymnastic. Yes, the women must be taught music and gymnastic, and also the art of war, which they must practice like that in men. That is an inference, I suppose. I should rather expect, I said, that several of our proposals, if they are carried out, being unusual, may appear ridiculous. No doubt about it. Yes, and the most ridiculous thing of all will be the sight of women naked on the palæstra, exercising with the men, especially when they are no longer young. They certainly will not have a vision of beauty, any more than the enthusiastic old man who, in spite of wrinkles and ugliness, continues to frequent the gymnasium. Yes, indeed, he said. According to present notions, the proposal will be thought ridiculous. But then, I said, as we determine to speak our minds, we must not fear the jests of the wits which will be directed against this sort of innovation. How they will talk of the women's attainments, both in music and gymnastic, and above all about the wearing armor and riding upon horseback. Very true, he replied. Having begun, we must go forward to the rough places of the law, at the same time beginning of these gentlemen for once in their life to be serious. Not long ago, as we shall remind them, the Hellenes were of the opinion, which is still generally received among the barbarians, the sight of a naked man was ridiculous and improper, and when the first Cretians and then the Lacedaemonians introduced the custom, the wits of that day might equally have ridiculed the innovation, no doubt. But when experience showed that to let all things be uncovered was far better than to cover them up, and the ludicrous effect to the outward eye vanished before the better principle which reason asserted, and the man was perceived to be a fool, who directs the shafts of his ridicule at any other sight but that of folly or vice, or seriously inclines to weigh the beautiful by any other standard but that of the good. Very true, he replied. First, then, whether the question is to be put in jest or earnest, let us come to an understanding about the nature of woman. Is she capable of sharing either wholly or partially in the actions of men, or not at all? And is the art of war one of those arts in which she can or cannot share? That will be the best way of commencing the inquiry, will probably lead to the fairest conclusion. That will be much the best way. Shall we take the other side first and begin arguing against ourselves? In this matter the adversary's position will not be undefended. Why not, he said. Then let us put a speech into the mouths of our opponents. They will say, Socrates and Glaucon, no adversary needs to convict you, for you yourselves, at the first foundation of the state,
admitted the principle that everybody was to do the one work suited to his own nature, and certainly, if I am not mistaken, such an admission was made by us. And do not the natures of men and women differ very much indeed? And we shall reply, of course they do. Then we shall be asked, whether the tasks assigned to men and to women should not be different, and such as are agreeable to their different natures. Certainly they should. But so, have you not fallen into a serious inconsistency in saying that men and women, whose natures are so entirely different, ought to perform the same actions? What defense will you make for us, my good sir, against anyone who offers these objections? That is not an easy question to answer when asked suddenly, and I do beg of you to draw out the case on our side. These are objections, Glosson, and there are many others of the like kind, which I foresaw a law. They made me afraid and reluctant to take hand any law about the possession or nurture of women and children. By Zeus, he said, the problem to be solved is anything but easy. Why, yes, I said, but the fact is that when we will hope that Arion's dolphin or some other miraculous help may save us. Discussion. Yes, he replied. Such is very often the case, but what has it to do with same natures? Why no, he said, that was never considered by us. I said, suppose that, by way of illustration, we were to ask the question whether there is not an opposition in nature between bald men and hairy men, and if this is admitted by us, then, if bald men are cobblers, we bid the hairy guardians and their wives ought to have the same pursuit. Very true, he said. Next, we shall ask you a question. When you spoke on the nature gifted or not gifted in any respect, did you mean to say that one man will acquire a thing easily, another with difficulty? A little learning will lead one to discover a great deal, whereas the other, after much study and applications, no sooner learns that he forgets, or again, did you mean that the one has the body in which a good servant to his mind, while the body of another is a hindrance to him? Would not these be the sort of differences which distinguish the man gifted by nature from the one who is ungifted? No one will deny that. And can you mention any pursuit of mankind in which the male sex has not all these gifts and qualities in a higher degree than the female? Need I waste time in speaking of the art of weaving, and the management of pancakes and preserves, in which womankind does really appear to be great, and in which for her to be virtue of his sizes, and another is unwarlike and hates gymnastics? Certainly. And one woman is a philosopher. As we were saying before, there is nothing unnatural in assigning music and gymnastics to the wives of the guardians. To that point we come round again. Certainly not. The law which we enacted was agreeable to me. You have answered me, I replied. Well, and we may not further say that our guardians are best assigned to the women, who are in the weaker natures, but on other respects their duties are to be the same. As for the man who laughs at the naked woman exercising their bodies, there will be the best of sayings, that is useful is the noble, and the hurtful is the base. Very true, common. And therefore you will please to give the defense of both. Well, I said, I submit to my fate, yet grant me a little favor. Let me foast my mind with a dream as daydreamers are to them. Assuming that they... First of all, then, if you have no objection, I will endeavor with your help to consider the invent houses and meet at common meals. None of them will have anything specially his or her own. They will be together, and will be brought up together, and they will associate at gymnastic exercises. And so they will be drawn by necessity of their natures to have intercourse with each other. Necessity is not too strong a word, I think. Yes, he said, necessity, not geometrical, but another sort of necessity which lovers know, and which is far more convincing and constraining to the mass of mankind. True, I said, and this, Glosson, like all the rest, must be proceeded after an orderly fashion. In the city of the blessed, licentiousness is an unholy thing, which the rulers will forbid. Yes, he said, and it ought not to be permitted. Then clearly the next thing will be to make matrimony sacred in the highest degree. What is most beneficial will be deemed sacred. Exactly. And how can marriages be made most beneficial? That is a question which I put to you, because I see your house dogs for hunting, and the nobler sort of birds not a few. Now I beseech you, do you tell me, have you ever attended to the pairing and breeding? In what particulars? Why, in the first place, although they are good sort, are not some better than the other? True. And do you breed them all indifferently, or do you take care to breed from the best only? From the best. And do you take the oldest or the youngest, or those of ripe age? I choose only those of ripe age. And if care was not taken in the breeding, your dogs and birds would greatly deteriorate? Certainly. And the same of horses and animals in general? Undoubtedly. Good heavens, my dear friend, I said. What consummate skills will our rulers need if the same principle holds of the human species? Certainly. The same principle holds. But why does this involve any particular skill? Because, I said, our rulers will often have to practice upon the body corporate with medicines. Now you know that what patients do not require medicines, but have only to be put under a regimen. The inferior sort of the practitioners deem to be good enough. But when medicine has to be given,
and the doctor should be more of a man. That is quite true, he said. But what are you alluding? I mean, I replied, that our rulers will find considerable doses of falsehood and deceit necessary for good of their subject. We were saying that the use of these things regarded as medicines might be at advantage, and we were right. And this lawful use of this seems likely often needed in the regulation of marriages and birth. How so? Why, I said, the principle has been already laid down. The best of either sex should be united with the best as often, and the inferior with the inferior, as seldom as possible, and that they should rear the offspring of the one sort of union, but not of the other, if the flock is to be maintained in first-rate condition. Now these goings-on must be secret, what the rulers only know, or there will be further danger of our herd, as the guardians may be termed, breaking out into rebellion. Very true. Had we not better appoint certain festivals at which we will bring together the brides and bridegrooms, and sacrifices will be offered in suitable hymeneal songs composed by our poet? The number of weddings is a matter which must be left to the discretion of the rulers, whose aim will be to preserve the average population. There are many other things which they will have to consider, such as the effects of war and diseases and any similar agencies, in order as far as this is possible to prevent the state from becoming either too large or too small. Certainly, he replied. We shall have to invent some ingenious kind of lot, which the less worthy may draw on each occasion, our bringing them together, and then they will accuse their own ill luck and not the rulers. To be sure, he said, and I think that our braver and better youth, besides their other honors and rewards, might have greater faculties of intercourse, the women given them. Their bravery will be a reason, and such fathers ought to have as many sons as possible. True. And the proper officers, whether male or female or both, for officers are to be held by women as well as by men. Yes. The proper officers will take the offspring of the good parents to the pen or the fold, and they will deposit them with certain nurses who dwell in a separate quarter. But the offspring of the inferior, or of the better when they chance to be deformed, will be put away in some mysterious, unknown place, as they should be. Yes, he said, that must be done if the breed of the guardians is to be kept pure. They will provide for their nature, and will bring the mothers to the fold when they are full of milk, taking the greatest possible care that no mother recognizes her own child, and others wet nurses may be engaged if more are required. Care will also be taken to the process of suckling shall not be protracted too long, and the mothers will have no getting up at night or other trouble, but will hand over all sorts of these things to the nurses and attendants. You suppose the wives of our guardians to have a fine, easy time of it when they are having children? Why, said I, and so they ought. Let us, however, proceed with our scheme. We were saying that the parent should be in the prime of life. Very true. And what is the prime of life? May it not be defined as a period about 20 years in a woman's life and 30 in a man? Which years do you mean to include? A woman, I said, at 20 years of age may begin to bear children to the state, and continue to bear them until 40. A man may begin at 25, when he has passed the point in which the pulse of life beats quickest, and continues to beget children until he is 55. Certainly, he said, both in men and women these years are the prime of physical as well as intellectual vigor. Anyone above or below the prescribed age who takes part in the public hymeneal shall be said to have done an unholy and unrighteous thing, child of which he is the father, if it steals into life, will have been conceived under auspices very unlike the sacrifices and prayers which each hymeneal priest and the priestess in the whole city will offer, that the new generation may be better and more useful than their good and useful parents, whereas his children will be offspring of darkness and strange lust. Very true, he replied. And the same law will apply to any one of those within the prescribed age, forms a connection with any woman in the prime of life, without sanction of the rulers. For we shall say that he's raising up a bastard to the state, uncertified and unconsecrated. Very true, he said. This applies, however, only to those who are within the specific age. After that we will allow them to range at will, except that a man may not marry his daughter, or his daughter's daughter, or his mother's mother, and women, on the other hand, are prohibited from marrying their sons or fathers, or sons' sons, or fathers' fathers, and so on in either direction. And we grant all this, accompanying the permission with strict orders to prevent any embryo which may come into being from seeing the light. And if any force a way to the birth, the parent must understand that the offspring of such a union cannot be maintained, and arranged accordingly. That also, he said, is a reasonable proposition. But how will they know who are the fathers and daughters, and so on? They will never know. The way will be this. Dating from the day of the hymeneal, the bridegroom who was then married will call all the male children who are born in the 7th and 10th month afterwards his sons, the female children his daughters, and they will call him father, and he will call the children his grandchildren, and they will call the elder generation grandfathers and grandmothers. All who were begotten at the time when their fathers and mothers came together will be called their brothers and sisters, and these, as I was saying, forbidden to intermarry. This, however, is not to be understood as an absolute prohibition of the marriage of brothers and sisters. If the lot favors them, and they receive the sanction of the Pythian oracle, the law will allow them. Quite right, he replied. Such is a scheme, Glosson, according to which the guardians of our state are to have wives and families in common. And now you would have the argument show that this community is consistent with the rest of our policy, and also that nothing can be better, would you not? Yes, certainly. Shall we try to find a common basis by asking ourselves what ought to be the chief aim of the legislator in making laws in the organization of a state? What is the greatest good, and what is the greatest evil? And then consider whether our previous description has the stamp of good or of evil, by all means. Can there be any greater evil than discord and distraction and plurality, where unity ought to reign, or any greater good than the bond of unity? There cannot. And there is unity where there is community of pleasures and pains, where all citizens are glad or grieved on the same occasion of joy and sorrow. No doubt. Yes, and whether things is not common, but only private feeling, a state is disorganized. When you have one half of the world triumphing, and the other plunged in grief at the same events happening in the city or the citizen. Certainly. Such differences commonly originate in a disagreement about the terms mine and not mine, his and not his. Exactly so. And is not the best ordered state in which the greatest number of persons apply the term mine and not mine in the same way to the same thing? Quite true. Or that again which most nearly approaches to the condition of the individual, as in the body, when but a finger of one of us is hurt, the whole frame, drawn towards the soul as the center and forming one kingdom under the ruling power therein, feels the hurt and sympathizes altogether with the part affected. We may say that the man has a pain in his finger, and that the same expression is used about any other part of the body, which has a sensation of pain at suffering or of pleasure at the alleviated of suffering. Very true, he said, and I agree with you that the best ordered state there is the nearest approach to this common feeling which you describe. Then when any one of our citizens experiences any good or evil, the whole state will make his case their own, and will either rejoice or sorrow with him. Yes, he said, that is what will happen in a well-ordered state. It will now be time, I said, for us to return to our state and see whether this or some other form is most in accordance with our fundamental principles. Very good. Our state, like every other, has rulers and subjects. True. All of whom will call one another citizens? Of course. But is there not another name which people give to their rulers in other states? Generally they call them masters, but in democratic states they simply call them rulers. And in our state, what other names besides that of citizens do the people give to their rulers? They are called saviors and helpers, he replied. What do rulers call the people? They are maintainers and foster fathers. And what do they call them in other states? Slaves. And what do rulers call one another in other states? Fellow rulers. And what in ours? Fellow guardians. Did you ever know an example in any other state of a ruler who would speak of one of his colleagues as a friend, and another as not being his friend? Yes, very often. And a friend he regards and describes as one who he has an interest, another as a stranger, and exactly who has no interest. Exactly. But would another of your guardians think or speak of any other guardian as a stranger? Certainly he would not, for everyone whom they will be regarded by them either as a brother or a sister, or a father or a mother, or a son or a daughter, or the child or parent of those who are thus connected with him. Capital, I said. But let me ask you once more. Shall they be a family name only, or shall they be in all their actions be true to the name? For example, in the use of the word father, would the care of a father be implied in the filial reverence and duty and obedience to him, which the law commands, and the violator of these duties to be regarded as an impious and unrighteous person, and will not likely to receive much good either at the hands of God or of man? Are these to be or not to be the strains which the children will hear repeated in their ears by all citizens about those who are intimated to them but to be their parents and the rest of their kinsfolk? These, he said, and none other. For what can be more ridiculous than for them to utter the names of family ties with the lips only, and not to act in the spirit of them? Then in our city, the language of harmony and concord will be more often heard than any other. As I was describing before, when any one is well or ill, the universal world will be, with me it is well, or it is ill, was true. And agreeably to this mode of thinking and speaking, were we not saying that they will have the pleasures and pains in common? Yes, and so they will. And they will have common interests in the same things which they will alike call my own. And have this in common interest, they will have a common feeling of pleasure and pain. Yes, far more than so than in other states. And reason of this, over and above the general constitution of the state, will be the guardians will have a community of women and children. That will be the chief reason. and this unity of feeling we admitted to be the greatest good, as was implied in our own comparison of a well-ordered state to be the relation of the body and members when affected by pleasure or pain. Then that we acknowledge, and very rightly, then the community of wives and children among our citizens is clearly the source of the greatest good to the state. Certainly, this agrees with the other principle which we were affirming, that guardians were not to have houses or land or any other property. Their pay was to be their food, which they were to receive from other citizens, and they were to have no private expenses, for we intend them to preserve their true character of guardians. Right, he replied. Both the community of property and the community of families, as I am saying, tend to make them more truly guardians. They will not tear the city in pieces by differing about mine and not mine, each man dragging any acquisition which he has made into a separate house of his own, where he has a separate wife and children and private pleasures and pains, but all will be affected as far as may be by the same pleasures and pains, because they are all of one opinion about what is near and dear to them, and therefore they will tend towards a common end. And, as they have nothing but their persons which they can call their own, suits and complaints will have no existence among them. They will be delivered from all those quarrels of which money or children or relations are the occasion. Of course they will. Neither will trials for assault or insult be ever likely among them. For all equals should defend themselves against equals, we shall maintain to be honorable and right. We shall make the protection of the persons a matter of necessity. That is good, he said. Yes, and there shall be further good in law, viz., that if a man has a quarrel with another, he will satisfy his resentment then and there, and not proceed to more dangerous lengths. Certainly. To the elder shall be assigned the duty of ruling and chastising the younger. Clearly. Nor can there be doubt that the younger will not strike or do any other violence to an elder, unless the magistrate commands it, nor will he slight him in any other way. For there are two guardians, shame and fear, mighty to prevent him, shame, which makes men refrain from laying hands on those who are them in the relations of parents, fear that the injured one will be succored by the others, who are his brothers, sons, and fathers. That is true, he replied. Then in every way the laws will help the citizens to keep the peace with one another. Yes, there will be no want of peace. And the guardians will never quarrel among themselves. There will be no danger of the rest of the city being divided either against them or against one another. None whatsoever. I hardly like even to maintain the little meanness of which they will be ride, for they beneath notice. Such, for example, as the flattery of the rich by the poor, and all the pains and pangs which men experience at bringing up a family, finding money to buy necessities for their household, borrowing and then repudiating, getting how they can, and giving the money into the hands of women and slaves to keep. The many evils of so many which people suffer in this way are mean enough and obvious enough, and not worth the speaking of. Yes, he said, a man has no need of eyes in order to perceive that. In all form of evils they will be delivered, and
their life will be blessed as the life of Olympic victors, and yet more blessed. How so? Olympic victor, I said, is deemed happy in receiving a part only of the blessedness which is secured to our citizens, who have won a more glorious victory, and have a more complete maintenance at the public cost. For the victory which they have won is the salvation of the whole state, and the crown which they and their children are crowned is the fullness of all the life's needs. They receive rewards from the hands of their country while living, and after death they have an honorable burial. Yes, he said, a glorious rewards they are. You remember, I said, how in the course of the previous discussion, someone who shall be nameless accused us of making our guardians unhappy. They had nothing and might be possessed all things, to whom we replied that, if an occasion offered, we might perhaps hereafter consider this question, but that, as present advised, would make our guardians truly guardians, and that we are fashioning the state with a view to the greatest happiness, not to any particular class, but of the whole? Yes, I remember. And what do you say, now that the life of our protectors is made out to be far better and nobler than the Olympic victors? Is the life of the shoemakers, or any other artisans, or husbandmen, to be compared with it? Certainly not. And at the same time I ought to repeat what I had said elsewhere, that if our guardian shall try to be happy in such a manner that he will cease to be a guardian, and is not content with the safe and harmonious life, which, in our judgment, is of all lives the best, but infatuated by some youthful conceit of happiness, which gets up in his head, shall seek to appropriate the whole state to himself, then he will have to learn how wisely Hesiod said, when he said, half is more than the whole. If he were to consult me, I should say to him, stay where you are, when you have to offer of such a life. You agree, then, I said, that men and women are to have a common way of life, such as we have described.
common education, common children, and they are to watch over citizens in common whether abiding in the city or going out to war. They are to keep watch together, and hunt together like dogs, and always and in all things, as far as they are able, women are to share with the men, and in doing so, they will do what is best, and will not violate, but preserve the natural relations of the sexes. I agree with you, he replied. The inquiry, I said, has yet to be made whether such a community will be found possible, as among our other animals, so also among men, and if possible, in which way possible. You have anticipated the question which I was about to suggest. There is no difficulty, I said, in seeing how war will be carried on by them. How? Why, of course they will go on expeditions together, and they will take with them any of their children who are strong enough that, after a manner of an artisan's child, they may look on at the work which they will have to do when they are grown up. And besides looking on, they will have to help and be in use of war, and to wait upon their fathers and mothers. Did you never observe in the arts how the potter's boy looked on and helped long before they touched the wheel? Yes, I have. And shall potters be more careful in educating their children, and in giving them the opportunity of seeing and practicing their duties than our guardians will be? The idea is ridiculous, you said. There is also the effect on the parents, with whom, as with other animals, the presence of their young ones will be the greatest incentive to valor. That is quite true, Socrates. And yet if they are defeated, may often happen in war, how great the danger is. The children will be lost as well as their parents, and the state will never recover. True, I said. But would you never allow them to run any risk? I am far from saying that. Well, but if they are ever to run a risk, should they not do so on some occasion if they escape disaster, they shall be better for it, clearly. Whether the future soldiers do or do not see war in the days of their youth is a very important matter, for the sake of which some risk must be fairly being incurred. Yes, very important. This, then, must be our first step, to make our children spectators of war, but we must also contrive that they shall be secured against danger, and all will be well. True. Their parents may be supposed not to be blind to the risks of war, but to know, as far as human foresight can, what expeditions are safe and what is dangerous. They may be assumed. And they will take them on the safe expeditions and be cautious about the dangerous ones? True. And they will place them under the command of experienced veterans who will be their leaders and teachers. Very properly. Still, the dangers of war cannot be always foreseen. There is a good deal of chance about them. True. Then, against such changes, the children must be at once furnished with wings, in order that the hour of their need they may fly away and escape. What do you mean? He said. I mean that we must mount them on horses in their earliest youth, and that when they have learned to ride, take them on horseback to see war. The horses must not be spirited and warlike, but must be trackable and yet at the swiftest that they can be had. In this way they will get an excellent view of what is hereafter to be their own business, and if there is any danger they have to only follow their elders' leaders and escape. I believe that you are right, he said. Next, as to war, what are the relations of your soldiers to one another and to their enemies? I should be inclined to propose that the soldier who leaves his rank, or throws away his arms, or is guilty of any other act of cowardice, should be degraded into rank of husbandman or artisan. What do you think? By all means, I should say. And he who allows himself to be taken prisoner may as well be made a present to his enemies. He is their lawful prey, and let them do what they like with him. Certainly. But the hero who has distinguished himself, what shall be done to him? In the first place, he shall receive honor in the army from his youthful comrades. Every one of them in succession shall crown him. What do you say? I approve. And what do you say of receiving the right hand of fellowship? To that, too, I agree. But will you hardly agree to my next proposal? What is your proposal? That he should kiss and be kissed by them. Most certainly. And I should be disposed to go further and say, let no one whom he has a mind to kiss refuse to be kissed by him while the expedition lasts, so that if there is to be a lover in the army, whether his love be youth or maiden, he may be more eager to win the prize of valor. Capital, I said. That the brave man is to have more wives than others has already been determined, and he is to have the first choice in such matters more than others, in order that he may have as many children as possible. Agreed. Again, there's another matter in which, according to Homer, brave youths should be honored, for he tells how Ajax, after he distinguished himself in battle, was rewarded with long chine, which seemed to be a compliment appropriate to a hero in the flower of his age, being not only a tribute of his honor, but a very strengthening thing. Most true, he said. Then this, I said, Homer shall be our teacher, and we too, at sacrifices and on like occasions, will honor the brave according to the measure of their valor, whether men or women, with hymns or the other distinctions we were mentioning, also with seats of presidents and meats and full cups. And in honoring them, we shall be at the same time training them. That, he replied, is excellent. Yes, I said. And when a man dies gloriously in war, shall we not say, in the first place, that he is of the golden race? To be sure. Nay, we have not the authority of Hesiod for affirming that when they are dead. They are holy angels upon the earth, authors of good, averters of evil, the guardians of speech-gifted men. Yes, and we accept this authority. We accept his authority. We must learn of the gods how we are to order the sepulture of divine and heroic personages, and when it is to be their special distinction, we must do as he bids, by all means. And in ages to come we will reverence them, and kneel before the sepulchres as the graves of heroes. And not only that, they, but any who are deemed preeminently good, whether they die from age or in any other way, shall be admitted to the same honor. That is very right, he said. Next, how shall our soldiers treat their enemies? What about this? And what respect do you mean? First of all, in regards to slavery, do you think it's right for the Hellenists? Do you think it's right that Hellenists should enslave Hellenic states, or allow others to enslave them, if they can help? Should not their custom to be to spare them, considering the danger which is that the whole race may one day fall under the yoke of the barbarian? To spare them is infinitely better. Then no Hellenin should be owned by them as a slave. That is the rule which they observe and advise the other Hellenists to observe. Certainly, he said. They will in this way be united against the barbarians, and will keep their hands off one another. Next, as to the slain, ought the conquerors, I said, to take anything but their armor? Do not the practice of despoiling an enemy afford an excuse for not facing the battle? Cowards skulk about the dead, pretending that they are fulfilling a duty, and many an army before now has been lost from this love of plunder. Very true. And is there not illiberality and avarice in robbing a corpse, and also the degree of meanness, womanishness, in making an enemy of the dead body, when the real enemy has flown away and left only his fighting gear behind him? Is not this rather like a dog who cannot get it at his assailant, quarreling with the stones which strike him instead? Very like a dog, he said. Then we must abstain from spoiling the dead or hindering their burial. Yes, he replied, we certainly must. Neither shall we offer up arms at the temples of the gods, least of all the armies of the Hellenists, if we care to maintain good feeling with other Hellenists, and indeed we have reason to fear that the offering of spoils taken from the kinsmen may be pollution, unless commanded by the god himself. Very true. Again, as to the devastation of the Hellenic territory, or the burning of houses, what is to be the practice? May I have the pleasure, he said, of hearing your opinion? Both should be forbidden, in my judgment. Produce, and no more. Shall I tell you why? Pray do. Why, you see, there is a difference in the names of discord and war, and I can imagine that there is also a difference in their nature. The one is expressive of what is internal and domestic, the other of which is external and foreign, and the first of the two is termed discord, and only the second war. That is a very proper distinction, he replied. And may I not observe with equal propriety that the Hellenic race is all united together by ties of blood and friendship, and alien and strange to the barbarian? Very good, he said. And therefore, when Hellenists fight with barbarians, and barbarians with Hellenists, then they will be described as us as being at war when they fight, and by nature enemies. This kind of antagonism should be called war. But when Hellenists fight with one another, we should call that Hellas is that in a state of disorder and discord, that being by nature friends, and such enemy is to be called discord. I agree. Consider then, I said, when that which we have acknowledged to be discord occurs, and the city is divided, if both parties destroy the land and burn the houses of one another, how wicked does the strife appear! No true lover of his country would bring himself to tear into pieces of his own nurse and mother. There must be reason in the conquering depriving the conquered of their harvest, but still they would have the idea of peace in their hearts, and would not mean to go on fighting forever. Yes, he said, that is a better temper than the other. And will not the city, which you are founding, be a Hellenic city? It ought to be, he replied. Then will not the citizens be good and civilized? Yes, very civilized. And will they not be lovers of Hella, and think that Hellas as their own land, and share the common temples? Most certainly. And any difference which arise among them will be regarded as discourse only, a quarrel among friends, which is certainly not to be called a war. Certainly not. And then when they quarrel as those who intend some day to be reconciled, certainly. They will use friendly correction, but will not enslave or destroy their opponents. They will be correctors, not enemies. Just so. And as they are Hellenists themselves, they will not devastate Hellas, nor will they burn houses, not even suppose that the whole population of the city, men, women, and children, are equally their enemies. For they know that the guilt of war is always confirmed to a few persons, and that many are their friends, and for all the reasons they will be unwilling to waste their lands and raise their houses. Enmity to them will be only last until the many innocent sufferers have compelled the guilty few give satisfaction. I agree, he said, that our citizens should thus deal with the Hellenic enemies, and with the barbarians the Hellenes now deal with one another. Then let us enact this law also for our guardians, that they are neither to devastate the lands of the Hellenes, nor to burn their houses. Agree. And we may agree also in thinking that these, like all other previous enactments, are very good. But still I must say, Socrates, that if you allow it to go on in this way, you will entirely forget that our other question, which is at the commencement of this discussion, you will thus thrust aside. Is such an order of things possible, and how, if at all? For I am quite ready to acknowledge that if the plan which you propose, if only feasible, would do all sorts of good to the state. I will add, what you have admitted, that your citizens will be the bravest of warriors, and that never leave their ranks, for they will all know one another, and each will call one another father, brother, son. And if you suppose the women to join their armies, whether the same rank or to the rear, either as a terror of the enemy, or auxiliaries in the case of need, I know that they will then be absolutely invincible. And there are many domestic advantages, which might also be mentioned, and which I also fully acknowledge. But as I admit all these advantages, and as many more as you please, if only this state of yours were to come into existence, we need to say no more about them. Assuming that the existence of the state, let us now turn to the question of possibility and the way and means the rest may be left. If I loiter for a moment, if you instantly make a raid upon me, I said, and I have no mercy. I have hardly escaped the first and second waves, and you seem not to be aware that you're now bringing upon me a third, which is the greatest and heaviest. When you have seen and heard the third wave, I think you will be more considerate, and will acknowledge that some fear and hesitation with natural respecting a proposal so extraordinary as to which I have now to state and investigate. The more appeals of the sort which you make, he said, the more determined are we that you should tell us how such a state is possible. Speak out, and at once. Let me begin by reminding you that we found our way hither in search of after justice and injustice. True, he replied, but what of that? I was only going to ask whether, if we had discovered them, we are to require that the just men should in nothing fail of absolute justice, where we may be satisfied with an approximation, and the attainment in him of a higher degree of justice than is to be found in other men. The approximation will be enough. We are inquiring into the nature of absolute justice, and into the character of the perfectly just, into injustice in which perfectly unjust, that we might have an ideal. We were to look at in order that we may judge our own happiness and unhappiness according to the standard which they exhibited and the degree in which we resembled them, but not in any view of showing that they could exist in fact. True, he said. Would a painter be any the worse because, after delineated with consummate art an ideal of a perfectly beautiful man, he was unable to show that any such man could have ever existed? He would be none the worse. Well, and we're not creating an ideal of a perfect state, to be sure. And is our theory a worse theory because we are unable to prove the possibility of a city being ordered in a manner such described? Surely not, you replied. That is the truth, I said. But if, at your respect, I am to try to show how and under what conditions the possibility is highest, I must ask you, having this view, to repeat your former admissions. What admission? I want to know whether ideals are ever fully realized in language. Does not the word express more than the fact, and must not the actual, whether the man think, always, in the nature of things, fall short of the truth? What do you say? I agree. Then you must not insist on proving that the actual state will in every respect coincide with the ideal. If we are only able to discover how a city may be governed nearly as we proposed, you will admit that we have discovered the possibility which you demand, and will be contented. I am sure that I should be contented. Will not you? Yes, I will. Let me next endeavor to show what is the fault in the states, which is the cause of their present maladministration, and what is in the last change will enable a state to pass into the truer form, and let the change, if possible, be of one thing only, or, if not, of two. At any rate, let changes be as few and slight as possible. Certainly, he replied. I think, I said, that there may be a reform of the state if only one change were made, which is not a slight or easy
though still a possible one. What is it? He said. Now then, I said, I go to meet that which I liken to the greatest of the waves. Yet shall the word be spoken, even though the wave break and drown me in laughter and dishonor. And do you mark my words? Proceed. I said, until philosophers or kings, or the kings and princes of this world, have the spirit and power of philosophy, and the political greatness of wisdom meet in one, and those commoner natures who pursue either the exclusion of the other are compelled to stand aside, cities will never have rest from their evils, no, nor the human race, as I believe. And then only will this our state have a possibility of life, and behold the light of the day. Such was the thought, my dear Glasson, which I would fain to have uttered, if I had not seemed too extravagant. For to be convinced that no other state can there be happiness, private or public, is indeed a hard thing. Socrates, what do you mean? I would have considered that the word which you've uttered is one at numerous persons, and in very respectable persons too, and a figure pulling off their coats, and all in a moment, seizing any weapon that comes to hand, will run at you in might and maintain. But you know where you are, intending to do heavens knows what. If you don't prepare to answer and put yourself in motion, you will be heard by the fine wits, and no mistake. You got me into this scrape, I said, and I was quite right. However, I will do all I can to get you out of it. But if I can only give you good will and good advice, and, perhaps, I may be able to fit answers to your questions better than another, that is all. And now, having such an auxiliary, you must do your best to show the unbelievers that you are right. I ought to try, I said, since you offer me such invaluable assistance. And I think that, if there is to be a chance of our escaping, we must explain to them whom we mean when we say that philosophers are to rule in the state, and then we shall be able to defend ourselves. There will be discovered to be some natures who ought to study philosophy, and to be leaders in the state. Others who are not born to be philosophers, and are meant to be followers rather than leaders. Then now for a definition, he said. Follow me, I said, and I hope that I may in some way or other be able to give you a satisfactory explanation. Proceed. I dare say that you remember, and therefore I need not remind you, that a lover, if he is worthy of the name, ought to show his love, not to some one part of that which he loves, but to the whole. I really do not understand, and therefore beg of you to assist my memory. Another person, I said, might fairly reply as you do, but a man of pleasure like yourself ought to know that all who are in the flower of youth do somehow raise a pang or emotion in a lover's breast, and thought by him to be worthy of his affectionate regard. Is not this a way which you have with the fair? One has a snub nose, and you praise his charming face. The hook nose of another has, you say, a royal look, when he who is neither snub nor hooked has the grace of regularity. The dark visage is manly. The fair are children of the gods, and as the sweet honey pale, as they are called. What is the very name but the invention of a lover who talks in diminutives, and is not averse to the paleness of appearing on the cheek of youth? In a word, there is no excuse for which you will not make, and nothing which you will not say, in order not to lose a single flower that blooms in the springtime of youth. If you make me an authority in matters of love, for the sake of argument, I assent. And what do you say of lovers of wine? Do you not see them doing the same? They are glad of any pretext of drinking any wine. Very good. And the same is true of the ambitious man. If they cannot command an army, they are willing to command a file, and if they cannot be honored by really great and important persons, they are glad to be honored by lesser and meaner people. But honor of the same kind they must have. Exactly. Once more let me ask, does he who desires any class of goods desire the whole class, or a part only, the whole? And may we not say of the philosopher that he is a lover, not of a part of wisdom only, but of the whole? Yes, of the whole. And he who dislikes learning, especially in youth, when he has no power of judging what is good and what is not, such as one we maintain not to be a philosopher, or a lover of knowledge, just as he who refuses his food is not hungry, and may be said to have bad appetite, and not a good one. Very true, he said. Whereas he who has a taste for every sort of knowledge, and who is curious to learn and is never satisfied, may be justly termed a philosopher. Am I not right? Glasson said, if curiosity makes a philosopher, you will find many a strange being will have a title to the name. All the lovers of sights have the delight in learning, and therefore must be included. Musical amateurs, too, are a folk extremely out of place among philosophers, for they are the last persons in the world who would come to anything like a philosophical discussion. If they could help, while they run about at the Dionystical festivals, as if they let out their ears to hear every chorus, whether the performance is in town or country, it makes no difference. They are there. Now we are to maintain that all these, and any who have similar tastes, as well as the professors of quite minor arts, are philosophers? Certainly not, I replied. They are only an imitation. He said, Who then are the true philosophers? Those, I said, who are lovers of the vision of truth. That is also good, he said, but I should like to know what you mean. Rather, I replied, I might have a difficulty in explaining, but I am sure that you will admit a proposition which I am about to make. What about the proposition? That since beauty is the opposite of ugliness, they are two? Certainly. And inasmuch as they are two, each of them is one? True again. And of just and unjust, good and evil, and of every other class, the same remark holds. Taken singly, each of them is one, but from the various combinations of them, with actions and things and with one another, they are seen in all sorts of lights and appear many. Very true. And this is the distinction which I draw between the sight-loving, art-living, practical class and those whom I am speaking, and who are worthy of the name of philosophers. How do you distinguish them? He said. The lovers of sound and sights, I replied, are, as I conceive, fond of the fine tunes and colors and forms and all of the artificial products that are made out of them, but their mind is incapable of seeing or loving absolute beauty. True, he replied. Few are they who are able to attain the sight of this. Very true. And he who, having a sense of beautiful things, has no sense of absolute beauty, or who, if another leads him to a knowledge of that beauty, is unable to follow. Of such an one I ask, is he aware, or in a dream only? Reflect, is not a dreamer, sleeping or waking, one who likens dissimilar things, who puts the copy of place of the real object. I should certainly say that such an one was dreaming, but take the case of another, who recognizes the existence of absolute beauty, and is able to distinguish the idea from the objects which participate in this idea, neither putting the object in the place of the idea, nor the idea in the place of the object. Is he a dreamer, or is he awake? He is wide awake. And may not we say that the mind of one who knows has knowledge, and that the mind of the other, who opens only, has opinion? Certainly. But suppose that a latter should quarrel with us and dispute our statement. Can we administer any soothing cordial or advice to him, without revealing to him that there is sad disorder in his wit? We must certainly offer him some good advice, he replied. Come, then, and let us think of something to say to him. Shall we begin by assuring him that he is welcome to any knowledge which he may have, and that we are rejoiced at his having it? But we should like to ask him a question. Does he who have knowledge know something or nothing? You must answer for him. I answer that he knows something. Something that is or is not. Something that is. For how can that which is not ever to be known? And we are assured, after looking at the matter from many points of view, that absolute being is or may be absolutely known, but that is utterly non-existence is utterly unknown. Nothing can be more certain. Good. But if there's anything which is of such a nature as to be and not to be, that will be a place intermediate between pure beings and absolute negation of being. Yes, between them. And as knowledge corresponds to being and ignorance of necessity to not being, for that intermediate between being and not being, there has to be discovered a corresponding intermediate between ignorance and knowledge, if there be such. Certainly. Do we admit the existence of opinion? Undoubtedly. As being the same with knowledge, or another faculty. Then opinion and knowledge have to do with different kinds of matter corresponding to the difference of faculty. Yes. And knowledge is relative to being and knowing and knows being. But before I proceed further, I would make a division. What division? I will begin by placing faculties in a class by themselves. They are powers in us, and in all other things, by which we do as we do. Sight and hearing, for example, I should call faculty. Have I clearly explained the class which I mean? Yes, I quite understand. But then let me tell you about my view about them. I do not see them, and therefore the distinctions of figure, color, and the like, which enable me to discern the differences of some things, do not apply to them. In speaking of the faculty, I think that is only of its sphere and its result, and that which has the same sphere and the same result I call the same faculty, but that which has another sphere and another result I call different. Would that be your way of speaking? Yes. And will you be so very good as to answer one more question? Would you say that knowledge is a faculty, or in what class would you place it? Certain knowledge is a faculty, and the mightiest of all the faculties. And is opinion also a faculty? Certainly, he said. For opinion is that which we are able to form an opinion. And yet you were acknowledging a little while ago that knowledge is not the same as opinion. Why, yes, he said. How can any reasonable being ever identify that which is infallible with that which errs? An excellent answer proving, I said, that we are quite conscious of the distinction between them. Yeah, and knowledge and opinion have distinct powers, have also distinct spheres or subject matters. That is certain. Being in the sphere or subject matter of knowledge, and knowledge is to know the nature of being. Yes, an opinion is to have an opinion. Yes, and do we know what we opine? Or is the subject matter of opinion the same as the subject matter of knowledge? Nay, he replied, that has already been disproven. If differences in faculty implies differences in sphere or subject matter, and if, as we were saying, opinion and knowledge are distinct faculties, then sphere of knowledge and an opinion cannot be the same. Then if being is the subject matter of knowledge, something else must be the subject matter of opinion. Yes, something else. Well then, is not being the subject matter of opinion? Or rather, how can there be an opinion at all about not being? Reflect. When a man has an opinion, has he not an opinion about something? Can he not have an opinion which is the opinion about nothing? Impossible. He who has an opinion has the opinion about some one thing? Yes. And not being is not one thing, but properly speaking, nothing? True. Of not being, ignorance was assumed to be the necessary correlative of being knowledge? True, he said. Then opinion is not concerned with either with being or not being, not with either, and can therefore neither be ignorance nor knowledge? That seems to be true. But is opinion to be sought without and beyond either of them, in the greater clearness than knowledge, or in a greater darkness than ignorance? Is in neither. Then I suppose that opinion appears to you to be darker than knowledge, or lighter than ignorance. Both, and in no small degree, and also to be within and between them. Yes. Then you would infer that opinion is intermediate, no question. But were you not saying before that if anything appears to be of the sort which, and is not at the same time, that sort of thing would appear also to lie in the interval between pure being and absolute not being, and that the corresponding faculty is neither knowledge nor ignorance, but will be found in the interval between them. True. And in that interval there has now been discovered something which we call opinion. There has. Then what remains to be discovered is the object which partakes equally of the nature of being and not being, and cannot rightly be termed either, pure and simple. This unknown term, when discovered, we may truly call the subject of opinion, and assign each to their proper faculty. Extremes of the faculties of the extremes, and the mean to the faculty of the mean. True. This being premised, I would ask the gentleman who is of the opinion that there is no absolute or unchangeable idea of beauty, in whose opinion the beautiful is the manifold. He, I say, your lover of beautiful sights, who cannot bear to be told that the beautiful is one, and the just is one, or that anything is one. To him I would appeal, saying, will you be so very kind, sir, as to tell us whether, of all these beautiful things, there is one which will not be found ugly, or of the just, which will not be found unjust, or of the holy, which will not also be found unholy? No, he replied, the beautiful will in some point of view be found ugly, and the same is true of the rest. And may not the many which are doubles be also halves, doubles, that is, of one thing, and halves of another? Quite true. And things great and small, heavy and light, and are termed, will not be denoted by these any more than the opposite name. True. Both these and the opposite names will also be attached to all of them. Can any one of these many things which are called by particular names be said to be this rather than not to be this? He replied, they are like cunning riddles, which are asked at feasts, or the children's puzzle about the eunuch aiming at the bat, with what he hit him, as they say in the puzzle, and upon what the bat was sitting. The individual object of which I am speaking are also a riddle, and have a double sense, nor can you fix them in your mind, either as being or not being, or both, or neither. Then what will you do with them? I said. Can they have a better place than between being and not being? For they are clearly not in the greatest darkness or negation than not being, or more full of light and existence than being. That is quite true, he said. Thus then we seem to have discovered that the many ideas which the multitude entertain about the beautiful and about all other things are tossing about in some region which is halfway between pure being and pure not being. We have. Yes, and we had before agreed that anything of this kind which we might find was to be described in a matter of opinion, and not as a matter of knowledge, being intermediate flux, which is caught and detained by the intermediate faculty. Quite true. Then those who see many beautiful, and who yet neither see absolute beauty, can nor can follow any guide which points the way thither, who sees the many just and not absolute justice, and the like. Such persons may be said to have opinion, but not knowledge, that is certain. But those who see absolute and eternal and immutable may be said to know, and not to have opinion only. Neither can that be denied. The one love and embrace the subjects of knowledge, the others those of opinion. The latter are the same, as I dare say you will remember, who listened to sweet sounds and gazed upon fair colors, but would not tolerate the existence of absolute beauty. Yes, I remember. Shall we then be guilty of impropriety in calling them lovers of opinion rather than lovers of wisdom? And will they be very angry with us for thus describing them? I shall tell them not to be angry. No man should be angry at what is true. Those who love the truth in each thing are to be called lovers of wisdom, and not lovers of opinion, assuredly.